151 You, how many children do you want to have? I am resurrected. Yu's expression was dull, and he couldn't help but look at Knight. Knight was also surprised, and stretched out his hand to pinch Yu's face. He could pinch it, it was very soft and tender. Zanpakuto is still. Is there such an additional function? Knight was a little confused. From the perspective of the six eyes, Yu's body is completely condensed by magic power, not the flesh and blood of ordinary people. No, to be more precise, her body is a special spiritual state. This special spiritual body looks and feels exactly the same as the flesh and blood. It has a body temperature, and blood flow. Knight thought for a while, you are not resurrected, not from the state of death to life, but in the realm of death, a step further. If it is a resurrection to the living, now it has been cursed by the god Angselrum. Isn't this resurrection? Uru came back to his senses and looked down at the Soti Shirayuki in his hand. This magic prop is so magical. Did Knight find it to revive her? I have flesh and blood now. Uru was moved and held Su Shirayuki tightly with a trembling hand, no different from ordinary people. There is a difference. Ordinary people's flesh will age, but your aging speed will be very slow. Knight smiled. This is similar to the nature of the god of death. With Uru's magic, he can maintain this state for a long time. 147 Uru widened his eyes, isn't that better? She didn't know how to repay this favor. Knight collected her soul fragments on Garna Island, allowing her to survive as a ghost. He also helped her and her daughter resolve the misunderstanding and reconcile the mother and daughter. Now, he has fulfilled what he said at the beginning and resurrected her. Although Knight doesn't think this is resurrection, Uru thinks that this is resurrection. And it is more powerful than resurrecting to the living. She has a longer time than the living. This kind of favor is not enough to repay with a lifetime. At this point, I can only promise to help Knight give birth to 10 or 8 children. With the thought of repaying his gratitude, Wulu's face turned red. Will you dislike me? What? You are so good to me, I can only pledge my love to you. Wulu suppressed a trace of shyness and smiled gently. How many children do you want? No, how come it suddenly fast-forwarded to the point of having a few children? Nate was speechless on the spot, we haven't even held hands. Now we have something important to do, I understand you are excited. Nate said helplessly, he still wanted to get the extra 300% reward, and he didn't have time to flirt with Wulu for the time being. You were moved when you heard pledge your love to you, right? Wulu smiled, beautiful master, I still have feminine charm. She and Knight are inseparable, sometimes when she is bored in the deep web, she will come out to take a breath. From time to time, she swayed in front of Knight in her underwear, and she was not unfamiliar with his sight. When she heard promise yourself, Knight's sight subconsciously fell on her chest. Do you have the urge to touch it? Uru laughed in her heart, but she didn't feel offended. She would feel happy to be noticed by Knight as an attractive woman. Knight, tell me where that bastard is. I want to settle accounts with him. Ask Ultia. Knight took out a silver white ring and gave it to Uru. Uru has a magic network account, but because he was a ghost before, he couldn't wear the ring. If he wanted to use the magic network, he had to be in the deep network space. But now it's different. The name of this knife I gave you is Soti Shirayuki, which is very compatible with your ice shape magic. Its ability can be released in 2 stages, and the release words are. While listening to Knight's explanation, Uru put on the ring. As for which finger to wear it on, she thought for a second and decisively wore it on the ring finger of her left hand. In the kingdom of Fiori, wearing a ring on this finger means married or having a lover. The lover, of course, refers to Knight. Uru has decided to pledge his love to her and repay her with his whole life. Whether Knight accepts or not, in her eyes, Knight is the man she needs to accompany her for the rest of her life. Thank you, Knight. You put on the ring, held Yuzuki Bagusu tightly, thanked her with a smile, and then turned to find his daughter. Knight thought, will the mother and daughter kill Brian? If they kill him, who will be the live broadcast material? Thinking of this, Knight decided to speed up and quickly clear the monsters. Jenny. Knight shouted to Jenny in the distance to attract her attention. Jenny was busy broadcasting the aerial battle between Natsu and Cobra to all network users. Nate. The live broadcast plan has changed temporarily. Now point the camera at me. Nate said lightly, his body slowly floating up. I'll clear the scene. Ultia walked towards the base of the 6 demon generals step by step, with the coldness in her eyes undisguised. Ever since she resolved the misunderstanding with her mother and knew the truth, she has been waiting for this moment. Brian. This guy is the cause of the tragedy. If it weren't for him, she and her mother wouldn't be separated, and there would be no misunderstanding. My mother might not have died. With anger burning in her chest, Ursha's magic power faintly broke through the limit. At this time, the ring flashed white light. Ultia continue forward, while opening the magic net. An unexpected private message came into view. You, Urusha, where are you? Mom? Urusha was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied. The Witch of Pain, Mom, I will be able to take revenge soon. I will definitely kill the person who deceived you. You, Nate has resurrected me, don't worry. Resurrection? Mother resurrected? Urusha paused, her face was sluggish. You, let's talk about the details when we meet. Where are you? Urusha's eyes were bright, and she quickly told her mother where she was. Soon after, the mother and daughter met. Mom. Urusha stared at Uru blankly, tears falling down. She could feel that the Uru in front of her was different from the one she had seen before. He was no longer a ghost, but had flesh and blood. She threw herself into her mother's arms like a young swallow returning to its nest, crying with joy. You should be happy, don't cry, Ursha. Uru smiled and stroked his daughter's hair, but tears were still flowing. Two people who looked like twin sisters, but were actually mother and daughter, hugged each other and cried in the dense forest. The louder they cried, the louder they cried. In front of the villa, Nate, wearing a holy robe, appeared in the live broadcast again. He stood in the air and smiled at the camera. Sorry, friends who are watching the live broadcast, the 6 demon generals suddenly attacked and disrupted the original live broadcast arrangement. But it doesn't matter, this is just a small episode. Next, I will personally defeat the 6 demons. 152 One punch for one child. Jenny controlled the live broadcast and locked the screen on Night. She found a suitable angle, which could capture Night in the sky and let the audience see Natsu and Cobra behind Night. Dear audience, let me explain the battle now. 2 of the 6 demon generals, Leon and Cobra. At present, Lisa has been knocked down by Night and has temporarily lost her ability to move. And Cobra, while being a poison dragon slayer wizard, also masters the magic of sound. He can hear anyone's voice and thoughts. It's a very troublesome magic. Mr. Natsu's attacks have all been predicted. If this goes on, Mr. Natsu will be defeated soon, right? But it doesn't matter, Night will take action. She explained with great interest. The voice was naturally heard by Natsu in the sky. He jumped up and shouted. I didn't lose, bastard. Natsu clenched his fists and was about to say something to Happy. Cobra on the opposite side spoke arrogantly one step ahead. Happy, use the maximum speed, I will use the fire dragon's brilliant flame to pretend to attack, and then go around his blind spot. The plan was just born in my heart, and my thoughts were easily read. Natsu was so angry that he shouted, too despicable. I heard it all, it's useless, with your strength, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Cobra stood on the flying snake, with his hands full of space. Unlike Lisa, Lisa's magic will be greatly reduced once the weakness is found. He doesn't have this weakness. Hearing other people's inner thoughts? This kind of magic is too shameless. How to fight it? Come on, Natsu, show the backbone of the fairy tale wizard. Try not to think about anything. How to fight if you don't think about anything? Isn't that just being in a daze? It's actually very simple, using stronger power and faster speed can easily break this magic. The barrage was also discussing seriously, and then found out in despair. The 6 demon generals are indeed one of the 3 giants of the Balam Alliance. Lisa's magic has weaknesses, and you can win by targeting it. But Poison Dragon Cobra is really powerful, and there is no possibility of opportunism. We must rely on hard power. Jenny looked at the barrage and said with a smile. Don't worry, everyone, believe in Knight. Lisa was lying on the ground covered in blood. He was hit by Knight's magic and flew hundreds of meters away. The vibration force penetrated his flesh and caused heavy bleeding in his internal organs. Lisa pulled the wound as soon as he moved, and spit out blood. Don't move, or I will take action. A cold voice came from the side. Lisa looked at it with the corner of her eye, and her pupils shrank immediately. Me Melty. Why are the 7 followers of Purgatory here? Melty stretched out her right hand, magic flowed in her palm, and crystal-like sword blades immediately appeared around her body. The sword blade pointed at Lisa and could fall at any time. My magic cannot be defended, you'd better lie down obediently. The pink-haired girl said coldly. In the sky. A flash of golden light, Knight has appeared beside Natsu. Do you want me to help you? Ah! Natsu groaned and said unhappily, I can win. Knight smiled, I'd better help you, otherwise it's not fair. As he said, he looked at Cobra in the distance. Cobra's face sank. Knight of the Holy Ten, the Lord of the Magic Net, and Brian named the person who cannot be killed. Just now, he talked to Natsu. While fighting with Natsu, he still had the energy to observe Lisa. Lisa was killed in one move by the opponent. Judging from the magic power alone, she was far superior to him, even the leader Brian was not as good as the opponent. Want to hear my voice? Knight snapped his fingers. You don't have this chance. With a snap, the magic caused a strong earthquake. The atmosphere vibrated violently in a straight line. Boom! Cobra's ears suddenly popped, and blood splashed out. Ah, my ears! Cobra covered his ears while screaming. Natsu was stunned for a moment. Happy shouted, his voice magic is invalid, this is a good opportunity, Natsu. Natsu didn't have the idea that he had to fight alone, and it was common for guildmates to cooperate with each other. Seeing that Cobra was deaf, he nodded immediately. Max speed, Happy. Love. Happy's wing magic was very fast. Exploding at full speed, even with Natsu in his arms, he showed extremely high mobility. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Natsu hit Cobra's abdomen head-on, knocking him off the flying snake. Cobra spat out a mouthful of blood, not caring about the injury to his ear, and shouted. Kyubirios. The purple flying snake shook its wings and caught Cobra, who was falling from the sky. Damn it, retreat first. Cobra knelt on one knee on the snake's body and gritted his teeth and said, the delay should be enough. After receiving the order, the purple flying snake immediately flapped its wings and fled to the depths of the gas tree sea. In the live broadcast, the barrage floated like a waterfall. What happened just now? Cobra could be hit suddenly? I only saw Mr. Knight snap his fingers. What happened? Jenny, where is the commentary? Explain quickly. Why did you win suddenly? You ask me, who should I ask? Jenny smiled awkwardly, but as an excellent host, she couldn't let the audience down even if she didn't understand. It's Mr. Knight's magic. While she was racking her brains to explain, Knight turned into a beam of golden light and caught up with Cobra in an instant. The flying snake stopped sharply in the air. Cobra's expression changed drastically, and he roared. "Get out of the way!" The roar of the poisonous dragon. His cheeks bulged, and a reddish-brown magic circle appeared in front of his mouth. The next moment, the roar of the poisonous dragon hit Knight directly. Knight stared at the other party with his 6 eyes. The power of this roar was stronger than that of Natsu under normal circumstances. "Don't roar, it only shows your weakness at the moment." Knight stretched out his right palm, and the roar of the poisonous dragon was suppressed by a pure magic power before it could touch his palm. Cobra felt palpitations. Sure enough, there was no ordinary person among the 10 saints. What a strong magic power, a roar that could be blocked by just relying on condensed magic power. "Go, Kyubirios!" Cobra didn't want to fight at all. After temporarily losing his sound magic, his strength was also greatly reduced. Knight shook his hands and fanned away the poisonous gas that was spreading around him. "Sorry, I forgot that you can't hear the sound for the time being." While speaking, he turned slightly and punched the side of his body. Boom! The atmosphere cracked. The vibration force spread in a straight line. The speed of vibration propagation far exceeded the flying speed of the flying snake. Less than 0.1 second. Cobra was hit in the chest by a vibration force from behind, and he spit out blood with a puff. Consciousness is going to. Cobra felt that his brain was shaken evenly, his eyeballs rolled up, and he lost consciousness in an instant. With a bang, he fell heavily into the forest. The live broadcast screen faithfully recorded this scene. The barrage seemed to be cleared, and there was a brief blank. After a long while, it finally recovered. "One punch to kill a kid?" I don't know who started the barrage, but after that, the screen was full of 153 Lingwu, Sodi Shirayuki, 4/4 flowers. As Cobra was defeated, he lost consciousness. The raid of the 6 demon generals came to an end. Soon after, the magic bomber slowly took off, carrying the expeditionary coalition to the base of the 6 demon generals. As prisoners, Sono, Lisa, and the unconscious Cobra were all taken on board. The 3 were placed in the corner of the deck, guarded by Melty. Lisa couldn't help but look at her companions. Sono was holding a cup of hot tea, playing mahjong quietly by himself without any sense of being a prisoner. "Are you still in the mood to play games? What else can you do if you don't play mahjong?" Lisa was speechless on the spot. Also a prisoner, Sono's treatment was much better than his. Even his ring was not confiscated, and there was hot tea to drink. On the deck, Jenny is still working hard on the live broadcast, proudly introducing the magic bomb boat under her feet to the audience. "This is our Blue Pegasus famous magic bomb boat, Christina." "Hey? Didn't you say it was blown up just now?" Seeing that there were comments asking, Jenny was also a little confused. "I don't know, you have to ask Knight about this." After a pause, she laughed again. "Next, we will take this magic bomb boat to the base of the 6 demon generals and deal with the remaining 3 6 demons at the same time. Now we are about 10 minutes away from the destination. There is still some time. Let me introduce the participants of this crusade coalition to everyone." Jenny ran to Yi excitedly. "General, this is our Blue Pegasus strongest wizard, also Yi Wang Dilai Shao. At the same time, he is also the leader of the crusade team Men sent by the guild this time. Mr. Yi, what do you want to say to the audience now?" Facing the live camera, Yi immediately adjusted his white suit, posed in a pose that gigolos often use to flirt with girls, and said in a magnetic voice, "I am Yi, born for you." Jenny. Even if they are in the same guild, sometimes they can't stand a night of conceit. The barrage passed by. "Jenny sister, can you change one?" "My eyes, my eyes." "If you close your eyes, the sound is still very nice, only limited to the sound." "Sir Knight, I want to see Sir Knight." Jenny glanced at the barrage and was about to say, "We have other handsome guys in Blue Pegasus." Ye saw the barrage on the screen and raised his mouth slightly. Through the battle just now, we defeated 2 more 6 demons. After that, I will face the remaining 3 people. Please enjoy my heroic fighting style, men. It was Knight who defeated me, okay? Jenny complained in her heart, Mr. One Knight, you were kicked in the chin by Lisa. After you fainted, did your memory become confused? On the other side, Natsu jumped up and down like a monkey, running around excitedly. Wendy, your magic is really effective. I am no longer seasick, ahahaha. That's good. Wendy forced a smile, but she was dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Happy said, why can't the magic that heals the sense of balance be used on yourself? Xiaolulu rolled her eyes at him, will your Natsu eat the fire he spits out? No. Happy answered quickly. The same reason, Wendy's healing magic can't work on yourself. At this time, Knight came over, touched Wendy's head, and comforted her. Hold on for a while, we'll be there soon. Mr. Knight. Wendy covered her mouth, her eyes were about to turn into mosquito coils. Don't vomit. Knight hurriedly supported the little girl. With someone holding her hand, Wendy felt a little better. Opening the backstage of the Magic Network, Knight paid attention to the live broadcast data. Current number of people in the live broadcast room, 32,827. It is about 90% of the total number of users on the entire network. Knight nodded secretly, getting closer and closer to the target of 99%. Suddenly, to the northeast of the magic bomber, a surge of magic power rose up. Is it the nirvana that the 6 demon generals want? Hippies controlled the spacecraft with a shocked face. The dark magic gave people a creepy feeling, and just seeing it from a distance would give them goosebumps. Nirvana? Knight raised his eyebrows, just received a private message. It was a private message from a small account. He did not open it, but controlled the thought tool man far away in Magnolia. Leader, the thing has been found, Voldemort. Leader, are you watching the live broadcast too? Leader, soon, the bright world will be destroyed by me, you can enjoy it in the live broadcast room. Voldemort, I just did a divination for you, you will have a bloody disaster. Knight is very interested in the super magic nirvana that reverses good and evil. Hippies, head towards 10 o'clock. Understood, Mr. Knight. Hippies immediately controlled Christina and changed the course of the spacecraft. The magic bomber moving at full speed was very fast, and it was approaching the target in a straight line from the air. It didn't take long before it was near the black light that shot into the sky. Everyone came to the edge of the deck and looked down. Miss Urusha? Jenny blinked in surprise, suspecting that she had seen it wrong, too. That's her mother. Nate thought, although they look alike, Ulu is more mature. Of course, it is normal for strangers to be confused when they suddenly see each other. They are fighting with the 6 demons. Hippies looked solemn. Jenny quickly turned the live camera to the battle situation below. Activity Plaza. Hot AI held the Bible in his hands, his eyes emitting golden light. Suddenly, the earth softened, as if it was manipulated at will like sand. Faced with such a powerful earth magic, Urusha just stretched out her hand in the air. The silver-grey magic circle suddenly unfolded. The soft earth that was sandy solidified and collapsed in an instant. Get out of here, I have nothing to do with you. Urusha said coldly, with your magic, it is meaningless in front of my arc of time. At the same time, not far away, Yu held the Sodi Shirayuki in his hand, facing the Dark Knight who was blocking the way, and his tone was much more polite than his daughter. Can you please move aside? I just want to settle accounts with your leader. Looking for your father. Anya stood still. Father is unsealing nirvana and cannot be disturbed. I will be your opponent. He hooked his finger provocatively. Seeing this, Yu had to draw out the Sodi Shirayuki. She hadn't used this magic item Knight gave her yet, and was looking for that bastard Brian. Before revenge, let's test the water with the person in front of us. You are the son of 1.2 Brian? Is he worthy of having a child? When he thought of his experience of being deceived, Wolo felt very angry. Dance, Sodi Shirayuki. A soft voice of liberation. At first it was just an ordinary knife, but after absorbing Wolo's magic power, it quickly burst into a flash of white light. Its shape changed. The whole knife became snow white, and a long white ribbon appeared at the end. It's so cold. Anya shuddered, and then froze for a moment. He raised his hand and touched his face, and unknowingly, a thin layer of ice appeared on his skin. Can the cold air be transmitted from such a long distance? Above the sky, Jenny broadcast the battle situation below to the entire network audience. What a beautiful knife! Who is that? Wolo. Someone recognized Wolo. Knight happened to see this barrage, thinking that it must be Grey who posted it. 154 Mirror Flower Water Moon Black Winged Demon Senbonzakura. Fairy Tale, Guild Tavern. Grey stood up all of a sudden, looking at URU in the live broadcast, showing an unbelievable look. URU. She is really alive. He thought of the last guild ranking match. URU showed up to fight him, tested his strength, and then took the initiative to admit defeat and disappeared. After that, he asked Knight, and Knight asked him to reach the king rank first before telling him the truth. Since the official version of Magic Arena was released, he ranked whenever he had time. So far, 6 wins and 0 losses, still in the bronze rank. Seeing that the master was still alive, Grey was shocked and happy. The same feeling was also felt by Leon. URU. That's my master URU. Leon said blankly. Why is he alive? He saw with his own eyes the forbidden magic absolute ice released by URU. Deliura was sealed by URU. He even spent 3 whole years on Garna Island to unlock the absolute ice. Your master. Yi thought for a moment. URU, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Men. Teacher Yi was a great magician 10 years ago. It was she who sealed the demon Deliura that ravaged the north, which caused a sensation at the time. Hippies is worthy of being the master of ancient book magic, and knows a little about various intelligence. I remember that before in the villa, Miss Yerusha said she was Uru's daughter. Yi suddenly realized, and then froze. Isn't she dead? Ignoring the confused 18 people, Knight said to Jenny. Miss Jenny, remember to take a handsome picture of me later, I'm going to deal with the leader of the 6 demons. As he said, Knight turned into a beam of golden light and suddenly flew towards the sky-high black light. The golden light left a beautiful arc in the sky. Jenny immediately locked onto Knight and tracked his whereabouts. Hippies, let Christina catch up. After saying that, she changed the title of the live broadcast room. Shock. The Lord of the Demon Network versus the 6 demon leaders, the winner will be. Under the black light that soared into the sky, Brian raised his hands high and gradually unsealed Nirvana. As the former director of the Magic Development Bureau, a mere seal could not stump him at all. Suddenly, Brian's face froze, and he turned around and looked up at the sky. A beam of golden light came from the horizon, and with a thud, it fell in front of him. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Brian smiled and said, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Knight. Your internet magic can be called divine magic, enough to be called magic that involves the realm of God. Nate looked at the other person. He has a wand in his hand, dark skin, white hair, and a coat. There are dark lines on his face. From the perspective of the 6 eyes, Brian's magic power is about 5.5 stars, about to reach the level of 6 stars, a little stronger than Laxus. Knight thought for a while and said, How long will it take to remove the Nirvana behind you? Brian grinned, 3 minutes. After a pause, he opened his arms, walked towards Knight step by step, and spoke enthusiastically. Knight, a genius wizard like you, why should you condescend to a small guild? With your talent, there should be a wider world as a stage. In 3 minutes, Nirvana will appear, and this world will be under your control. Why not cooperate with me? Knight shook his head, not interested. Brian's face sank. Why? What attracts you to fairy tale? The atmosphere of the guild? A comfortable life? President Makarov's trust? Or, a beautiful and cute girl? Many thoughts flashed through Knight's mind, but he just chuckled in the end. I'm broadcasting live on the entire network. Brian, what do you think the audience wants to see most? Brian frowned. Such a direct rejection, it seems there is no room for negotiation. In this case, he can only use violence to arrest the person. I won't hurt your life, but your talent should be used by me. He raised the wand in his hand, and the dark green magic power was in the magic condensed in the skull of the staff. The next moment, the magic staff pointed. Eternal Dark Rondo. A high-speed rotating dark magic attack. Nate's eyes focused, and he didn't waste magic power to block it. With a thought, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Teleportation magic? Brian noticed the flow of magic power and immediately waved his magic staff to sweep to the right. Eternal Dark Rondo was like a rapidly cutting electric saw, sweeping across an area. Nate teleported to Brian's right side, his right hand formed into a claw, and directly grabbed the opponent's rotating magic attack. What? Brian was shocked. I should be surprised. I can actually capture the traces of Flying Thunder God. It's amazing. Nate stretched out his left hand and grabbed Brian's forehead. Strong hand cracked the skull. The vibration force erupted instantly. Brian's body was unbalanced, and his head was pressed hard to the ground and pressed into the ground. Immediately, there was a bang. The ground cracked, the vibration force spread, and a deep pit collapsed within a radius of dozens of meters. In the deep pit, Brian maintained a strange backward posture with his head stuck in the ground. Nate stood aside and said, "The audience in the live broadcast room likes to watch gorgeous magic. I heard that when you were the director of the Magic Development Bureau, you developed hundreds of magic. Show some of your skills." Brian pulled his head out of the ground, quickly retreated, and pulled a distance. He wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his expression solemn. The name of Saint Ten is indeed not an ordinary person. Hurry up, do something gorgeous, otherwise, I will have to kill you. Nate's eyes were calm. I usually don't like to kill people, but in your case, I don't mind crushing your heart. As he said, the 5 fingers of his right hand formed a claw shape. Suddenly clenched. Reverse magic heart mastery. Boom, boom, boom. Brian seemed to hear the beating of his heart, and the beating suddenly stopped at a certain moment. He instinctively felt the danger, and a chill spread from his spinal cord to his whole body. Without time to think, he retreated quickly. And the moment he dodged, the position where he stood before seemed to be frozen in time and space, and all the vibrations disappeared. After maintaining this suppressed vibration for a few seconds, it suddenly broke out. With a bang, the shock wave spread. Brian sweated coldly. What kind of magic is this? Just a moment ago, he almost died. The heart was crushed in the air? How did he do it? I have never seen magic before, and I can't understand it now. Brian stretched out his left palm in the air, gritted his teeth and snorted. Gorgeous magic? Use your body to feel it. Self-disciplined collapse magic circle. Nate raised his head slightly, and above his head, a dark green magic circle was forming rapidly and getting bigger and bigger. The 6 eyes saw through the structure of the magic circle and instantly grasped its effect. It will crush everything around it, attract it to the center, and finally annihilate everything, ending with a gorgeous explosion. The power can probably flatten a mountain. Not bad, I like it. Knight's mouth curled up slightly, and he also stretched out his hand to draw a magic circle, What's it called? Self-disciplined collapse magic circle. He drew his finger in the air. In an instant, a magic circle was also born above Brian's head. Impossible. Brian said absent-mindedly, you can master it just by looking at it. He once taught Jalal this magic. But that was teaching by example. Jalal also mastered it after seeing it once. However, compared with Knight in front of him, it was nothing. He didn't teach anything, but the other party just watched him use it and learned it instantly. I don't believe it. Brian couldn't accept this outrageous thing, and said angrily, go to hell. Arrogant brat 367. The self-discipline collapse magic circle was completed, and the area opened was very large. The same magic circle was completed at the same time above his head. The next second, the two magic circles exploded at the same time. Boom! The power that was enough to wipe out two mountains exploded at the same time and almost at the same place. The sky-high flames rose up, and two balls of strong light shone in all directions. The magic bomb boat in the sky was swept by the strong wind, and the hull vibrated and shook. What a terrible power! Ye took a breath and quickly held the wall of the ship. Everyone stared at the situation below in amazement. Jenny also did not forget to broadcast the picture to tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. After a long time, the strong light dissipated. What appeared in front of countless people was a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Everything in the pit had been annihilated, revealing the bare Lois. Nate, are you okay? Jenny murmured with some concern. Above the cenote, a flash of golden light, Knight stood in the air, his Saint Ten robe fluttering in the wind. This magic circle is just a little slow in drawing, but its killing power is quite good. Nate thought, as a magic genius, the magic developed by Brian is indeed quite gorgeous. Six eyes searched for the other party's trace. At this time, the system prompt came again. Extra task, the number of people watching the live broadcast reached 99%. Extra reward, basic reward x 300%. Task completed. Reward randomly completed randomly. Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, Zanpakuto Blackwing Dama, Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu. 155 Complete Hypnosis. There are 6 demon generals, isn't it common sense? Basic reward x 300%, it is indeed 3 Zanpakuto. Nate happily thought that the task was easier to complete than expected. The 3 Zanpakuto were transformed by the system into holding magic items similar to Sodi no Shirayuki. Among them, Kyoka Suijutsu's ability is quite terrifying. The name of the ability is Complete Hypnosis. Dominate the opponent's 5 senses, and let him completely believe that the appearance, form, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object are what the master wants. Nate plans to use this knife himself. As for the Blackwing Demon and the 1,000 Cherry Blossoms, although they also have powerful abilities, they are icing on the cake for Knight. It's a little useful, but not too useful. Rather than letting them gather dust in your hands, it's better to give them to your girlfriend to strengthen their strength. The Blackwing Demon can be given to Myra, and the other 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. Nate thought for a moment and decided to give it to Urza. Urza's costume magic relies heavily on weapons and armor. With this knife, her strength will definitely be greatly improved. It just so happened that Urza gave him a set of magic armor before, and he didn't think about what gift to give in return. Just give her the 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. At this time, boom! A loud noise came from the ground. Nate came back to his senses and looked down. The ground bulged, and a disc-shaped city broke out from the depths of the earth. 6 long legs extended from the edge of the city, holding up the city. From a distance, it looked like a giant crawling creature. The live broadcast room's bullet screen suddenly exploded, and countless bullet screens floated by like snowflakes. What is this? A city buried deep underground? So scary, it looks like a living creature. Jenny didn't forget her job, glanced at the enthusiastic bullet screen, and immediately explained. It's Nirvana, what the 6 demon generals want. A magic that replaces light and darkness, and at the same time, it is a forbidden magic that is sealed. Magic? It's obviously a city, but it's actually a magic? What does it mean to replace light and darkness? Jenny quickly glanced at the barrage and continued to explain. Nirvana can turn good people into evil, and evil people into good. In short, it turns good people into bad people, and bad people into good people. 400 years ago, the world was in flames. The neutral Nebit tribe lamented the misfortune of war and created magic to maintain the balance of the world. Now it has been sleeping for 400 years and is once again seeing the light of day. In the center of Nirvana, on the top of the tower, Brian stood on the platform with a magic wand in his hand, admiring the ancient city in front of him. Dong, a golden light descended behind him. Brian did not look back, but opened his arms and said, "Look, Knight. This is Nirvana, the city where ancient people lived. Under our feet is the audience hall, which is also the center that controls the movement of the entire city." As he said, he activated the control center. A circle of hexagonal golden icons lit up around the platform. Finally, a huge emblem like a phoenix spreading its wings appeared in the center of the audience hall. Knight operated his 6 eyes to the limit and quickly analyzed the magic core of Nirvana. At the same time, he said, "You want to use it to seize the world." Brian laughed and turned around. "First, we have to destroy a guild, the Demon Cat Inn." Knight complained in his heart. What gave Brian such confidence? What can a mere Nirvana do? Do you think you can succeed? Brian grinned and said, "Not long ago, I reached a cooperation with Hades, the president of Demon Heart. The content of the cooperation is very simple. Demon Heart destroyed the headquarters of the Magic Council and got what they wanted. And the 6 demon generals seized Nirvana. The council is busy now, and there is no chance to cast magic spirit power here. What else can stop me? Nate, I admire your talent. Now I ask again, don't you want to cooperate with me?" While speaking, Nirvana under his feet has taken long steps and headed towards the northeast of the sea of gas trees. It can cover a long distance with one stride. Nate couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Brian narrowed his eyes. Nate clenched his right fist, and the magic power in his body was concentrated on one fist. 1 star. 2 stars. 3 stars. A punch of 3 stars of magic. Earthquake. Boom. After a dull sound, the atmosphere cracked like a spider web. The vibration force was like 6 white spider silks, rushing towards Nirvana's 6 legs. Brian's face changed. "Stop." With a bang, the ancient city shook violently, and all 6 legs broke. The disc-shaped city held in the air suddenly fell. It hit the ground heavily. Brian staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. He stared at Knight with bloodshot eyes and said with gritted teeth, "You bastard! It's almost time, and you should leave." "Thank you, I have learned some new magic knowledge." Knight retracted his 6 eyes and ended his analysis of Nirvana. "Change clothes." A flash of white light, Knight had a samurai sword in his hand. Break it, mirror flower and water moon. Magic props? Brian observed intently, his expression alert. Nirvana will not be damaged so easily, it has the function of self-repair. As long as the expeditionary coalition is repelled here, the plan can proceed smoothly. However, at this moment, poof! A sharp blade pierced his chest. Until the pain came, Brian's pupils contracted, and a flash of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Knight seemed to appear out of thin air, came to him without warning, and stabbed him in the chest with the knife he had just taken out of his clothes. Duplicate? Brian's eyes passed Knight in front of him and looked further away. The figure that should have stood in place was like a burning white paper, turning into ashes and dissipating. Illusion magic. Brian spat out blood and was furious. The illusion magic that was more powerful than the illusion magic of the Dark Knight had no flaws before being stabbed. Knight pulled out the mirror flower and water moon and shook off the blood on the blade. Brian covered his wound, and the magic wand in his hand fell to the ground. He stepped back a few steps and fell on his back. In the live broadcast room. What happened? Why is Brian standing there stupidly, waiting to be stabbed? Illusion magic? Is he dead? Are all the 6 demon generals finished? Nate couldn't see the barrage, and he had no interest in watching it. His mission had been completed, and the live broadcast didn't matter. Looking at the wand Brian dropped, he chuckled. Just like there are always 5 of the 4 heavenly kings. There are 7 of the 6 demon generals, which is also common sense, right? Do you want me to help you? Nate took a step forward, raised his right foot and stepped on the skull of the wand. Bang! At the critical moment, the wand was startled and quickly dodged the attack. Wait, wait! The wand flew into the air in panic, and the green magic crystal in the skull flickered. Mr. Knight, Lord Knight, I am innocent, I am not the 7th of the 6 demons. 156 Soul Cage, Game NPC Reserve. Brian's wand is the 7th of the 6 demons, although he does not admit it. In the world of magic, cats can talk, and it is not uncommon for wands to talk. Spare me, spare me. The wand kowtowed hard, the body of the wand bent, and the skull knocked on the ground with a bang, bang sound. I remember you served as a staff officer among the 6 demon generals. Knight grabbed the wand in his hand, forgot his name, anyway, he didn't have much strength. Nothing. I am just a poor soul sealed in the wand by Brian. My name is Claudel. Lord Knight, please spare my life. Wand Claudel answered in a panic. Knight smiled and said, you don't think you still have a chance to wait for Brian to lift the seal, awaken the inner personality, and then turn the tables. Hearing this, Wand Claudel's heart skipped a beat. Seen through? Brian is not the president of the 6 demon generals. The real president is the inner personality Nothing. President Nothing is much stronger than Brian, and his magic power is enough to rival the 10 Saint Magisters. At least he is a step stronger than the newly promoted 10 Saint Knight in front of him. If President Nothing wakes up, there is still a chance to turn the tables. He is dead, and there is no chance of waking up his inner personality. Knight pushed the skull of the wand in front of Brian. Claude's heart trembled, and he had the opportunity to observe Brian carefully. Brian, lying on his back, covered the knife wound on his chest with his left hand, his eyes wide open, and died with his eyes open. Dead? Impossible, he was just stabbed in the chest, why did he die? Brian's soul disappeared. Claude screamed in shock. The next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. Its skull was pinched by Knight. With a bang, it was crushed alive. At this time, the magic bomber Christina in the sky finally landed, and everyone came to the audience hall. Jenny put the live camera in Brian's face. Friends in the live broadcast room, the leader of the 6 demon generals is sleeping peacefully. That means he is dead. Miss Jenny, do you have any misunderstanding about sleeping? As expected of the Lord of the Magic Network, Lord Knight, the leader of the 6 demons is no match at all. The barrage was full of praise for Knight, and there were also many courtship messages such as I want to give birth to your children. Natsu and others came to Knight. Xiaolulu flew over and asked puzzledly. Why what is Brian trying to control Nirvana to attack my and Wendy's guild? Because this thing was created by your president. Knight complained in his heart, but the result was beyond expectations and brought some disasters. Go ask your president. Knight patted Jenny on the shoulder and motioned her to give him the camera. Looking at the full screen of congratulations on the victory of the Crusade Coalition in the live broadcast room, Knight smiled and said, Dear audience friends, I am Knight. People from the council are also watching the live broadcast, right? Please come over to clean up after the war. Then, this live broadcast ends here, everyone, see you next time. Whether there will be a next time, Knight doesn't know, anyway, just paint a big picture. After cutting off the live broadcast, Knight thanked. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Jenny. You're welcome. I think the live broadcast is very fun. Will it be added in the future updates? Jenny smiled brightly. She felt that the live broadcast function this time was more interesting than any previous function. She liked the feeling of being the center of attention. After the magic network is updated, she must try live broadcast again. Version 0.7 will be updated in the near future. After thinking for a while, Knight added, the interface of the magic network will be updated frequently. With more and more functions, the original forum format is no longer beautiful enough. Then I will look forward to it. At this time, Leon suddenly remembered something. There are still 6 demons fighting. You wait for the people from the council here, I'll go and see. Knight left a sentence, turned into a golden light, and flew away with a whoosh. When flying down from the ancient city of Nirvana and landing near Uru and Aulusia, the battle here just ended. Aulusia easily defeated Het AI. And Uru also froze the Dark Knight with a knife. Knight. The two came forward together. Nate said, Brian has been killed by me, and I didn't give you a chance to avenge yourself. Hearing the news of Brian's death, the two women looked at each other. Altia took 2 steps forward and took Knight's arm affectionately. Dear, thank you for helping me and Uru to avenge. Although it was a bit regrettable that she couldn't beat the other person up personally, her boyfriend helped her beat him up, which was almost the same as her beating him up herself. And thank you for reviving Uru. Altia boldly hugged Knight's neck in front of her mother and gave him a kiss. Your mother is watching. Nate thought, Miss Witch is getting bolder and bolder. Fortunately there is no live broadcast now. He hugged Altia's slender waist and did not refuse Miss Witch's kiss. Uru smiled gently as he watched his daughter kissing Knight, without making a sound to interrupt. In fact, she knew that Knight was Altia's boyfriend a long time ago. She and Altia often chat through the magic network, how could she not know? Waited for a minute. Okay, can't you make out in private? Uru put one hand on his waist and said in a pretended angry tone. Altia's delicate body trembled, she was startled, and pushed Knight away with a blushing face. Almost forgot that her mother was behind her. Mom. Altia said shyly. Nate finally reacted. Uru didn't seem surprised at all about his relationship with Urusha. After thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. Was he teasing him by saying I will give you my body in front of the villa? Nate looked at Uru suspiciously. Uru seemed to understand his eyes, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Nate, I'm going back to the deep web space first. You want to go back? Nate said in surprise, you can move freely in the outside world now. I like that place and want to stay there for a while. Uru shook his head, don't you welcome me? Your apprentice Leon, don't you want to meet him? He has already graduated, don't meet him. Uru answered willfully, and smiled, hurry up, let me in, someone will come over later. Knight opened the authority and sent her back to the deep web. In a blink of an eye, the person disappeared, but Sodi no Shirayuki stayed. Spirit can enter the deep web space, but magic props cannot. Knight walked over to pick up the Zanpakuto and sent it into the dressing space. Turning back and asking curiously. When did your mother know about our relationship? She knew it a long time ago, Altia said with a smile. It was the day after you, the bad brother, tricked your sister into going to the hotel. Did I lie? I just want you to call me brother. Knight rolled his eyes at her. So, Uru knew a long time ago that he and Altia were lovers. When he was attacked by the 6 demons before, he told him, I will give you my body, and even said, how many children do you want? You are teasing me on purpose. I was looking forward to it. Let's go, move these two people away first. Nate glanced at the unconscious head AI and the frozen dark night. Aolucia refused immediately, no. Move it yourself. Sister only allows her brother to touch it. She doesn't want to touch other men. Nate. You just want to be lazy. Nate thought and separated a thought body, letting the thought body cooperate with him, carrying one back to the magic bomb boat. All 6 demons have been solved. Angel, captured. Lissa, seriously injured. Cobra, seriously injured and unconscious. Hoda, unconscious. Dark Knight, frozen and unconscious. Leader Brian, dead. It was not until the evening that the Council's mandatory restraint troops finally arrived. After thanking Knight and others for their activeness, they took all the 6 demon generals away. After that, everyone boarded the magic bomb boat and went to the demon cat hostel of Wendy and Xiaolulu's guild. At this time, in the lounge inside the magic bomb boat, Knight lay on the sofa and closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the deep web. The dark world. Brian opened his eyes. Where is this? With him, the magic wand Claudal also opened his eyes. This is the soul cage. Accompanied by a male voice, Knight appeared in front of Brian. After appearing, he tapped lightly. With a snap, the darkness faded. Then, a prison gradually took shape in the gathering of countless zeros and ones, imprisoning Brian and Claude respectively. Knight. Brian touched his chest in shock. There was no knife wound. It was not the flesh, but the soul. Don't be surprised. Knight smiled slightly, this is the talent base of game NPCs. You two should stay here. Well. Game? What does it mean? Brian wanted to ask, but Knight had disappeared in this strange space. Except for the prison, the outside world seemed to be a nothing world, with nothing. Brian felt palpitations. 157 Use KISS, add the live reward function, 4/4 for monthly tickets. Killing Brian and imprisoning the other party's soul was just a matter of convenience. Maybe in the future, a larger game will be developed, and how to deal with the game NPC is also a problem. Lock it for a while first. Knight left the soul cage, and with a thought, he appeared in the space where you lived. In the ice and snow, a small wooden house stood there alone and quietly. There was a little snow in the sky, like countless silver flakes decorating the earth, white and pure. Knight was very concerned about Woolo's committing oneself to you, and he had to ask clearly, otherwise he would not be able to sleep tonight. Walking on the snow to the wooden house, Knight pushed open the small door of the wooden house, but did not see Woolo in the house. Hey? Where did you go? Scanning the house, Knight found that the back door was ajar. So he walked over, opened the back door, and came to the small yard behind the wooden house. There was an open-air hot spring in the yard, and a circle of pebbles were piled up beside the hot spring. It was snowing lightly, but the hot spring was steaming. In this world of ice and fire, Woolo was soaking in the hot spring comfortably, with his head resting on pebbles and a white towel on his head. He looked very enjoyable. Because she had her back to Knight, Woolo didn't notice his arrival at first. She turned her head until the footsteps approached, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Hey? Why are you here? Do you want to take a hot spring bath together? Taking a hot spring bath on a snowy day, what is your unique hobby? Knight was speechless for a moment. He didn't remember that he had built this kind of open-air hot spring for Woolo. Did she do it herself? It's very comfortable, come on. Woolo laughed, stood up and pulled Knight. Knight noticed that Woolo was indeed naked, which was natural. Who would wear clothes when taking a hot spring bath? The fruitful results immediately attracted his attention. With a plop, Knight was dragged into the hot spring. It should be said that taking a hot spring bath on a snowy day has a special flavor. The temperature of the hot spring water is a little higher than the body temperature. When you soak in it, it's cold on the top and warm on the bottom. Knight's thoughts moved, and the clothes on his body disappeared instantly. It's really comfortable. Nate sat next to Ulu and enjoyed the snowy hot spring together. Ulu smiled and said, "When I was learning the ice-shaping magic, I often did this. It can relieve fatigue and help with practice." "Did you make this hot spring yourself?" "Yes." Ulu was relaxed. "I just made it. I just soaked in it for a while and you came." After a pause, he smiled brightly again. "Before, it was a ghost that couldn't do it. Now I'm finally resurrected. Of course, I have to enjoy the happiness of the snowy hot spring." "You are quite good at enjoying it, but this is fake after all. All the feelings are the simulation results of the deep network." Nate thought for a while. "Next time, you can go outside to experience the real snowy hot spring." "Okay, I'll go together then." Ulu's eyes were full of smiles, like peach blossoms in full bloom. "You came in to find me well, let me guess." After resurrecting, Uru was obviously in a good mood, and her tone was a little naughty. She moved her body intentionally and got closer to Night. She didn't stop until their arms touched and they could feel each other's body temperature. "When will the beautiful master give herself to me?" Night was speechless on the spot. Is it so easy to guess what he was thinking? Although he really cared about it. "Are you teasing me on purpose?" Night was helpless. "I almost took it seriously. I thought you didn't know the relationship between Ultia and me. I also know that you and Juvia are the same." Uru kept laughing, her eyes curved into crescents. "Ultia told me a long time ago, I just pretended not to know." Night thought when he heard it it was a waste of time. "I'm not teasing you, I'm serious." Night was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ulu. Ulu smiled shyly, and whispered, "You are so good to me, what else can I do except repay you with my body?" As she said, she sat on Night's legs, hooked her hands around Night's neck. The two faced each other. Ulu tried her best to control her shyness, and said with a smile, "But don't let Urusha know." Night was surprised. Are all girls in the other world so bold? Knowing the relationship between him and Urusha, she still wanted to answer him. Thinking in her heart, her hands had already formed their own ideas, and she quietly hugged Ulu's waist. After resurrection, Ulu's skin was as delicate and smooth as a girl. "Don't you think I'm a scumbag?" Night couldn't help but say. "You are a very good man, a very good man." Uru's eyes were serious, his face flushed slightly, "But for the first time, I want to be outside, okay? The simulation of the deep web space is the same as the real one." "But Uru didn't want to be here either." Night subconsciously hugged Uru a little tighter, "Then sit on my lap. You can kiss me." Uru smiled and closed his eyes. "Can I touch you?" Night was getting more and more demanding. Uru opened his eyes, lowered his eyebrows and said angrily, "We agreed that we must not let a third person know about our relationship, especially Urusha. If she knew, I would want to die. It's said to this point, no man can bear it. Okay, hide it from her, don't let others know." Night hugged Uru tighter and kissed Uru's red lips. Magic Blaster, Christina. Lounge. Jenny came in with a plate of juice. Seeing Night sitting on the sofa and taking a nap, she put the juice down gently. Night almost defeated all 6 demon generals by himself. He must be very tired, right? I wonder if he will dream when he rests. Will he have a good dream? Jenny wondered curiously. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Night opened his eyes. "Thank you." "Ah, did I wake you up?" Jenny apologized quickly. "Why don't you take a rest for a while? It will take more than an hour to reach the Demon Cat Inn." "You didn't wake me up, I was kicked out." Knight complained in his heart, saying that he would let me kiss and touch you, but you didn't let me touch you halfway. Damn, women are fickle. However, when he thought of Bayoda in reality, Knight couldn't help but look forward to it. It doesn't matter. I've had enough rest. Knight took a sip of the juice and then opened the programming tool of the Magic Network. The live broadcast function has been tested and everything went smoothly. The only problem is that the consumption of magic power is really huge. He previously adopted the method of robbing the rich to help the poor, asking people with stronger magic power to provide more magic power, and asking people with weaker magic power to provide less magic power. But this just happens to maintain the balance. In short, no magic power is earned. He worked hard for a long time, but he just completed the task. The magic power consumed by users watching the live broadcast was used to transmit the picture and sound of the live broadcast. Of course, it is not to say that this is bad, and it is not bad to complete the task. But Knight still thinks that he should make some money. Therefore, he needs to modify the algorithm of magic power consumption. Seeing him start working, Jenny was not in a hurry to leave. She curiously sat next to Knight and watched. What are you doing? Improve the live broadcast program. I don't understand. It will be troublesome if you understand it. Knight thought to himself, sometimes I can't understand it after writing it. If I add a reward function to the live broadcast, do you think anyone will reward it? After thinking about it, Knight asked. Jenny hosted the live broadcast, so she should have a say. Jenny tilted her head. Reward. Knight explained, it's. He briefly introduced the live broadcast reward. After listening, Jenny smiled, can it make money? Is it okay? Knight rolled his eyes at her, so do you think someone will give rewards? Of course. Jenny nodded, and said without thinking, don't you know how much the Magic Network points are worth now? The Magic Network forum has a special points trading post. This is not a function developed by Knight, but a spontaneous behavior of users. There are always people who lack points, and it is too slow to get them by signing in, so they can only buy them from others with money. Thinking of this, Knight decided to add a reward function to the live broadcast, which consumes points. In fact, he can set it as a cash reward, but Knight doesn't want to do that. He is no longer short of money just by selling rings. The last batch of 30,000 second-generation rings has been sold out, and he can go to Lucy's father to share the money when he has time. It is estimated that he can get tens of millions of J. This is just the first batch. As the production of rings increases, Knight will have too much money to spend. So, Knight made some modifications to the live broadcast function. Jenny has been watching from the side and doesn't feel bored. An hour later, Yaya came to the lounge and told the two Magic the Guild of the Demon Cat and has reached the 1000th. 158 guild newcomers, 1 cat and 2 dragons. Following Yaya to the deck, everyone was already there. Seeing Knight appear, Leon hesitated to speak. Where do you want to ask you are you? Knight knew what he wanted to ask as soon as he saw his expression. After thinking for a while, he said. Your master said that you have already graduated. She often plays Magic Arena. If you reach the king rank, you may be able to rank with her. King rank? Leon's eyes flashed. There are only 200 kings, and the positions are fixed. One goes up, and one goes down. However, the Magic Arena has just appeared, and there is not a single king at present. Not to mention the king, there is not even a gold rank wizard. But Leon believes that as long as he ranks diligently, he will be able to reach the king sooner or later. I understand, I will become the king. Leon said solemnly, and did not ask about URU. He wanted to become the king, and then defeat URU in the ranking, and truly surpass his master. He thought that this dream could not be achieved, but he did not expect that URU was alive. Leon ignited his fighting spirit. Knight and others got off the spaceship, and the people of the Demon Cat Inn were already standing below to greet them. As half of the owner, Wendy happily introduced to everyone, "This entire tribe is our guild, the Demon Cat Inn. Although it is just a small guild and cannot receive any decent commissions, we are rich in textiles here." Speaking of the guild where she has lived for 7 years, Wendy's tone was very proud. President Robin Lou stood in front of the crowd, with his hands behind his back and his back slightly hunched. Fairy Tale, Princess of Snake Scales, Blue Pegasus, and Wendy and Charlu. Thank you for defeating the 6 demon generals and successfully stopping Nirvana. I, Robin Lou, on behalf of the local Union Alliance, would like to express my gratitude to you. You're welcome. Nate smiled and observed all the guild members in the Cat's Inn with his 6 eyes. Except for the President Robin Lou, they were all thought bodies. It's amazing that one person can create so many thought bodies, and each one is vivid. Yaya stepped forward a few steps and said in a magnetic and pleasant voice, "President Robin Lou, this fierce battle with the 6 demon generals is definitely not an easy victory. However, the strong friendship between companions will eventually lead us to victory." Men. He flirted and posed, intoxicated by his speech. As expected of a teacher. As expected of a big brother. As expected of a master. The 3 cowherds applauded. Xiaolulu complained, "So, why do the names keep changing?" Ultia covered her mouth and chuckled, all the credit was taken away. Nate looked at this scene with amusement, thinking it was a bit funny. Yi Yi's performance continued. Hi. Mr. Yi Yi. Mr. Yi Yi. Very active. Very active. Yi Yi said a sentence, and the supporting actors followed. Great. Great, great, great. Then the 4 cowherds began to dance a funny dance, jumping left and right, clapping and dancing. Come on, everyone in the Demon Cat Inn, come and dance. Yi Yi invited with the expression of a handsome cowherd. Great. Natsu and Happy joined in immediately. Wendy, who was infected, also clapped and danced subconsciously. Then she realized that she was a little embarrassed and immediately blushed and picked her feet. Ha ha ha. Nate couldn't help laughing out loud. They were a bunch of funny people, but Wendy's reaction was very cute. Only the people in the Demon Cat Inn didn't change their expressions. Yi and others who were shocked were like being struck by lightning, and their movements were stiff in place. Ha! Robin Lou sighed, "Everyone present, you must have a lot of questions about Nirvana and the Nebbit tribe." The lively atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Yi said in a deep voice. "Indeed, why did Brian want to destroy your Demon Cat Inn as soon as he got Nirvana?" From the depths of the gas forest to the Demon Cat Inn on the northeastern edge of the forest, there are closer guilds. For example, the Blue Pegasus. "I'm really sorry about this," Robin Lou said. Natsu scratched his head, "We don't care at all." "Right, Happy, Knight, and Altair." Happy nodded, "Love." Altair blinked, "I don't care about Nirvana, but why are there so many thoughts?" As he said that, he looked at Knight. Even she could see through it, so Knight with 6 eyes could certainly see through it. As a girlfriend, she understood immediately when she saw Knight's expression. Knight seemed to know. Wendy smiled gently and said, "President, I don't care at all." "Wendy, what I'm going to say next is about you." Robin Lu had a kind face, as if he was looking at his granddaughter for the last time, and looked at Wendy deeply. This look made Wendy a little uneasy. Then Robin Lou turned to look at Knight. "Mr. Knight, I hope to ask you for a favor after listening to the explanation." "Don't worry." Knight pondered for a moment and said, "I can see at a glance that you are an undead, and it seems that you have reached your limit." When this was said, everyone showed surprised expressions. Robin Lou shook his head. "Mr. Knight, you want to help me? There is no need. I am very pleased that a wizard as talented as you can emerge in this era. With you here, Nirvana will never fall into the hands of evil people, I can rest assured. Night. If it weren't for the live broadcast task, he wouldn't want to meddle in other people's business. Even if he didn't take action, wouldn't there be other Holy 10 wizards? Brian wanted to rely on Nirvana to act as the judge of light and darkness, which was purely a dream. Next, please listen to everything quietly. Knight knew everything he said. But the others didn't know, and they were stunned. The first thing is that Robin-Lu is not a descendant of the Nebbit tribe, but the Nebbit tribe itself. The second thing is that 400 years ago, Nirvana was created by him. The third thing is that the purpose of creating Nirvana is to prevent the world's war, but powerful magic often comes with side effects. Nirvana will store the same amount of darkness as it turns darkness into light. All the darkness taken from people will fall on our Nebbit tribe. Hearing this, everyone has imagined a hellish scene. The Nebbit tribe members who hope for peace have fallen into darkness, and a tragic massacre broke out within. I am the only one who survived by chance. My body has long disappeared, and now I am just a spirit similar to a thought body. I am atonement, or waiting for someone to replace me and completely destroy Nirvana. At this point, Robin looked at Knight and smiled with relief. Now, my mission is finally completed successfully. Seeing this smile, Knight felt a little bit of enlightenment in his heart. Will people dislike living too long? Yes. This person in front of him is. He has a way to help Robin live, and Robin knows this, but he refuses. President. Wendy's heart trembled. She saw a bunch of light spots coming out of the president's body. Robin smiled. Don't be sad for me, Wendy. As he spoke, the many thought bodies he created were also disappearing. Goodbye, Wendy. Live happily from now on. Go to Fairy Tale, the cat and will no longer exist. Be careful not to catch a cold, Wendy. Charlulu, please take good care of Wendy. These thoughts all have different personalities, and they bid farewell to Wendy and Charlulu with smiles on their faces. Magna. Babel. Pask. Naokai. Wendy burst into tears. I don't want it. Everyone don't disappear. I love the guild the most, I love everyone the most. Her crying could not stop it. When the last thought disappeared, it was Robin-Lu's turn. Magna. Babel. Pask. Naokai. Wendy burst into tears. I don't want it. Everyone don't disappear. I love the guild the most, I love everyone the most. Her crying could not stop it. When the last thought disappeared, it was Robin-Lu's turn. I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. 7 years ago, a young man came to where I live. He called himself Jalal. He brought you here when you were unconscious. I saw the boy's sincere eyes and agreed without paying attention. Robin-Lu smiled helplessly, but Wendy, you also know the existence of parallel worlds, right? The benefactor you are looking for is not Jalal in this world. He may be from another world. President. Don't disappear. Don't cry, Wendy, and Xiaolulu. Robin-Lu finally said goodbye with a kind smile. You no longer need the illusory companion of thoughts. From now on, live well with your real companions. Goodbye. When the last word fell, Robin-Lu turned into a magic element in front of everyone and completely returned to nature. No. Wendy's cry was heartbreaking. Nate didn't know how to comfort her. Robin-Lu was unwilling to accept his help. He couldn't force people to stay in the human world. 4.2 Wendy, Knight squatted down, touched her head, and smiled. There is a paradise in this world. Your president just went to heaven. We will meet again in the future. Really? Really? Knight nodded seriously. He did not lie to the little girl, nor was he simply comforting her. In the world of fairy tale, there is indeed a paradise after death. No, to be more precise, it is the world where the soul is. After Robin disappeared, the demon cat inn was actually disbanded. Although Wendy and Xiaolulu were very sad, they followed back to the spaceship of the Blue Pegasus. After that, the magic explosive boat went to the scale of the Snake Princess first to send Leon and Shirley away. It was not until the next day that they arrived at Magnolia. After saying goodbye to the cowherd group and Jenny, Knight returned to the guild with Altair, Melty, Natsu, Happy, Wendy, and Xiaolulu. In response to their triumphant return, the guild immediately held a banquet. Another day passed. Early in the morning of the next day, President Makarov formally introduced the new members to the guild. "Hello, I'm Wendy, and she's Charlulu. Hello, everyone." Beside Makarov, Gajeel spoke awkwardly, "I'm Iron Dragon, Gajeel. Please give me your advice." 159.0.7 version update. Boys kiss and touch breasts, isn't that common sense? Pictured is Lucy. At the celebration banquet yesterday, everyone in the guild already knew about the situation of the Demon Cat Inn. It was not surprising that Wendy and Charlulu joined. But Gajeel's appearance was completely unexpected. "Gajeel. Hey, Charlulu, see you again." Gajeel grinned. As the culprit who destroyed the guild last time, it was a bit embarrassing to come and join Fairy Tale. Seeing the angry Natsu, he became more friendly. "Why is Gajeel of Phantom here?" Everyone looked at the old man. Makarov said with a smile. "After the celebration party yesterday, I saw this guy wandering around and brought him back." "Old man." Natsu clenched his fists, his throat was on fire. "Calm down, Natsu, the phantoms have been disbanded, let the past be the past." Makarov put his hands behind his back, and he could understand Natsu's anger. "But to be honest, you guys usually destroy the house. Even if you say so, I won't agree if I don't beat him up." Natsu jumped up and used the Iron Fist of Fire Dragon on Gajeel, shouting, "Gajeel! I won't stand here and let you beat me in vain, Fire Dragon." Gajeel felt that he had been in prison for more than a month and had received the punishment he deserved. Now he is released from prison and has started a new life. Seeing Natsu attacking him, he launched a counterattack without hesitation. Iron Dragon Sword. The two started a passionate fight on the spot. Others saw that this was too much. How dare a mere newcomer be so arrogant? Partially accept the beast arm. Elfman raised his right arm. "Natsu, I'll help you." "It's so noisy, can we go outside to fight?" Grey took off his shirt in an instant, and when his fists touched, the air was filled with cold air. Macau stood up, and a magic circle was born in his palm, spraying purple flames. Purple rainstorm. Wakaba blew out a smoke ring, and the smoke formed fists, and also joined the melee. Smoke assault. The clanging sound broke the tranquility of the early morning. A large melee broke out in the guild tavern with more than a dozen people, and all kinds of magic were cast randomly. The old man was so angry that his beard trembled, and he was about to turn into a giant to suppress these bad boys. Suddenly thought of something. "I'll leave it to you later, Ursha. It's great that there is someone who masters time magic in the guild." "Leave it to me, President." Ursha nodded with a smile. Wendy was startled by the melee in front of her. "Ah, I'll get hurt." Happy complained calmly, "Love, it's common. It's really a noisy guild." Xiaolulu was full of black lines. Myra Jane covered her cheek with one hand. Ah, it really became like this." Suddenly, a stool flew from nowhere and hit the poster girl. Nate grabbed the table leg. "Myra, do you have a strange physique that attracts throwing objects?" Myra Jane changed to covering her face. She was often hit by strange things in the past. No one stopped them. Natsu and others fought very passionately. "You punched and kicked me, and every punch hit the flesh. You can't even tear down the husky." Knight complained in his heart that he did not join the battle. If he had joined, one punch would have reduced the guild to ruins. The noisy tavern was not suitable for writing code, so Knight simply returned to the apartment. There were many things to update in version 0.7. In addition to the main live broadcast section, there were also many scattered modifications. After returning to the apartment, Knight worked overtime to start the final sprint, striving to complete the update of the version content before dark. The time spent writing code passed quickly. It was noon in a blink of an eye. Someone knocked on the door of the apartment. "Come in." Knight stopped working, looked up and saw Lucy's dress, was stunned for a moment, and smiled. "Is it the maid Lucy today?" The blonde lady in a black and white maid outfit looked cute. Lucy came to the tea table familiarly and put down the carefully prepared lunch. "I didn't see you at the guild. You're writing code at home, but you can't skip lunch," he said, and then complained, "Really, if I didn't take care of you, I suspect you would get a stomach disease sooner or later." Yes, you are so capable," Knight thought with a smile and picked up the chopsticks without hesitation. "That's right." The chopsticks stopped in front of the rice. Knight suddenly remembered something and looked up and said, "Does the 200,000 kiss count?" "Ah." Lucy blushed immediately and said shyly, No, it's just a joke." "Really?" It turned out to be a joke. That gift is also a joke. Nate shook his head regretfully. "I have gone through so much trouble to find a super magic that suits you." "Super magic?" Lucy opened her beautiful eyes wide and glared at him in shame and anger. "Damn Knight, bullying me as soon as he came back." She just remembered that Knight had said before that he had prepared a gift for her. It turned out to be super magic? "It seems to be." Lucy hesitated for a while, blushing and mumbling softly. "Kiss you must not tell anyone." If others knew that she sold her kiss to pay off her debt, would she still have the face to see people? No face to see people. But if the object was Knight, Lucy would not be so resistant. On the contrary, her heartbeat was a little faster. "This is a little secret between us." Nate was happy in his heart, and he didn't care about eating. He reached out and held the little face of the maid Lucy. "I kissed?" "Don't talk, idiot, you're so shy." Lucy had a fearless expression and didn't dare to open her eyes. She was like a stiff sculpture, with her head slightly raised, and the trembling of her lips betrayed her nervousness. Knight didn't continue to tease her, and leaned over to kiss the young lady's lips. When she was kissed, Lucy's body trembled, and the strange and familiar touch came again. The last time Knight kissed her, it was a sudden and unprepared act. But this time was different, she was fully prepared. So the feeling was different. The warm touch from the lips seemed to gather all the touches of the whole body. Lucy's mind was blank, and she was intoxicated by it. "So is it so comfortable to kiss a boy? Is it because the person you are kissing is Knight?" Lucy thought vaguely. Until a certain moment, she suddenly felt that her giant panda was grabbed by a hand. "Ah!" Lucy pushed Knight away, blushing and hugging her chest. "What are you doing? You may not believe it, but hands have their own ideas." Nate laughed dryly. "When a man kisses a girl, his hands will move on their own." "I don't believe it." "Stupid Knight." Lucy blushed and said angrily, "I won't kiss you anymore." "Humph!" She snorted and ran away shyly. Such an innocent reaction, a little cute. Nate watched her run out of the room with a smile, thought for a while, opened the magic network and sent her a private message. "Sigma Man, debt 38.7 million J. Work hard to make money, no, zohunghung.jpg. Work hard to make money, it's 38.697 million J. No, miss, you are really good. You didn't forget the lunch. Was your shyness just now fake?" Nate complained in his heart, and saw Lucy. Another message came. "Work hard to make money, that's not right. You just touched my panda, you'll have to deduct 10,000 more. Sigma Man, I only touched one, so it can only be counted as 50,000. Proud.jgp. Work hard to make money, Shut up, idiot. Remaining debt, 38,597,000 J. After teasing the young lady, Knight was in a much better mood. After eating the lunch prepared by the young lady, he had to praise that Lucy's cooking skills had improved thanks to his supervision. Will you come to deliver food later? Nate thought, don't be so shy that you ignore him for a few days. He shook his head and continued to write code. He wrote until he reached the end of the page, and finally completed the update. After checking it carefully again, he immediately chose to publish it. At the same time, he also wrote an announcement. Everything was ready, and Knight pressed the synchronization button. Magic Internet Alpha 0.7 version update announcement. 160 Jenny's late night live broadcast, don't you thank the leader? Magic Internet Alpha 0.7 version update announcement. 1. Added a new section Magic Network live broadcast to Magic Internet. 2. Added a new function video chat to Magic Internet. 3. Added the function friend battle to Magic Arena. Now you can invite friends to compete, and the results of the competition will not be counted in the ranking points. 4. The login interface of Magic Internet has been optimized and is now more beautiful. 5. Some program errors of Magic Network Express have been fixed. Now you don't have to worry about strangers sending you explosive magic crystal. 6. The error of long queue time in Magic Arena has been fixed and it has returned to normal. Generally, wizards make money by completing guild commissions. But Jenny Wright doesn't need it. As the poster girl of Blue Pegasus, she never does commissions and can also receive a basic staff salary from the guild. In addition, she is also the top guest model of Weekly Sosara. Some fashion brands will occasionally send a business order, asking her to help promote the new trendy women's clothing. Therefore, Jenny is not short of money. She does not live in the girls' dormitory of King's Pegasus, but buys a 3-bedroom and 2-living-room house near the dormitory. At this time, Jenny's home. Just after taking a shower, Jenny wrapped a bath towel around her and cut a plate of fresh fruits for herself in the open kitchen. The Magic Network interface opened in front of her was chatting with her friend Myra Jane. Suddenly, the Magic Network was disconnected. Jenny was not unfamiliar with this scene, but his eyes lit up and his face was filled with joy. Nate updated the version. When he opened the Magic Network again, he saw the version update announcement. Jenny read the announcement carefully. A lot of things have been updated. Can I live broadcast now? She closed the announcement with interest, and then saw the difference in the interface. When you entered the Magic Network before, you would directly see the forum. But it is not the case now. It is the desktop. It is like the workbench desktop of a magic workshop, with various magic props on the table. For example, there is a crystal ball on the table, and the words written under the crystal ball are Magic Network Live Broadcast. For another example, there is a bookshelf on the upper right corner of the quaint desktop, and a few books are placed crookedly on the bookshelf. Clicking it will enter the library. In addition, there is a cute penguin icon in the lower right corner, and it turns out to be the friend system. Jenny studied it inside and out and couldn't help laughing. It's more beautiful than before. When using the Magic Net, it's like sitting in front of a table full of magic props. Different magic props represent different functions. What she cares about most is live broadcasting. Jenny clicked on the crystal ball and immediately entered the live broadcast section. Because of the newly updated function, there is nothing in the section now. I want to try it first. Jenny looked down and saw that her toes were not visible. It was obviously not appropriate to put on a bath towel. She put down the fruit knife, ran into the bedroom to change into a red dress, and then came to the living room and fumbled to start live broadcasting. At the same time, she didn't forget to send a private message to Knight. After Knight updated the 0.7 version, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting for a long time, he stretched his waist and groaned comfortably. The next work is the magic app for the time being. Just when I was about to go to Lucy next door to eat, a friend sent a private message. I clicked it and saw several messages. Levi, Juvia, Urza, Kana, Jean. All girls. Juvia greeted him as usual at night and sent a cute photo of her in pajamas. Urza said that she had worked hard and needed to have a good rest. Nate patiently replied to the private messages from his two girlfriends. Half an hour passed in this chat. Finally, after coaxing his two girlfriends to sleep, Knight opened the private messages from others. Levi, Master, this update is so great, we can even video chat. Libby, I just tried it with Lucy. Everything works fine. Sigma Man, what are you talking about? Libby, novels. Lucy has written a novel. I really want to read it, but she wants to wait until she finishes it before showing it to me. Lucy writes novels? Knight vaguely remembers it, it seems true. Immediately thought of a good idea. Sigma Man, you have been learning programming for a while. I will give you an assignment. Libby, I don't know anything. Staring.jpg. Sigma Man, don't underestimate yourself. Try to write a function that allows novelists to publish their novels on the Magic Network. Libby. Libby, I understand, Master. I will work hard. Struggle.jpg. The little apprentice is really useful. Knight chuckled and clicked on the next one. Kana said that she was a little upset recently and wanted to find someone to drink. Forget about drinking. Knight replied and asked her what happened, but Kana seemed to be asleep, maybe drunk, and didn't reply. Finally, it was Jenny's turn. Jenny, Knight, I'm live streaming. Jenny, come and see. Jenny, I saw you were online, if you don't reply, I'm a puppy. Roll your eyes.jpg. Live streaming? Knight curiously opened the live streaming section, and was shocked when he saw it. Wow, it's only been updated for more than half an hour, and there are more than 20 live streaming rooms? Not only that, there are quite a few people in each live streaming room. Some have hundreds of people, and some even have thousands. The most popular live streaming room is indeed Jenny Leah Wright. The number of viewers is as high as more than 3,000. This data is not inflated. Knight didn't do anything fancy with the popularity value. The number of people is the real number. The popularity brought by the live broadcast of the crusade against the 6 demon generals? Knight thought to himself and clicked on Jenny's live broadcast room. Jenny smiled and greeted the audience in the live broadcast room. Knight noticed that her live broadcast background was on the sofa in the living room. Jenny in the live broadcast was wearing a red dress, dressed exquisitely and generously. Hello everyone, I am Jenny Leah Wright, the magician of the Blue Pegasus. If you need a commission, you can enter the Blue Pegasus Guild section of the Magic Network and make an online commission. It's super convenient. Promoting your own guild in the middle of the night? Knight didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really thought of using live broadcast to recruit clients for the guild. Now there are only more than 36,000 users on the Magic Network, most of whom are in the same industry. Knight noticed that Jenny's gift list was empty. No one sent a gift? It's too pitiful. Is it because the audience is reluctant to give up points? Nate thought about it, clicked on the gift option, picked the most expensive one and clicked to give it away. Instantly, a gorgeous holy light special effect appeared in the barrage of comments on the screen. User Sigma Man gave the anchor a super magic fairy laws. The sudden special effects not only shocked the barrage, but also Jenny's beautiful eyes. Super magic gift. Jenny's expression was full of joy. It seems to cost 1,000 points. The cheapest gift is 1 point, and the most expensive is 1,000. The barrage was shocked. This is 10 days of sign-in points. You can sell it for a lot of money on the trading post. Han. Sigma Man? Knight. Knight's Magic Network nickname was quickly recognized. Then a large number of barrages such as I want it to and Sir Knight, give me some too floated by. Knight was a little helpless and made a mistake. He had to open a small account in the future. Seeing Jenny's dazed expression on the screen, Knight couldn't help but type teasingly. Sigma man, little anchor, why don't you thank your number one brother on the list? White eyes.jpg 161 eat uru, 4/4 ask for flowers. The top brother on the list? Jenny blinked during the live broadcast, and occasionally heard some new terms from Knight. But after thinking carefully, it is easy to understand the meaning. Thank you, Knight. Jenny glanced at her gift list, and Sigma Man was at the top with a high reward of 1000 points. This is natural, he was the only one on the list. Sigma Man, that's all? What else do you want? Jenny had a question mark on her head, she had already thanked him. Sigma Man, you need to show your talents. As a host, how can you keep my heart if you don't show your talents? Do you still want to be rewarded? Will you still reward? Jenny's eyes sparkled. Although she is not short of money, she will be very happy if someone gives her points, especially if it is Knight who gives her points. If I try harder, maybe I can lure Knight to the Blue Pegasus. Talent I can sing? Knight, do you want to listen? Jenny left the live broadcast camera excitedly, and after a while, she came back with a harp. Harp? Knight was surprised, he had never seen anyone play the harp before. Sigma Man, you can play the harp? Jenny was confident, I can. Knight thought of Myra Jane, our poster girl can also sing, and she sings very well. So, he quietly appreciated the singing voice of the poster girl next door. Considering that it was late at night, almost 10 o'clock, singing would disturb the people. Knight snapped his fingers, and 237 released the reversal magic silence, locking the sound in the room. Jenny's voice was very beautiful, as romantic as an angel singing. Accompanied by the melodious melody of the harp, it was like a beam of light from heaven, healing the hearts of the audience. The song was finished. The screen was full of comments like applause.jpg and good music. Nate had to admit that although he didn't understand music, as an outsider he could feel that Jenny sang very well. God's favor, right? This is God chasing after her and feeding her. It's okay that she's good looking, but she's also very talented. How is it? How is it? Jenny asked with a smile, even though she couldn't see Knight's expression. Is it good? Do you want to listen more? Give me a reward. No, sisters will ask for rewards? Nate laughed and shook his head, is there anyone as direct as you? User Sigma Man gave the anchor a super magic fairy's law. X10. 10 super magics were fired, and the screen was full of special effects. Jenny covered her mouth, her eyes full of surprise, and thanked her in a hurry. Thank you, Knight. Do you want to listen more? Sigma Man, you sang very well, I'll go to other live broadcast rooms to have a look. Knight cut out of Jenny's live broadcast room. Points are just numbers to him. There are more than 36,000 users on the network, and 3 to 4 million points are issued every day just for signing in. A mere 10,000 points, a drop in the bucket. I looked for other live broadcast rooms, but found nothing interesting. They were all people who were trying out new features and were not ready to live broadcast seriously. Suddenly, a title caught his eye. Rabbit Maru's Magic Classroom. Rabbit Maru. Knight opened the live broadcast room and saw a familiar face. Isn't this the former S-Class Wizard of Phantom, one of the 4 elements, Big Fire Rabbit Maru? Rabbit Maru in the live broadcast stood in front of a blackboard, teaching the audience fire magic seriously. Knight watched curiously. It took more than half an hour. Rabbit Maru's explanation was very detailed. Knight raised his right hand while listening, and an idea came to his mind. With a puff, the flame burned in his palm. In half an hour, Knight learned the basic fire magic. Not bad, you taught me well. Is this considered a job re-employment for an unemployed wizard? He immediately rewarded the other party with a super magic. Without communicating with the other party, Knight turned off the live broadcast. When he looked at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. He was too lazy to even eat, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then went to bed. Turn off the lights and lie on the bed. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. No, I can't sleep. Since I set out to fight the 6 demons, I have been abstaining from sex for several days. I have 3 girlfriends, why do I have to sleep alone? Knight got up and thought about who to find. Arisa and Zhubaya is in the girls' dormitory and has fallen asleep. It's not good to disturb them. That can only be Ursha. When Knight thought of Ursha, he thought of Ulu. Knight snapped his fingers again and summoned Ulu from the deep web space. Although the beautiful master is a special spirit, she still needs to sleep. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Ulu covered her mouth and yawned lightly, her eyes a little tired. Knight looked at the beautiful master, wearing a sexy black underwear, and the moonlight in the middle of the night perfectly outlined her figure. Miss you? Knight nodded, pulled Ulu to the bed, and pressed her under him. Ah! Ulu screamed, looked into the eyes close to her, and immediately understood what Knight wanted to do. He couldn't help but blush and his heartbeat accelerated. Don't chase me away this time. Knight thought about it and expressed his attitude seriously. He didn't want to get it done halfway and be tortured in the second half. You blushed and nodded, and after a while, he showed a shy smile. You must keep it secret from Urusha. This is a secret between the 2 of us. No third person is allowed to know. Okay. Nate leaned over and kissed Uru's lips, and his hands began to go deep into Uru's back, easily untying the restraints. The bright moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, bringing a faint light to the men and women who were indulging in lust. Omitted 10,000 words. The next day, early in the morning, Nate woke up refreshed. Uru was still sleeping soundly, as if dreaming of some happy time, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Nate carefully admired her sleeping face and couldn't help but kiss the beautiful master on the face. Uru opened her eyes in a daze and saw the handsome smiling face of the man. I want to kiss you back. She smiled and threw herself on Knight, leaving a piece of saliva. Knight patted her buttocks. Get up, you like to stay in bed too. No, I want to sleep. Then you have a good rest. Knight pulled his hand out of Uru's arms, got up and went into the bathroom to wash. After changing into clean clothes with the dress-up magic and preparing to go out, he found that Uru had fallen asleep again. Knight did not disturb her. Recently, she had abstained from sex for several days, which led to her not being able to control her impulse yesterday, which seemed a bit too much. After all, it was the first time for Uru to be resurrected with a special spirit. But Uru accepted everything very gently, which made Knight a little embarrassed when he recalled it now. Next time, take her to the North Territory to soak in the snowy hot springs. Thinking in his heart, Knight left the apartment. Remembering that he still had 2 Zanpakuto that he hadn't given away, he sent a message to Urza. Sigma man, come, I have a gift for you. Urza replied in seconds. Knight, gift? Where? I'm looking forward to it. Smile.jpg. Sigma man, Eastern Forest. Knight thought about it and chose a sparsely populated forest, hoping not to disturb Ms. Polishika. Soon after. Eastern Forest. Iluza came to the meeting place in an ordinary girl's private clothes. Knight opened his arms and hugged her tightly, chuckling. Guess what the gift is? It's hard to guess. Urza smiled, is it jewelry? The earrings Knight gave her are now on her ears. Iluza subconsciously guessed at jewelry. Knight whispered, change clothes. A flash of white light, a Zanpakut suddenly appeared in his hand. Sword. Iluza took the sword in surprise, and the moment she held it, she immediately felt the difference. This is a magic item. It's called Senbonzakura, and it has a very strong ability. It can be released in 2 stages, the initial release and the final release. Knight explained it and then suggested. Would you like to try it? With your magic power, if you want to final release, you should be able to do it. Hearing this, Urza looked at her boyfriend with emotion and nodded seriously. I will cherish it. As she said this, she followed Knight's instructions and injected her own magic power into the blade. Final release. Boom! The sky-high magic power burst out, and behind Urza, huge blades condensed, and then suddenly scattered into hundreds of millions of pink cherry blossoms. 162 2 Super Magics, Fairy's Glory and Fairy's Ball. How is it? Is this knife fun? What a powerful knife! Urza opened her red lips slightly, looked up in surprise, and the sky was full of cherry blossoms, and the scenery was beautiful. However, all the beautiful scenery is an illusion. These hundreds of millions of cherry blossoms are actually sharp blades. Arisa found that she could control these blades with her mind. With a thought, countless cherry blossoms gathered into a huge cherry ball in the air. Suddenly, the cherry ball dispersed, and the cherry blossoms washed the ground like a waterfall. It's so hard to control, and it requires a lot of mental strength from the operator. Urza felt a little tired. Don't be impatient, try more, and get used to it. Nate himself has Jinghua Shuiyu, and he has some experience in using Zanpakuto. After thinking about it, he made a suggestion. You can try to nourish it with magic every day. Will it work? Urza wondered. Sword Zen is also part of the training. Knight smiled and said, anyway, get used to it slowly, I will practice with you. Okay. Urza nodded, and a charming smile appeared on her delicate face. Next, Knight accompanied her to practice in the eastern forest. Urza was a little uncomfortable at first, but gradually she mastered some tricks. She found that as long as she controlled it with both hands, the control accuracy of the cherry blossom blade would increase several times. At the same time, in order to prevent the blade from hurting herself, she realized the no-injury circle by herself. That is, within one step, the cherry blossom blade will not come in. The existence of this area ensures that Urza will not be hurt by her weapon. After practicing for a while, Urza released the dissolution. She was a little out of breath and held the tree trunk. The dissolution consumes a lot of magic power. Knight walked over, took Urza's hand, and injected his magic power into her body. In fact, the magic power between different people cannot be given randomly. After all, not everyone is Natsu, who can rely on the special physique of the Dragon Slayer mage to forcibly merge the magic power of others. But there is no particular conflict between Knight and Urza's magic properties. With the nourishment of her boyfriend's magic, Urza's face returned to rosy, and then she thanked him seriously. Thank you, Knight, I like this gift very much. It is a magic prop that greatly improves her strength, and it must have taken a lot of thought. There is no need to be so polite, you are my girlfriend. Knight was helpless, why is this girl always so serious? Urza was also a little embarrassed. Sorry, should it be like this? She smiled and tiptoed, and kissed Knight on the face. Then the two hugged each other. In the next few days, Knight was busy. Accompany Urza to practice, date Juvia, visit Ursha's new home on the night, and then secretly do love without telling Melty. And you are you. Nate also accompanied her, and he tried his best to take care of every girlfriend. Fortunately, Knight has deep magic power, and ordinary men like him will only overdraw. Of course, in addition to accompanying his girlfriend, the more important work of developing the magic app was not neglected. At noon that day, Nate came to the guild. Morning, Myra. It's noon now, Knight. Myra Zhen was holding drinks and serving everyone in the guild. After seeing the gentle smile of the poster girl, Knight's fatigue from writing code all night yesterday was swept away. Overslept. You need to have a good rest on the night. Myra Zhen was helpless. Thank you for your concern. Knight smiled. By the way, where is the president? The president is in the office. Does our guild have such a thing? Knight asked in surprise. Myra couldn't help laughing. Knight, have you taken a good look at the rooms in the guild? Your design drawings at that time were too abstract, who could understand them? Knight complained in his heart, but he couldn't say it. If he said it, Myra would definitely cover her face and cry. Although it was fake crying. I'll go find the president. Knight left a sentence and didn't disturb Myra's work. He went straight to the second floor and found Makarov's magic breath through the 6 eyes, so he found the president's office. There is also Laxus's magic in the office. Knight knocked on the door. After the sound of knocking, Makarov's answer came from inside. Come in, Knight. Knight pushed the door open and a figure blocked him. I caught you. Laxus grinned. I invited you to play through friends, why don't you agree? After the 0.7 version update a few days ago, Magic Arena can now play with friends. Laxus has been inviting Knight, but he was automatically rejected every time. I'm busy developing a magic app. Nate used the bear's hands.jpg. Besides, if you fight me, have you thought about how to resolve my instant movement and card magic? If you don't find a way to deal with it, it's impossible to win. You will only be killed instantly. Laxus snorted, I've been thinking about it for a long time to find a way to deal with it. How about going to the arena now? I have something to do with the president, you wait a minute. Nate really admired him, he just wanted to win back. Although it's not hard to understand. If someone else beat him first and then killed him in seconds, Knight would also want to win back. Men are more or less competitive, it's engraved in their genes. Makarov said with a smile. What's wrong? President, I have made the magic app. Knight walked around Laxus and came to the desk. Hearing this, Makarov was dumbfounded on the spot. Are you kidding? It's really made. What is that? Laxus looked curious. A new function that allows everyone in the guild to use the fairy law. What? Laxus suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Zero seeking flowers. Super magic, the reason why it is called super magic. In addition to its amazing destructive power and lethality, it is also difficult to practice. Now Knight told him that everyone in the guild can use the laws of fairies in the future. If it weren't for what Knight said, Laxus wouldn't believe a word. Makarov came back to his senses after a long while. Is it really done? Would the president want to try it? I'll send you the beta version of the program. Knight opened the magic network and sent the beta version of the magic app to the fairy head. At the same time, he asked. President, does what you said before count? Makarov received the app, looked up at Knight, and pondered. If you can learn it, this is also a kind of inheritance. As he said, he opened the drawer and took out an ancient magic book. It looked a little worn out, and the binding thread was broken. This magic book was written by the first President Mavis, and it records the 3 super magics of fairy tale. No, such a valuable magic book is just placed here? Knight was surprised. He was really not afraid of being stolen. Makarov smiled and said, here you go. Just read it here. Don't take it out. I understand. But don't you test the magic app first. Since you dare to show it to me, I certainly believe you. Makarov said with a smile, it's the same after you finish reading it. Knight was very grateful for this trust. He took the magic book and took out the magic item Win Song's glasses from the dressing space. Knight read the entire magic book at dozens of times the speed, and it took only an hour and a half. It is much simpler than ordinary magic books. It does record the 3 super magics. Super judgment magic, fairy law. Super eradication magic, fairy glory, and the absolute defense magic, the fairy ball. Did President Mavis write it too simply? After reading it, Knight complained, "Let's not talk about the fairy law, can the other two really be learned? No wonder it can be placed casually in the office. The fairy law is written in more detail, occupying more than half of the text." Afterwards, it may be that Mavis felt it was too troublesome. Then he used the remaining space to briefly write about the fairy's glory and the fairy ball. In this regard, Makarov was also helpless. So, the three great super magics of the first generation, the people who come after, whether it is the second generation or me, can only learn the fairy law. As he said, Makarov laughed again. "But, Knight, I believe in you, with your talent, you may be able to pass down the other two super magics from this magic book." Knight: "It's better to ask Mavis directly than to learn from this magic book." Yeah, he can go directly to Mavis. That little lowly cough, the first generation president is on Tenro Island. It's a ghost sword. 163 Knights Reversal Magic vs Laxus's Thunder Dragon Mode. Tenro Island, also known as Fairy Island, is the holy place of the Fairy Tale Guild. At the same time, it is also the resting place of the first generation president Mavis Viviamilio. This place is often used as the examination venue for the S-Class Wizard Promotion Competition. However, the S-Class exam is held in December every year. It's only late September now. It will take more than 2 months to pass the S-Class exam and go to Tenro Island. Knight decided to go quietly alone. The question is, where is Tenro Island? He only remembered that if he wanted to go to this island, he needed to take a boat at Harjan port. While thinking, Knight returned the ancient magic book to the president. Makarov put it back in the drawer. Laxus sat on the sofa nearby and almost fell asleep after waiting for more than an hour. Seeing that Knight had finally finished reading the magic book, he immediately invited him to a battle. This time, Knight did not refuse and decisively agreed. He wanted to see how Laxus would deal with his teleportation. "President, wait for me for a few minutes." Knight found a seat and sat down, opened the magic network, and accepted Laxus's battle invitation. "Your friend Laxus invites you to a magic duel, do you agree?" The moment he clicked agree, the two of them entered the game world at the same time. The old man opened the friend list and found Laxus's name, and the name showed Magic Arena Battle. Click to enter the friend viewing mode. The next moment, the screen in the game appeared in front of him. Knight vs Laxus, who will win this time? Makarov drank a sip of tea and watched the battle quietly. Seaside Arena. With a flash of white light, Knight and Laxus's spirit bodies appeared on the beach. The sea water rushed over, just covering their ankles. Laxus grinned, "Seaside map? It reminds me of Garna Island." On the beach of Garna Island, the two fought for the first time. In that battle, he couldn't even touch the corner of Knight's clothes, and was fooled by the opponent's instant movement from beginning to end. "Hurry up and start, use any new tricks." Knight waved his hand, indicating that the opponent should attack first. Thunder. Dragon mode. Laxus didn't waste any words and started the second stage on the spot. The violent lightning made a hissing sound around him, and Laxus' arms suddenly swelled up and his body expanded. Lightning scales appeared on his arms. The lightning power released under his feet attacked Knight along the sea water. Knight just flew lightly into the air and chuckled. "The battlefield is in your favor, but I can fly. By the way, unlike Natsu, you are a second-generation dragon slayer." "That's right. My Dragon Slayer magic is provided by the Dragon Slayer magic crystal in my body." Laxus' body was flashing with lightning, and his face was serious. "When I was a child, I inherited the old man's powerful magic. My body couldn't bear it and I was often sick. My father buried the Dragon Slayer magic crystal in my body. This situation is similar to Ursha. Ultia also inherited Ursha's powerful magic when she was young. However, Miss Witch obviously didn't have a father who could bury the Dragon Slayer crystal for her. Nate thought for a moment and said, "Do you know what the Dragon Slayer crystal is made of?" Without waiting for Laxus to answer, he continued. "The heart of a dragon." Laxus smiled when he heard this. What would happen if the second-generation Dragon Slayer drank the magic power of the first-generation Dragon Slayer? Nate raised his eyebrows. Laxus took out a bottle of magic recovery potion from behind. He flicked the wooden cork of the potion with his right thumb, and the next moment, he raised his head and drank it. Boom! The flames soared into the sky. The Fire Dragon Slayer magic power and the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic power combined, and the moment the magic power merged, a power far beyond the limit burst out. "Magic fusion," Knight said in surprise. "How do you have Natsu's magic?" "Ah!" Laxus screamed in pain, his eyes turned white, and his consciousness entered a manic state. "I dare not use it casually in the outside world, but it doesn't matter in the game anyway, I won't die." "Nate, this is the Thunder Dragon mode of me and Natsu. Don't blink, I won't let you use instant movement." With a bang, the sea surface exploded, revealing the beach. Laxus jumped up, and the strong power of his feet burst out instantly, leaving a hole on the beach. The speed was very fast, and ordinary people's naked eyes might not be able to see it clearly. But Knight can. The 6 eyes can still easily capture Laxus's trajectory. However, the speed was indeed very fast, so fast that he didn't have time to use Flying Thunder God. Knight's right fist met the attack. The punch wrapped in the power of vibration collided violently with Laxus's punch wrapped in thunder and fire in the air. Boom! The supersonic shock wave was visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions and reaching the edge of the map in an instant. The ocean below was in a huge wave. The two men's punches directly evaporated the sea water, forming a hollow area directly below. Magic fusion is really powerful. Knight couldn't help but praise. "Ha ha ha, why don't you teleport to dodge? Is it too late?" Laxus laughed proudly. "Your Flying Thunder God magic has a fatal weakness. Teleportation depends on coordinates. Last time in the battle on Goner Island, I discovered that you will engrave coordinates all over the battlefield through vibration. But it takes time, although it is very short, but as long as I am fast enough, I can stop all this from happening. Knight, I won this battle." With a roar, Laxus knocked Knight back with a punch. Knight turned into golden light, and with a whoosh, he went around behind Laxus. At the same time, he threw out 3 cards. "It's useless." This fragile space seal. Laxus turned his head and breathed a dragon, the roar of the Thunder Dragon. A huge thunder flame that combined the dual attributes of lightning and fire sprayed out from Laxus' mouth. It destroyed 3 cards in an instant and then swallowed Knight. With a bang, smoke and dust rolled. In the explosion, Knight slowly landed, and a milky white magic shield appeared around him. Laxus fell to the ground right after him, frowning at the scene. "It's not so easy to win, but the advantage is mine. Indeed, your Thunder Dragon mode is still very strong. In terms of the amount of magic, it has surpassed me." Knight smiled lightly, with a look of relief like an old father. "What are you laughing at?" A cross appeared on Laxus's face. "You showed the results of your practice during this period, and I'll show you something fun." Knight put his palms together, and the magic formed a pure white ball between his palms. The magic rose sharply. 1 star. 2 stars. 5 stars in a flash. What kind of magic is this? Laxus was stunned for a moment. This kind of magic felt wrong. "Do you think I will give you a chance?" Laxus roared, and punched Knight with his right fist. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. A huge lightning fist, wrapped in scorching flames, rushed towards Knight. Just as it was about to hit, at this moment, reverse the magic of the silent world. The white ball between the palms released 1,000-foot light. In a blink of an eye, time and space stagnated. The Thunder Dragon's collapse fist hovered in front of Knight. In the distance, Laxus also maintained the posture of punching out. The sound disappeared, and the vibration disappeared. It was as if time had stopped flowing. Knight walked towards Laxus. This reversal magic is difficult to use outside, and it is too difficult to use, but in the world of games, you are not the only one who can do whatever you want, little brother. While speaking, he stopped in front of Laxus and chuckled. It seems that I still win. 164. Go to Tianlang Island. God waiting girl Lucy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. When the time and space stagnated for 5 seconds, the flow of time seemed to restart. Laxus' pupils contracted. The next moment, a strong suction force came from behind. What? Laxus was stunned to find that he was locked in the card again. Reality, the president's office. On the sofa, Laxus suddenly raised his head, his face still blank. The memory stayed at the time when he used Thunder Dragon's collapse fist, followed by a strong white light. Then, he lost and was teleported out of the arena. Nate, that was the reversal fusion magic of two magics just now, right? The old man was shocked. Laxus didn't know the situation, but as a spectator in reality, he saw it clearly. Although he couldn't experience the power of this magic, he could infer it from the display effect on the screen. Nate nodded and said, "It is the reversal magic of super magic vibration and space-time magic Flying Thunder God. Because it involves the fusion of two reversal magics, it is difficult to use in reality. It is a very difficult magic that is easy to fail even with 6 eyes. The first step is to reverse the two magics, and then to fuse the two reversal magics. The control of magic power is a great challenge for Knight. In other words, the game world is just a simulation result of the deep web, and the difficulty of using it is greatly reduced." After listening to Knight's explanation, Makarov was speechless. This difficulty is ridiculously high. Laxus used the magic recovery potion, drank Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic, and burst out the Thunder Dragon mode by the method of magic fusion, which was already jaw-dropping. But Knight's reversal fusion magic is even more terrifying. Time and space are stagnant. Young children are making progress faster and faster. Maybe one day Guildarts will return to the guild, and the title of the strongest wizard in the guild should be replaced. Makarov fell into deep thought. Knight's reversal magic is really interesting. He wants to try it. Laxus on the side is still confused. What reversal magic? Why did I lose again? Knight, what did you do? Reversal magic is actually very simple. Knight turned his head to look at him, stretched out his right hand, and with a puff, an orange flame ignited in his palm. This is ordinary fire magic. Then, he stretched out his other hand, and a blue flame rose up. This is the reversal of ordinary fire magic, and the effect is also very simple. It is ice and fire, which you can understand as burning ice. Laxus. Who can understand this? You might as well point to a screw and say, "This is a screw, go, use it to build a magic airship." It's very simple, right? Have you learned it? Laxus's face turned black, and he immediately turned around and left the office. "Next time I will definitely win," he said a harsh word without admitting defeat. Laxus came to the tavern on the first floor, and found Wendy with a glance. Wendy stood in front of the bulletin board, looking up to find her first commissioned job. Myra Jane stood beside her and said with a smile, "You can try to use online commission, it will be more convenient, Wendy." Suddenly, a voice came and interrupted the conversation between the two. Wendy turned around and saw Laxus approaching with an oppressive look on his face. Wendy approached Myra Jane fearfully. "Mr. Laxus, what's up?" "Laxus, you scared the newbie," the poster girl said while holding a tray. Laxus ignored Myra Jane and said seriously, "Wendy, you are the Sky Dragon Slayer, right? Please, give me some of your magic." Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic is not enough, how about Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer magic? And the Iron Dragon Gajeel? Laxus didn't believe that if he combined the 4 types of Dragon Slayer magic, he would still be defeated. As for whether the fusion could be successful, let's not worry about it for now. At worst, he would blow himself up, but the game world would not die anyway. When he heard his words, Wendy showed a blank expression and tilted her head. Ah! Office! Nate watched Laxus leave and shook his head helplessly. Don't worry about him, Laxus is like this. Makarov knew his grandson's temper very well, and said with a smile. Your existence stimulates him, he will try his best to become stronger and challenge you again and again. Why doesn't he challenge Gildarts? Gildarts? He hasn't been back for 3 years, and... The old man thought, Gildarts is his uncle, and you two are the same age. Knight didn't care. Compared with this, the magic app was more important. President, let me explain to you how to use the magic app. Next, Knight explained to the old man the results of his work during this period. The current magic app is only a beta version, and it only has 1 magic. Super Magic Fairy Law. This magic will not be made public, and only public members are allowed to use it. Once they leave the guild, it will be automatically recycled. It is bound to the guild's emblem and is passively triggered. When a guild member is in danger of life, the magic will be automatically released to eliminate the object identified as the enemy by the triggerer. At the same time, it cannot work on guild members. In short, if Natsu wants to kill Harpy, Harpy triggers the fairy law, and this magic is ineffective against Natsu. Passive trigger? Makarov was puzzled. Yes, if it can be released actively, I suspect that Natsu will use it as a firework. Knight said seriously. Hearing this, Makarov's eyelids trembled. He had no doubt that Natsu could definitely do it. After thinking for a moment, Makarov asked again. This is great, but some people's magic power is not enough to support the activation of magic, right? Considering this, I built a magic storage function in the magic app. Knight smiled slightly and said, you can store the magic power that you don't use at ordinary times in the magic app, and you can activate it when necessary. Of course, as a magic bank, it is reasonable for him to charge a little handling fee, right? For example, to activate a 3-star fairy law, at least 6-star magic power must be deposited. Makarov was shocked by Knight's wonderful ideas. Can it be like this? Knight sighed and said, however, there is a problem that cannot be solved. After a pause, he continued, the side effects of super magic. The law of the fairy will reduce its lifespan according to the number of enemies killed. With Knight's current magical knowledge, he tried every possible way but could not eliminate this side effect. Your worries are unnecessary. Makarov said with a smile, it is better to consume lifespan than to be killed by the enemy. That's what he said, but as a programmer, Knight always has a desire for perfection. Or the magic knowledge reserve is not enough. The law of the goblins is actually transformed from the law of black magic, and Mavis weakened the side effects. Why can't he do what Mavis can do? Go to Mavis for advice. Thinking of this, Knight said goodbye to the old man and left the office. When he went downstairs, he didn't see Lucy in the tavern. Speaking of which, Lucy has been avoiding him these days. Open the magic network and send her a private message. Sigma Man, Lucy, where are you? Even though she was online, Lucy took half a minute to reply. We must work hard to earn money, do you want to kiss me again? No. You will definitely touch me again. Angry.jpg. I will deliberately send an angry expression, which means I am not angry. Sigma Man, who do you think I am? Work hard to make money, pervert Knight. Stick out tongue.jpg. Sigma Man, touch me back. Roll your eyes.jpg. Work hard to make money, who cares? Sigma Man, come to Nanko Park, I will teach you the history of the star map and take you to a good place. Work hard to make money, I will not be fooled again. Half an hour later. Nanko Park. Lucy changed into a youthful and beautiful cute dress and stood in the shade of the tree waiting. Why are you so slow? Didn't you say you won't be fooled? Nate walked over and took her hand. Let's go, I'll take you to a fun place. Lucy symbolically pulled her hand away, and asked shyly, where are we going? Didn't you say you would teach me super magic? To the Guild's Holy Land, Tianlang Island, we will go quietly, without guns. Lucy blinked, her curiosity was aroused. Guild Holy Land. After a pause, she added, holding hands for 100,000. Nate. So, he said unhappily, are you a girl waiting for God? 165 Genemi is going crazy. Playing with Lucy on the Sea, 4/4. Please subscribe. The port city, Harjan. If you take the magic train, it will take 5 or 6 hours to reach the destination. In front of the flying thunder god magic, it is just a moment. The golden magic circle shines, and Knight and Lucy appear on the rooftop of a hotel. This is the 4th time to come to this town. The first time was for 7 million J, the second time was for after-sales service, and the third time was for a date with Urza. What are we going to do in the Guild Holy Land? To learn magic from the first-generation president. Knight took Lucy and left from the rooftop door of the hotel. The first-generation president. Lucy was puzzled and let Knight go. Knight held her hand and asked. Isn't she dead? So we are going to see a ghost. Ghost. Lucy was startled and had goosebumps. Ghosts sound eerie, but they won't eat people, right? Feeling the young lady holding his hand, Knight couldn't help but look back at her. Are you afraid of ghosts? No, I'm not. The first generation is very cute anyway, you'll understand when you see it. The two left the hotel and rented a fishing boat at the port, which was about 15 meters long. We left the port on the fishing boat and slowly headed towards the sea in the southwest. Since it's called a fishing boat, there must be fishing gear on the boat. Knight was free anyway, so he put up the bait and sat leisurely on the wall of the boat to start fishing. You are so leisurely and elegant. Lucy complained behind her, can't you fly? Just take me there in one go. You are too heavy. You are the heavier one. Lucy pinched Knight's neck from behind and shook angrily. Hey, stop it, our meal depends on fishing. The fishing rod in Knight's hand shook, besides, I don't know where Tianlang Island is. Ah? You didn't know you brought me out. I want to go back. Lucy shook even harder. Knight held the fishing rod in one hand and Lucy's hand in the other. I asked Myra, she has participated in the S-level assessment and knows the approximate direction. Anyway, it will take about a few hours to go straight from the port to the 7 o'clock direction. Is it really reliable? Lucy wanted to bite Knight's neck hard. By the way, how is the key I gave you last time? Knight used the topic to divert the attention of the young lady. 4 keys, 3 gold and 1 silver. The original owner was imprisoned, and the contract with the Star Spirits was automatically cancelled. Speaking of the Star Spirits, Lucy smiled, so, I easily reached a contract with the Star Spirits. They were originally your mother's Star Spirits, so of course you can easily make a contract. Nate thought, the eldest lady is ignorant of her Heartfilia family name, which is an ancient family of Star Spirit wizards. Judah really didn't tell her anything? Hehe, let me show you. Lucy took out a Gemini key and chanted. I am the one who connects the road to the Star Spirit world. You, respond to my call and pass through the door. Open, the door of the Gemini uterus, Jamie. A golden light flashed, and crying Jamie and smiling Minnie appeared together. Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt, see you again, Knight. The two elves ran to greet Knight as soon as possible. Knight's heart moved. Jameen, can you copy Lucy? Sure. After a puff of white smoke, the second Lucy appeared. Lucy herself couldn't help but complain, "Why would my star spirit listen to you? Charm of personality." Knight grinned, "Jameen, what kind of person am I in Lucy's eyes?" After thinking about the transformed Lucy. "A very powerful genius wizard, and a handsome guy, the type I like. He is very good to me, and he bullies me honestly, but I don't hate him. He is also a little lustful, and he wants to touch my breasts when kissing." "Ah! Shut up!" Lucy covered Jiminy's mouth with a red face. "Jamie is still killing. Knight kisses me so well, I want to try again." Forced to close. Forced to close. Forced to close. Lucy used it 3 times in a row and sent Jamie back to the star spirit world. Knight couldn't help laughing, put the fishing rod aside, and hung up the hand rope. "Want to try again? You should have said it earlier, Lucy." "I don't want to try." Lucy covered her face, as if she was naked and stripped of her clothes, and her shame exploded. Knight held her in his arms, pinched her chin, and said with a sly smile, "Do you want to kiss?" "No. Really not. Really not." Lucy's heartbeat accelerated, and she felt that her heart was about to jump out of her mouth. Her face was so hot that it was scary. Being hugged by Knight, she felt her body softened, and she had no intention of resisting at all. "But I want to kiss you, what should I do?" Nate continued to tease the young lady, saying that girls are only interesting when they are shy. It just so happened that Miss Lucy was particularly shy. "How should I know? Pervert." Lucy closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. Nate suspected that if he hadn't held her, she would have fallen to the ground. "Kiss me, and I'll teach you the history of the super magic star map." Lucy's beautiful eyes widened immediately. "What should I do? What should I do?" She felt ashamed and angry in her heart. Damn Knight, he really wanted to bully her by bringing her out. But at the same time, she also had a little expectation in her heart. She bit her lips and said with a blushing face, "Don't touch my chest." After that, she closed her eyes, looking shy and ready to be picked. "I definitely won't touch it," Nate promised on the spot, and then kissed her on the mouth. The familiar feeling came again, and Lucy's brain became blank again, and her whole body was floating, as if flying in the air. She was weak and limp in Knight's arms. Until one moment, her delicate body trembled and she felt a hand reaching in. "Ah! What are you doing? You said you wouldn't touch me." "Sorry, my hands have their own ideas. I really won't touch you this time." "Ugh! You touched me again. The other one wasn't taken care of, isn't it pitiful?" The two hugged each other and played around for half an hour. Lucy felt that her mouth was swollen from being kissed. She glared at Knight fiercely, her face flushed, and she didn't have any killing power. "Damn it, I won't be fooled again." After saying that, she ran into the cabin. Knight thought she might have gone to change her pants. "Slow down, don't fall." Hearing this, Lucy's legs went weak on the spot, and she fell to the ground with a cry of awe. "Twisted your foot." Knight walked over helplessly. "It hurts." Lucy rubbed her ankle. "I'll rub it for you." Nate squatted down, helped her take off her high heels, and used magic to relieve her injury. "Come to think of it, this is the second time you sprained your ankle, right?" Lucy said shyly, "Thank you." After a pause, she said angrily, "I still owe 38,197,000 J. Why did you deduct 400,000 all at once?" Knight pretended not to understand and teased. "You touched both." Lucy was so angry that she rushed to Knight and bit him, then she was suppressed by his backhand and kissed again. The remaining debt, 37,797,000 J. At dusk, the sun was about to set below the sea level. The fishing boat finally found the fairy tale's holy land, Tenro Island, in the vast ocean. 166. The first president, Mavis Viviamirio. The appearance of Tenro Island is very special, with a three-layer structure. At the top, in the center of the island is a huge tree that reaches the sky, called the Siren's Tree. Under the tree is a two-layer structure, the middle layer is smaller than the bottom layer, and both are vast forests. Because of its unique structure, Knight saw the island from 10 nautical miles away. Knight controlled the fishing boat to approach the island. In the haze, Sirius Island is magnificent, as if the island is covered with a red, orange, and yellow gradient dress. Is that the Guild's holy land? It's so beautiful! Lucy said in amazement. Lucy! What's wrong? Knight earnestly warned, after you get on the island, don't leave my side. Lucy blushed, thinking he was going to do something bad again. Knight didn't explain too much, anyway, don't leave my sight. The island is actually a bit dangerous. Are there any ferocious monsters? It's fine if it's just monsters. Knight smiled. He couldn't say directly that there was Zeref on the island. The black magician Zeref from 400 years ago might be wandering on this island now. But it's not certain. In the original plot, Zeref appeared on the island during the Guild's S-level assessment. It's 2 months from now. Soon after, the ship docked at the coast of Tenro Island. Knight tied the cable to a rock to fix the ship, then took Lucy's hand and walked towards the island. The 6 eyes were expanded to the limit to conduct a thorough search of the entire island. The land of Tenro Island contains powerful magic, which caused a little trouble for Knight's 6-eye reconnaissance. By observing the flow of magic, Knight quickly found Mavis's tombstone. Found it? What did you find? Lucy held Knight's arm, looking around with her big eyes, curious about the environment of Tianlang Island. Along the way, you can see many strange creatures, many of which you have never seen before. The tombstone of Mavis was found, but Jalal was not seen. There is no third living person on the island. Knight picked up Lucy in a princess hug. Let's go to worship the tomb of the first generation first. As soon as the voice fell, it turned into a beam of golden light with a whoosh, drawing a beautiful arc above the island. After a while, the golden light fell. What appeared in front of the two was a square tombstone, with a piece of withered thatch built on top of the tombstone to protect against wind and rain. In the center of the tombstone stood a stone tablet. The center of the stone tablet was hollowed out, and a ball of golden light released a soft light in it. What is this? Lucy looked at the golden light in the stone tablet in surprise. Magic. It is the light of the super magic fairy. If you reach out your hand, the first generation may lend you this magic if he is in a good mood. Nate smiled in his heart, took a few steps forward, and sat down cross-legged. He patted the seat on the left. Sit down. Want to worship? Lucy wore a short skirt and chose to kneel down to sit on Knight's left-hand side. Then she put her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured softly. President Mavis, I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Lucy. I'm sorry to bother you this time. Knight brought me here. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Nate. How afraid are you of ghosts? President Mavis, hello, I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Knight. Nate introduced himself first, and then stared at the stone tablet. To be precise, it was above the stone tablet. Mavis was floating in the air, looking at him and Lucy with curiosity. Maybe it was strange, why didn't the guild come to the island during the S-level assessment? Is Fairy Tale in danger of extinction? A strand of hair on Mavis's head jumped, and she hesitated whether to speak. Nate didn't say anything, just stared at her. Consistent with the image of the first-generation president, she was indeed a very cute little loli. Mavis had a pair of emerald eyes, a pair of wings on her head, and her hair was golden, very curly and long. Wearing a white cloak, she looked like a fairy. When floating in the air, you can see that the two little feet were not wearing shoes. Lucy, who was on the side, finished reading the disclaimer, turned around and saw Knight staring at the stone tablet, and couldn't help asking. Is there anything? Mavis also wanted to ask. She found that Knight had been staring at her, and she didn't know if he could see her. But it was unreasonable. She has a ghost now, and it is completely transparent. If she doesn't want to show up, even the guild members can't see her. With the idea of giving it a try, Mavis floated a little to the left, and Knight's eyes followed to the right. Mavis moved to the right again, and Knight's eyes followed to the left. Confirmed. This person can see me. Mavis showed a surprised expression and quickly noticed Knight's eyes. It was as if there was a piece of sky in his eyes, very beautiful. Is it some kind of eye magic? Mavis has a strong curiosity about magic, so she simply showed up. A blonde loli suddenly appeared in front of her, and Lucy screamed in fear. Ah! Are you so afraid of ghosts? Such a cute ghost! Knight complained in his heart. Little child. Lucy was still in shock. Not a child. Mavis hated being called a child. After denying it, she coughed lightly and spoke in a tone full of praise. I am the first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis Viviamilio. You two are wizards of Fairy Tale. What's the matter with you coming to my grave? First president? Lucy thought, what a cute one. No. The first generation who created Fairy Tale was actually a child? No wonder Knight told her that the first generation was cute when she came here. It was really cute. Knight smiled slightly and said straight to the point. President Mavis, I read the magic book you left behind. The last two of the three magics may be difficult to learn just by reading the book, so I came to ask you for advice. You want to learn the three magics of Fairy Tale? Mavis opened her eyes wide in surprise. Knight said, change clothes. A white light flashed, and a box of strawberry cake appeared in his hand. I heard that you like sweets, so I bought a cake on the way. Do you want to try it, President Mavis? Mavis' eyes sparkled, and she looked like she wanted to eat it, but she couldn't say it to maintain the dignity of the first president. Lucy was confused. When did Knight buy the cake? Besides, can ghosts eat? Ahem, didn't Makarov come with you? Mavis coughed lightly, resisted the reluctance, and moved her eyes away from the cake. I want to have a bite. What other ghosts can't do, she can do. She can touch entities. We sneaked onto the island, the president's words. Knight immediately opened the magic net, opened the old man's friend, and asked, President Mavis, do you have anything to tell President Makarov? What is this? Ancient document. Mavis floated over curiously, and when she got close to her head, she saw that it was magic she had never seen before. And it was so strange, there were images and words, but no magic flow. Mavis was shocked, this was not in line with the common sense of magic. But it was indeed a kind of magic, magic she had never seen before. Who is this newcomer called Knight? The magic power in his body is very strong, much stronger than that of an ordinary S-class wizard, and he also knows some strange magic. More importantly, he also wants to learn the three super magics of Fairy Tale. Knight, are you the next president of Fairy Tale designated by Makarov? Is it the fourth generation? 167 Mavis, fourth generation, you are the human body of God, right? The fourth generation. Do I look like the fourth generation? Nate shook his head and denied. When the president of Fairy Tale was mentioned, the first picture that appeared in her mind was writing a self-review. Isn't it? Mavis was a little surprised that she guessed wrong. Then, she saw Knight take out a silver-white magic ring from his pocket. As for this is the internet magic I created. This ring is a necessary prop for logging on to the internet. Nate smiled and handed the ring to Mavis. General ghosts may not be able to use it directly, but you should be able to use it as the first generation. Mavis was surprised by this scene. Someone actually gave her a gift. Give her a ghost ring. Reaching out to take it, Mavis was a little concerned about the internet magic that Knight mentioned. Sure enough, there is no flow of magic. Mavis put on the ring, and the new user registration interface appeared in front of her. Welcome to the world of the internet. Please enter your internet nickname. Nickname cannot be changed for the time being, please choose carefully. Nickname. Mavis looked at Knight, and Knight smiled. You can choose any nickname, but it's better not to use your real name. Pseudonym? Mavis followed the advice and thought seriously for a long time before entering Fairies Are Always Adventures as her nickname. Click to confirm. Oh! Mavis exclaimed like a child getting a new toy. The words in the air disappeared, replaced by an interface full of various magic props. What a powerful magic! There is no magic flow at all. How did you do it? I'm very curious. Mavis stared at Knight with sparkling eyes. Are you Chit and a AI? You ask me, who should I ask? Knight complained in his heart, he didn't know either, he had to ask the system master. First generation, I'll teach you how to use it. Knight quickly changed the subject and pointed to the little penguin in the lower right corner. This is the friend function. You can chat with friends from all over the continent, even from other worlds, anytime, anywhere. The celestial spirit world can also be considered a different world, right? Mavis is full of interest and feels fresh everywhere she looks. Staying on Tenro Island for many years, even a ghost would feel bored. Then this is the search function. President Makarov's nickname is the head of the fairy tale family. Yes, click search, and then you can add friends. The first generation is awesome. Mavis pouted, why does she feel like she is being coaxed like a child? She is not a child. However, this magic is amazing. At the same time, in the guild tavern, the old man sat at the bar, holding a magic wand, communicating with his friend Yajima. It has been many days since the council was attacked by the Devil's Heart, and the chaos has been temporarily calmed down. Speaker no, he should be called former Speaker Crawford Shim now. As the former Speaker of the Council, he is not to blame for his job. Yajima, considering his recent achievements, he was not allowed to retire, but continued to serve as a councillor. Yajima, speaking of which, we have to thank your knight. The magic network has indeed made it much easier for the council to manage the magic world. Fairy Tale Patriarch, want to reorganize the council? Who is the new speaker? Yajima, Grandoma. Yajima, Pony, the new speaker's attitude towards you Fairy Tale is not as friendly as Crawford. You have to be mentally prepared. Fairy Tale Patriarch, it's him a bit troublesome. Fairy Tale Patriarch, what about you? Yajima, Zikaline, no, Jalal is in prison, Altair resigned, and I am also old. It's time to retire. Ajima, after retiring, I will open a restaurant in Harjan. What a leisurely life. Makarov thought, can I retire too? Who should I give the position of the fourth generation to? Nate? Laxis? Gildarts? Urza? Several faces flashed through his mind, and suddenly, a friend request popped up. User Fairies Are Forever Adventures added you as a friend, do you want to add the other party as a friend? No message. Makarov was a little surprised, who is this? The nickname aroused his curiosity. Fairy Tale, the meaning of the name of the guild. Fairies are creatures that do not know whether they exist, and fairy tale is even more so. It represents endless adventures, which is the spirit of the guild. Just for this name, Makarov also agreed to the friend request. Fairy Tale Patriarch, good nickname, who are you? Fairy Tale Family, Gildarts? The name must be related to the guild. The only person who doesn't have a ring is Gildarts, who is out on a 100-year mission. The other party replied quickly. Fairies are always adventurous, I'm Mavis, hello, Sandame. Smile.jpg. Puff. Makarov just took a sip of wine and spit it out the moment he saw the reply. Looking at the private message in amazement, Myra Jane behind the bar cast a curious look. "What's wrong, President?" Makarov looked dazed. "First generation? Damn it, a ghost sent him a private message? What's going on? Prank? Tenro Island." Nate thought Mavis was a little naughty. She learned to send emoticons without him teaching her. She must be looking forward to what expression Makarov would have when he received the message, right? The Sandame didn't reply. Mavis laughed. "Will he be scared? The fourth generation. I'm really not the fourth generation." Nate complained in his heart, and the name Eternal Sister sounds like a short-lived ghost, unlucky. But it should be said that the first generation of little Lolita is really cute when she smiles. Nate solemnly declared. He is not a Lolita control, he likes big-breasted girls the most. But even so, cute things are cute. It seems like raising one. Nate pondered, maybe the Sandame is busy, let's try other functions first. Next. Nate began to teach the first generation how to use the internet happily. Magic Network Forum Weekly Saw Shara, Magic Council, Magic Network Live, Magic Network Express, etc. Each function was introduced in detail and helped Mavis experience it. Finally, there is the game section. 4 games. Mahjong, Happy Landlord, Fruit Ninja, and Magic Arena. Mavis was very happy to be able to play games. But after finding out that she needed points to play games, Mavis showed a bitter face again and looked at Knight with expectant eyes. Fourth generation. So, not the fourth generation. Knight gave her 10,000 points on the spot. After getting the points, Mavis played the game happily and didn't even have time to read Makarov's reply. First, she played a few games of Mahjong and lost all the happy beans. She played Happy Landlord again and lost all the happy beans to a man named Wakaba. Mavis was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and decisively rejected the other party's invitation to fight again. It was probably because it was rare to meet a newbie. Wakaba also sent a friend request. Message, let's play together later, grin.jpg. I won't send you beans. Mavis muttered softly. Nate thought, should I tell Wakaba about this? You really made the first generation anxious. However, with Mavis's reputation as fairy military advisor, she can become a card master after a few more games. Then try Fruit Ninja. This game brought Mavis happiness. There is no opponent, it is a good game for single player. Although the final ranking list is a bit annoying, Mavis saw that her ranking was after 100. There are so many powerful people. After sighing like this, Mavis finally looked at the Magic Arena. This game is quite special. Knight explained on the side, the consciousness will enter the virtual world, and compete with wizards from all over the continent in the virtual world. He briefly explained the gameplay of the Magic Arena. Mavis' eyes radiated amazing brilliance, and she praised admiringly, what a powerful magic. You can create such a game, fourth generation, you are a genius. I am really not the fourth generation. Knight was helpless and glanced at her friend's private message. The avatar kept flashing, so he said, first generation, you can invite your friends to play. I think the third generation is very good. He may not believe the private message you just sent him. Is it still possible? Mavis blinked, and immediately followed the advice and invited the fairy head to join the Magic Arena. It's really interesting, fourth generation, your magic no, can it be considered magic? While inviting, Mavis stared at Knight with burning eyes. Fourth generation, you are actually the human body of a certain god in the human world, right? As a woman cursed by God, Mavis is no stranger to the power of God. 168 Harvest Festival. The devil's heart exploded in the magic net. The human body of a certain god? Knight was a little surprised. If the system is regarded as a god, this statement is quite reasonable. Just thinking about it, the queue has ended, and Mavis was teleported into the magic arena. Until then, Lucy had the opportunity to speak, pulled Knight's sleeve, and asked, "Did you forget the business? Ask me about super magic. That would make Mavis happy?" Knight said, "While the first generation is still playing games, I will continue to teach you the history of the star map." For the next half an hour, Knight taught Lucy. In fact, he himself did not know this super magic, but just told Lucy all the detailed information about this magic in his mind. And Lucy understood it very quickly, as if this magic was born for her. Half an hour later, Lucy learned it. "Did you really learn it?" Knight was suspicious. "I think so, I know how to use it." Lucy recalled the new knowledge she had acquired, and it seemed to work, but it seemed to be missing something. "You didn't learn it, you just got started." Knight rolled his eyes at him. "If you really master it, you will be very confident. The moment you master it, you will clearly know that you have mastered it." At this time, a white light flashed, and Mavis returned to reality from the arena. "Fourth generation? No, Knight, you are really not the fourth generation," Mavis said unexpectedly. "I asked the third generation, and he was very angry about your unauthorized entry into the guild's holy land." Knight laughed dryly. "Really? I'll go back and write a self-review." "Well, I'll write it when the time comes." "It's okay, I've pleaded for you, the Sandame has forgiven you." Mavis covered her mouth and smiled softly, "Because you brought me the strawberry cake. Finally, I can eat the cake openly." Mavis is very happy. Nate suspected that she said this on purpose just to eat the cake smoothly. "By the way, you want to learn Fairy Glory and Fairy Ball, these are extremely difficult magics, and you can't learn them in a day or two." As she said that, Mavis, the lowly ghost, flew in front of Knight and touched Knight with her smooth forehead. The next moment, the information about the two super magics was transmitted smoothly. A few minutes later, Mavis waved her little hand. "Okay, the magic has been taught to you. Whether you can learn it depends on you. But there is one thing you must abide by. You can't take the three super magics of the guild. Magic leak to the outside world. Is it okay, Knight?" Mavis smiled brilliantly, just like a real fairy in the wind. Knight rubbed his temples. "Don't worry, first generation, I won't leak it to the outside world, so I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." The goal has been achieved. Knight took Lucy and said goodbye. "Wait a minute, add a friend." Mavis stopped the two of them and said with a smile, "And Lucy too, I ignored you just now." "It's okay, first generation president." The three of them added each other as friends on the magic network, and Mavis watched Knight turn into a beam of golden light and fly away. Then, she couldn't wait to kneel down and open the strawberry cake Knight sent. Picked up the cutlery, scooped a spoonful and put it into her mouth. Delicious! Mavis held her face with a happy expression. It was eaten up in a short while. She opened Knight's friends and hesitated whether to ask him to send another cake. No, I'm not a glutton. It's a pity that people outside the guild can't see me, otherwise I could buy it myself." Mavis's hope jumped, and she thought of a good idea. "Do you want to go to Magnolia to have a look?" The first generation little Lolita was a little tangled. Nate achieved his goal and took Lucy back to Harjan. After returning the fishing boat, he used Flying Thunder God to teleport back. In the next 2 days, Knight was obsessed with the research of two super magics. Without anyone teaching by example, it is indeed very difficult to learn, above the law of fairies. Among them, the most difficult is the Fairy Ball, and the Fairy Glory is a little simpler. But even so, Knight doubts that he can't really learn it without a lot of time. Fortunately, there is now a magic arena, and some of his inspirations can be tested by someone in the arena. A few days later, it was the end of September. When Knight came to the guild, he found that everyone was busy with something. "Libby, what's going on?" Is there any activity? Libby was busy moving things away, and when she heard it, she put down the chair. Master, don't you know? Next week, October 6th is the Harvest Festival. Harvest Festival. The annual event. Nate remembered clearly that in the original story, Fairy Tale's internal organs exploded on this day. Of course, because of his appearance, the butterfly effect has interfered with the plot, so it is unlikely to happen. Myra came over and said, "Nate, come and help." It's rare that the poster girl would take the initiative to ask him for help. Nate had no objection and walked over to join in the labor. Myra smiled and said, "The Harvest Festival will also hold a Miss Fairy Tale competition to select the cutest girl in Fairy Tale. Would Nate like to see it? I have to find a way to stop this." Nate doesn't want his girlfriend to dress up beautifully and go on stage to be admired by other men. It's enough for his girlfriend to admire herself. Well, Myra too. Although the poster girl is not his girlfriend yet. He is thinking about how to ruin this competition. At the same time, Devil's Heart, Magic Airship. It has been confirmed in the live broadcast of the last crusade against the 6 demon generals that Altair and Melty have joined Fairy Tale. Hades sneered, "Makarov is worthy of it. Even the witches from the Dark Guild are willing to accept them." This magnanimity made Hades feel sick. He handed the guild to Makarov, not to let him lead the guild astray. "President Hades, what should we do?" Has the Harvest Festival coming soon over there? You go and give them a surprise." "Yes, I'll go. The Fire Slayer said excitedly, "Is it okay to blow up the whole town?" "Whatever you want to do." Hades had no expression on his face, but his eyes fell on the silent White Jalal. "Are you going?" White Jalal shook his head. Suddenly, he held his head and screamed, "Voldemort is here again." Everyone was used to his reaction. After a moment, White Jalal raised his head, opened the Magic Network 3.0, and posted a post in the name of Zikaline. "Harvest Festival. Wait, fairies, this will be your funeral. What are you doing?" Hades' face turned black. White Jalal grinned, "Such a fun thing, why do you have to be sneaky? Of course you have to do it openly." Hades. Voldemort is indeed a person who likes to watch the fun and not mind the big things. The post was sent out, and it was too late to stop it. In a short moment, the news that the demon heart exploded in the forum spread all over the internet. Of course, the newcomer Mavis also saw it. Demon's Heart. 169,000 magic power reserves, ready to go to Edras. The Harvest Festival is very important to the citizens of Magnolia Town. It is a grand festival that is held every year. On the day of the festival, you can also enjoy the magical parade of Fairy Tale. There is still a week before the festival, and every household has begun to prepare and decorate. The streets are full of various balloons, and the festive atmosphere is gradually getting stronger. However, unlike the smiles on the faces of the citizens, the atmosphere of Fairy Tale is a bit solemn. The office on the second floor. When Knight and Myra Jane came to the office, they found that there were already 3 people in the office. Iluza, Laxus, and Mist Gang. Makarov saw the 2 of them coming and said seriously, "Have you seen the post on the forum?" Myra Jane nodded and said puzzledly, "Zikaline, that is Jalal's nickname for the Magic Network." Iluza looked solemn. "Not long ago, Jalal was rescued from the magic prison by the people of Demon Heart Knight. You have to be careful, he may come for you." "Come for me?" Knight didn't react for a moment. Jalal was now his host, completely under his control. But he thought about it and understood what Urza meant. Back in the Tower of Paradise, Jalal was hit by his fairy law. Now he exploded his revenge declaration on the Magic Network forum. To outsiders, it was indeed directed at him. In fact, he just used Jalal's post to warn the guild members. "I saw the post. It was Demon Heart who wanted to do something on the day of the Harvest Festival." Knight reminded. Laxus snorted, "We are really underestimated." Makarov sighed, "In fact, I forgot to tell you that Hades, the president of Demon Heart, is the second generation of our fairy tale." "What?" Urza was surprised. "The real name is Presheto. I met him once in the magic arena before. At that time, I found out that he fell into darkness for some reason." Makarov told the past of the second generation. 48 years ago, he was suddenly named the third generation, and disappeared without a trace after leaving a sentence, "I'm going to travel around the world." The next time they met was when they met by chance in the magic arena last time. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. The former second-generation president wanted to lead the Devil Heart to attack Fairy Tale. What's the purpose? Everyone looked at Makarov, but the old man shook his head. He probably knew why, probably because of Altair and Melty. Anyway, Urza, Myra, Laxus, Mistgang, and Knight. The old man did not explain the identities of Altair, but instructed. In the next week, you will be responsible for patrolling the town and ensuring the safety of the citizens. 1 hour later. After the brief meeting, everyone left the office. Mistgang stopped Knight and whispered. The last matter has been figured out, I'll wait for you in the church. After saying that, he left first. The last matter? Is it a parallel universe? Knight thought, and immediately said to the others, I will be in charge of today's patrol. Be careful, Knight, release flares when you are in danger. Urza said with concern. There is still a week before the Harvest Festival, but we don't know when the people with Demon Heart will come, so we must not take it lightly. Don't worry. Knight nodded, thinking that they would attack on the day of the Harvest Festival. Originally, he was still thinking about how to mess up the Miss Fairy Tale selection, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. The Cathedral of Cardea, located in the center of the town, is the most luxurious building in Magnolia. At this time, in front of the big bell tower on the top of the church, Mr. Gang stood there alone, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, a golden light flew from a distance and came to his side in an instant. Knight imitated him and looked up at the sky. Can you see it? Mr. Gang murmured, a supergiant anima is gradually taking shape above Magnolia. 6 eyes can see the changes in space, and there are only such signs at present. You came back this time just to suppress it? Knight asked. It's different from the past. This time it's difficult. I have tried my best to find a way, but it will take at most 1 month. Mr. Gang clenched his fists, he had no other choice. The previous small anima could be closed by means, but this supergiant anima was beyond his ability. It can't be closed, so he can only try to delay its formation. Even so, it will be completely opened in at most 1 month. By then, the subspace wall of the 2 worlds will be opened. At that time, the people in the entire city, including all the buildings, will be swallowed by it and turned into magic crystals from another world. Mr. Gang shook his head, turned to look at Knight, and said. I have sent the card you gave me to Edras through a small anima. Thank you for your help. Knight thanked him and closed his eyes to feel the coordinates. He left many flying thunder god magic circles, and almost every time he arrived at a new place, he would carve a coordinate. In his perception, it seemed as if he saw the stars in the sky. Each star represented a coordinate, and one of the stars was extremely dim, far away from the star cluster, lonely. Zero's existence alone. How is it? Can you succeed? Mr. Gang asked with some concern. I can feel the coordinates, so it should be possible, but... Knight pondered. There are risks, and he is not sure that he can succeed 100%. Mr. Gang took out a bottle of medicine, threw it to Knight, and then turned and left. If you go there, remember to take this medicine. You can't use magic there. Thank you, Mr. Gang. Is there anything I can help you with? Knight took the medicine bottle and smiled. For example, 600 said, what message should I bring to whom? Mr. Gang just waved his hand and said nothing. Seeing this, Knight put away the medicine bottle and sat down in front of the big clock tower. Six Eyes overlooked the whole town. The town was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the Harvest Festival. Should we bring Lysina back now? Knight thought seriously. If he set off now, he might be able to catch up with the Harvest Festival. It's just finding someone. It won't take long. Just thinking about it, someone sent a private message. When I opened the magic network, it was Lucy's father. Jude Hartfilia, Knight, I'm in Magnolia. Knight was stunned for a moment and replied. Sigma Man, Mr. Jude, why are you here? Jude Hartfilia, the second batch of 100,000 rings are ready, come and see my daughter. Sigma Man, don't expose your daughter's identity. People in the guild don't know that she is a rich lady. Jude Hartfilia, Lucy? Why? Sigma Man, Lucy lives, I'll be there soon. After replying to Jude, Knight sent another private message to Lucy, telling her that your father is here. Then, he set off to return to the apartment. While walking, he suddenly felt the information feedback from the deep network. The magic reserve broke through 4 digits, 1,000 magic reserves. 170 super magic for everyone? With Myra Jane. Myra Jane in the picture. The reserve magic power suddenly increased sharply. Knight opened the backstage of the magic network in confusion and soon found the clue. The reserve magic power suddenly increased from more than 700 stars to 1000 stars. The reason turned out to be the magic app. Is it because the demon heart is coming to attack Magnolia, so everyone is reserving magic power? Knight thought about it and immediately understood. Makarov has sent the magic app to the group, and now every guild member has one. And to activate the law of the super magic fairy in it, you need to deposit 6 stars of magic power into it. Of which 3 stars of magic power are used to activate the super magic itself, and the remaining 3 stars are used as the storage fee of the magic bank. There is still a week before the Harvest Festival. By then, everyone can save up, right? Knight's expression became subtle. Will the people of the Demon Heart be surprised by then? Everyone has a super magic. Suddenly I was looking forward to Hades's expression. No words were spoken along the way, and we returned to the apartment. A luxurious carriage was parked downstairs, and a butler in a suit stood next to the carriage. Knight had seen Lucy at her house. Master Knight. The supervisor bowed slightly. The master is waiting for you in the apartment. Knight greeted her and went upstairs. When he arrived at Lucy's apartment, Jude was sitting at the tea table with a stack of papers in his hand. Mr. Jude. Knight sat down cross-legged, glanced at it, and smiled. This is a novel written by Lucy. If you read her novel casually, she will be angry if you are found out. Jude smiled and said, it just happened to be on the table, and the style of the first half and the second half of this novel is completely different. The first half is the adventure journey of a girl named Iris who ran away from home. In the second half, she met a young and handsome man, and it became a love novel. Jude seriously suspected that his daughter must be in love with Knight, so she changed her style halfway. Knight, how do you get along with Lucy? Knight was speechless on the spot. It would be better not to let Jude know that he bullied Lucy with the debt from time to time. I live next door and have been taken care of by Lucy. Knight wisely praised his daughter. She is good at washing and cooking, and she doesn't look like a young lady at all. Jude was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that his daughter gradually learned these things after running away from home. This reminded him of Lucy's mother. He and Leela started from a small chamber of commerce before, and Leela was taking care of him at that time. When Jude looked at Knight, he showed a father-in-law-like smile. By the way, this is the second batch of 100,000 rings. As he said, he pulled the big box next to him and opened the box. There were neatly stacked silver-white rings inside. Knight immediately began to enchant the ring. All rings need him to add internet magic before they can be used normally. Otherwise, they are just ordinary rings. It's okay if it's just 100,000 rings, but what should I do with tens of millions of rings in the future? While enchanting, Knight got a headache. Mr. Judd, is there any problem with the railway company? Thanks to your magic network ring, the bank has improved my credit and is willing to lend me money to help me through the difficulties. Judd said, after that, I plan to stop the expansion of the railway and adopt a contraction strategy to try to keep the Northern Railway. The focus will also be shifted to the production of rings. Next, he detailed his future plans. First, of course, it is to acquire more magic workshops and recruit more prop masters. Strive to increase the production of rings to more than 1 million per month. To do this, a lot of money needs to be invested. Of course, the money is borrowed from the bank. This is a unique business, and the bank is not a fool and is very willing to lend money. No, it can even be said that Judd is begging for money. No matter which world, banks are the same. Knight complained in his heart. Borrow an umbrella on sunny days and collect it on rainy days. Knight, I plan to invest this batch of rings in Magnolia and open a magic shop specializing in rings in this town. Here. With the convenience of the magic network, a demonstration city will be specially built to facilitate future promotion. Knight thought about it and thought it was a good idea. However, why not choose the capital? Crocus has a large population, and it is a big city with more than 1 million people. Judd shook his head. Crocus is the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori. Because the city is full of different flowers, it is named the City of Flowers. As a big city with a population of over 1 million, the current 100,000 rings invested in the capital cannot reach saturation. Besides that, there is another reason. You, the founder of the Magic Network, are in Magnolia, so of course you have to give priority here. Nate doesn't care much about business matters, and Judd can do whatever he wants. Leave professional matters to professionals. The population of Magnolia is only more than 60,000 people. I will take 30,000 of these rings, and they will have other uses. Knight thought of another mission, which was to promote the magic network to the parallel world. 30,000 rings were just right. Judah had no objection to this, and didn't even ask what they were going to do with it. Then, the time was spent in the two people chatting. Soon after, Lucy finally came back from shopping. Judah ate the meal cooked by his daughter for the first time, and was shocked. He didn't expect his daughter's cooking skills to be so good. After the meal, Judah said goodbye and asked Lucy if she needed money. Of course Lucy refused. Although she still owed Knight a lot of money, it was her own business and she didn't want to trouble her father. After sending Judah away, Lucy walked into the kitchen with the dishes. Knight ran over to help. Your dad rarely comes here, why don't you invite him to sit for a while? Did you peek at my novel? Lucy looked at Knight with a suspicious look. Knight denied it flatly. No, your dad did it, I didn't read it. Lucy's face instantly turned red. She thought of the content in her novel and was so embarrassed that she wanted to deduct the 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Go. Go. I don't want to see you. She shyly pushed Knight out of the door. The door was closed with a bang. Knight couldn't help but be curious, what was written in this novel? Can the young lady be so shy? Could it be Uncle Huang? No, he would also take a sneak peek if he had a chance. Back to his apartment, Knight looked at the time. It was past 9 in the evening. After a moment of hesitation, Knight sent a private message to Myra Jane. Sigma Man, come to Nanko Park. Myra Jane was taking a shower in the dormitory. After seeing the private chat, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Traveler who set out, what happened? Did the person with the devil's heart appear? Sigma Man, no, I already have a way to go to the parallel world. I plan to find your sister today and try to get her to catch up with the harvest festival. Myra Jane opened her beautiful eyes wide, and didn't even bother to take a bath. She got up from the bathtub and quickly wiped her body, then changed into clean clothes and hurriedly left the girls' dormitory. When going downstairs, she met Levi. Myra? What's the matter with you going out like this? Levi, I'm going to leave for a while. I don't know if I can come back tomorrow morning. Myra Jane anxiously asked, can you do me a favor? If I don't come back, I'll trouble you with tomorrow's work. I know, I'll help. Thank you for eating. After thanking her, Myra Jane left in a hurry. Looking at her disappearing into the night, Levi blinked, her gossipy heart burning. She quickly sent a message to Knight. Levi, Master, are you going on a date with Myra? Levi, Master, I want hush money. Sigma Man, it seems that the teacher has not assigned you enough homework, rolling eyes.jpg. Sigma Man, I am going to find Myra's sister. 171 Black-Winged Demon Myra Jane, Invasion of the Palace. South Exit Park. When Knight saw Myra Jane, the poster girl's beautiful white hair was still a little wet. Her expression was a little uneasy, and it was the first time Knight saw her hesitant. Don't worry, you will find it. Myra Jane nodded gently. After a pause, she whispered. 2 years have passed, and suddenly there is a possibility of seeing Lysina again, which makes me feel a little nervous. Nate stretched out his hand to her and asked some questions to divert her attention. By the way, how old is Lysina? When she disappeared 2 years ago, she was 15 years old. Myra Jane put her hand on Knight's palm, and soon cheered up, saying with a smile. Now, she should be 17 years old. If I see her again, I might not even recognize her as her sister. Myra Jane is now 19 years old, her brother Elfman is 18 years old, and her sister Lysina is 17 years old. Knight chuckled and said, you have to keep this smile. You don't want your sister to see you with a sad face, right? Myra Jane said angrily, no. We are leaving, hold on to me. Knight held Mirajana's fair little hand tightly and reminded her, this teleportation will be a little dangerous. I don't want to be separated from you during the teleportation, and then there will be one more person to find. Yet. Myra Jane took a deep breath and also held Knight tightly. 217 Knight's hand was big and warm, and Myra Jane felt her heart gradually calm down. A flying thunder god magic circle appeared under their feet, and golden light enveloped them from their feet, which lasted for more than 10 seconds. The next moment, they all lost the park. Parallel time and space, Edras. A golden light flashed in the night sky, and Knight and Myra appeared together. The transmission coordinates were slightly deviated as Knight expected. Ah! Myra Jane screamed, and failed to hold Knight's hand, and the whole person immediately fell downwards. Receive the soul of Satan with your whole body. She wanted to transform at the first time, but the magic power in her body could not be mobilized at will. Receive magic, and fail to activate. Can't use magic. Myra thought blankly. Then, Knight caught up with her and held her in his arms in a princess hug. I forgot to give you this. Knight took out the medicine bottle that Mistgang had given him during the day. Ah, open your mouth. Myra Jane blinked and subconsciously opened her mouth slightly. A small red pill was put into her mouth. She swallowed the pill and felt that the magic power in her body could be controlled again. Without asking what it was, Myra Jane trusted Knight very much. At this time, she looked around and gradually showed a shocked expression. Is this the other world of Edras? In Edras at night, there is a galaxy running through the starry sky, and there are huge planets hanging high above the sky. This is a magical scene that cannot be seen in Asland. Knight also came to Edras for the first time, and he could see many islands floating in the sky. There are also winding rivers and streams between the islands that exist out of thin air. Let's enjoy the beautiful scenery later. Now the most urgent thing is to find Lysina first. Knight held Myra and flew to the nearest floating island, then put her down. The two looked down at the island. In the far distance of sight, there was a disc-shaped city in the night, and the city lights were bright. It looked like a very prosperous city, not an ordinary town. That might be the capital of Edra's Knight guessed. Myra looked at the strange world and had to turn her head to look at him. How to find it? After thinking about it, he suggested, anyway, let's go to the nearest city to inquire about the information first. Good idea. Myra couldn't help laughing. What a good idea, it's just the most ordinary way. In fact, I got some information before I came. Knight said, there are people with the same appearance and name in the two worlds. In other words, there is also a person named Myra Jane in this world. Myra was a little concerned about her other self. Not only that, there is also a guild called Fairy Tale. The difference is that Fairy Tale is a dark guild here. Dark guild? Myra showed a surprised expression. It was hard to imagine that Fairy Tale was a dark guild. Well, it's not surprising. If we only consider the destructive power, Aslan's Fairy Tale is much more destructive than ordinary dark guilds. Demolishing streets, destroying ports, burning rice fields, destroying forests. Mirajan couldn't help but hold her forehead. Thinking about it carefully, our guild is really powerful. It can easily do things that ordinary dark guilds can't do, and we just need to ask the president to write a letter of apology afterwards. So, we have to find the dark guild Fairy Tale first. Will Lysina be there? Mirajan took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually became firm. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Knight, go ask for information about Fairy Tale first. Looking at her, it seems that she is ready to use violent means to collect information. Don't underestimate the urgency of a sister who is anxious to find her sister. Nate silently said, change clothes. A Zanpakutt appeared in his hand. Wait a minute, Myra, this is for you. What is this? Myra Jane reached out and grabbed the handle of the knife. The moment she grasped it, her receiving magic was naturally activated, and she collected a lot of information at once. She covered her mouth in surprise. Is this a demon? It is a very powerful magic item called Black Wing Demon. You should be able to use it. Unlike Senbonzakura and Sodi no Shirayuki, this Black Wing Demon is not strictly speaking a Zanpakutt. It is the power of a hollow. The ability to be released is not Shikai or Dkai, but it is called Returning Blade. Nate told Myra the sword language of Returning Blade. Want to try? Myra stared at Knight in a daze. She could feel the powerful power contained in this magic item. When she thought of him accompanying her to find her sister, and now giving her such a gift, Myra was very moved and nodded gently. I'll try. Block it, Black Wing Demon. Boom! A burst of magic power rushed to the sky, and the dark green magic power enveloped Myra's whole body. It was as if magic rained in the sky. Nate felt that this magic power was about to reach 6 stars, surpassing Laxus. You know, Myra's magic power was still recovering before, and it had not reached the peak of the demon Myra period. But now, after using the Black Wing Demon Returning Blade, it instantly surpassed her former self. For a long time, the dark green magic power gradually converged. The Black Wing Demoner, it should be called the Black Wing Demoness. At this time, Myra had a pair of black wings behind her, her white hair was scattered behind her, and her pretty face lost its usual gentleness, but instead had a queen's charm. After returning to the blade, the knife also disappeared. Knight admired Myra, who had a completely different temperament. How do you feel? Awesome! I feel that my magic power has become much stronger, and I have also learned some devil magic. Myra was very shocked by her current state. Knight chuckled and said, let's go find information now, follow me. As he said, he took the lead and flew towards the distant capital. Myra immediately flapped her wings and followed him. Knight, thank you. The female demon smiled charmingly. Let's camp together next time. Okay. Myra blushed slightly, and immediately thought of the last experience, then took Knight's hand, leaned close to his ear and whispered. But can you tell me who your girlfriend is? Knight's eyelids jumped fiercely. Girlfriend? Who are you asking about? The royal palace. The audience hall. King Faust, with a gloomy face, gave an order to the captain of the 2nd Magic Combat Unit of the Royal Army who was kneeling in front of him. The strange magic power that just broke out outside the city, you will investigate it, Urza Nightwalker. Yes, your majesty. As soon as the voice fell, there was a bang. The ceiling was pierced, and a man and a woman fell from the sky, instantly alerting the soldiers. Nate slowly floated down and hung in the air. No need, King, we are here. 172 The black-bellied Myra caught an Urza. Picture shows Urza. For the uninvited guest who suddenly broke in, King Faust's eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were full of bloodshot, as if he was going to choose someone to eat. There is an assassin. Protect your majesty. Urza Nightwalker roared, and immediately stood up and protected the king in front of him. The soldiers around also gathered and lined up on both sides of the king, pointing their spears at the enemy. Arisa. Myra Jane was slightly startled. She didn't expect to see Urza here. She immediately realized that this was Urza from a parallel world. However, except for the slight difference in hairstyle, she was almost exactly the same as the Urza she knew, even the voice. She couldn't tell them apart, but Knight could. As a close boyfriend, he knew Urza's whole body, inside and out. First of all, there was a difference in temperament. Secondly, Urza in this world had a very cold expression and even colder eyes. Don't be so nervous, everyone. Knight just glanced at Nightwalker and turned his attention to the king. We just came to ask one thing. Who are you? Urza Nightwalker asked coldly. Although it was a question, seeing Knight floating in the air, he had already guessed it in his heart. King Faust stood up from the throne tremblingly and ordered in a rough voice. Magic power. They have magic power in their bodies. They are wizards from Asland. Catch them, Urza. They are indeed visitors from another world. How did they get here? Urza Nightwalker was puzzled. Was it through anima? Facing the king's order, she did not hesitate at all, and the spear in her hand changed its form. Sonic Spear. In an instant, Urza Nightwalker burst out at an astonishing speed, jumped up from the ground, and stabbed Knight several meters above the ground with a spear. Her instantaneous burst speed was very fast, comparable to Urza's flying armor. But no matter how fast it was not faster than the capture of the 6 eyes. With a bang, Knight grabbed the tip of the spear, and his body seemed to be fixed in space, motionless. What? Urza Nightwalker was shocked. From moving to restraining, it was very abrupt, and because of the influence of inertia, the body involuntarily tilted forward. Seeing this scene, many soldiers of the king's army below were stunned and showed incredible expressions. He took the magic spear 10 Commandments with his bare hands. Are you kidding? That's the 10 Commandments spear. The pinnacle of the kingdom's magic weapons. Who is this man? The soldiers were a little panicked. But Urza Nightwalker quickly reacted. Explosive spear. The gun body flashed white light and changed its form again. At the moment of the change, a huge explosion was released from the tip of the gun. Boom! The thick smoke billowed and the flames engulfed Knight. Taking this opportunity, Urza Nightwalker also got rid of the situation where her weapon was clamped. She did a deft backflip and landed steadily, while her eyes were fixed on the center of the flame. She glanced at another woman from the corner of her eye. White-haired and black-winged, also flying in the air, did not react at all to her attack on her companions. However, the next moment, Urza Nightwalker's pupils shrank suddenly. She lost the trace of the other party in her field of vision. Disappeared? At the moment when this thought came to her heart, her right wrist holding the 10 Commandments spear was suddenly grabbed from behind. The arm was forcibly twisted behind her. When Urza Nightwalker's heart was shocked and she looked back suddenly. The woman with white hair and black wings appeared behind her. What a great strength! Urza Nightwalker's face darkened, and she was suppressed and unable to move. Myra Jane raised a charming smile. Don't move, Miss Urza of this world, we have no ill intentions, we just come to ask about the information of fairy tale. This woman is Mirajani. Urza Nightwalker thought in disbelief. She often hunts down the Dark Guild fairy tale, and is not unfamiliar with some of its members. This voice is definitely Myra Jane. Why does Myra Jane of Asland have such terrible skills? Who is that man just now? Is he also a wizard of fairy tale? Urza Nightwalker did not act rashly, but looked up at the sky. In the firelight and smoke, Night released a milky white halo around his body, forming a magic shield. Unscathed. Urza Nightwalker's heart sank. What happened to this couple? They were too strong. Forget it, Myra, take her away first. She should know the information. Nate whispered, and said to the king who was standing there in a daze. I'll borrow your people for a while, and I'll return them later. Don't worry. Well, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. I'll take my leave now. As he said that, he turned into a beam of golden light and flew away from the gap in the ceiling. Seeing this, Myra Jane also forcibly took Urza Nightwalker away. The wings behind her shook, and she chased after them in a blink of an eye. Until the two left one after another, the soldiers in the audience hall reacted. Everyone looked at the king and knelt down. Your Majesty! Go and notify other magic war troops to chase them immediately. Don't let them get away. The king ordered coldly. In the night, Night left the capital in a blink of an eye. Behind, Urza Nightwalker tried to struggle, but faced with Myra Jane in the form of the black-winged witch, she was somewhat powerless. Why is Urza in the palace? Myra Jane asked curiously, how is fairy tale? I don't know what you are talking about, let me go. Urza Nightwalker cursed in her heart, why is this woman so strong? It's useless, people in your world don't have magic in their bodies, you can't break free with brute force alone. Myra Jane said with a smile. When they were young, they often fought with Urza, and bullying another Urza like this made Myra Jane feel interesting. You are really a bit black-bellied, Miss Poster Girl. Night complained in his heart and turned around to ask, Nightwalker, where is the Dark Guild fairy tale? After a pause, he said, don't worry, we won't do anything to you, as long as you help us find the way. What is your purpose in coming here from Asland? Seeing that he couldn't escape for a while, Urza Nightwalker was silent for a moment and showed a cooperative attitude. In short, first figure out their purpose and then consider countermeasures. If it affects the plan of infinite magic, this is the only thing that cannot be wrong. Night stopped and turned around to slap a card at Urza Nightwalker. The card was printed on the other's forehead. In an instant, the girlfriend's otherworldly counterpart was sealed in the card. Night shook the card and said easily, it's tiring to carry her flying monsters all the time. It's more convenient to lock her in the card. I don't feel tired. Myra Jane felt a little regretful and wanted to continue bullying Urza. In the card, Urza Nightwalker looked blank. Is this Asland magic? Yes, Night nodded, and said to the woman on the card, we have no ulterior motives, we are just looking for lost companions. After a pause, he was too lazy to say too much nonsense. Anyway, tell us where fairy tale is first. 173 Double happiness, Juvia is jealous of herself. The morning light is slightly exposed, the sky is gradually dyed with rosy clouds, and all things are quietly awakening in silence. In a forest full of huge mushrooms, the fairy tale guild is quietly hiding here. The guild is wrapped by a huge vine. To be more precise, the guild is built on in a thick vine. There is indeed a word fairy-tale written on the top of the wooden door. Knight noticed that there are pumpkin houses, tree houses, and other strange buildings near the guild. When Myra Jane landed on the ground, she had already lifted her transformation. Will Lysina be here? Let's go in and take a look first. Knight walked to the wooden door and pushed it open. Early in the morning, the guild tavern was a little deserted, with not many people. The two appeared at the door, and people in the tavern cast their eyes. When they saw Knight, their expressions were a little confused. Is the man they didn't know the client? But after finding Myra Jane, they were all stunned. Welcome, do you want me? A warm greeting came from behind the bar of the tavern, but then the welcome turned into surprise. Myra Jane of Edras opened her eyes wide and saw herself exactly the same. Then, a cry of surprise broke out in the tavern. Myra, there are two. What's going on? Didn't you wake up yesterday? Who are you? Everyone in the tavern was shocked. They looked at this Myra and then at that Myra. They were exactly the same. Hello, my name is Knight, and she is Myra Jane Strauss. Knight had expected the scene in front of him, and smiled and raised his hand to greet. We are from another parallel world, Asland. Come to Edras to find. As he said, his eyes swept over everyone in the tavern, and finally stopped on a girl with short white hair. Although it was the first time they saw the other person in person, this was the target they were looking for. Looking for a sister who has been missing for 2 years. Lysina fell to the ground with a plate in her hand. She covered her mouth in astonishment and stared at Myra with wide eyes. Me sister Myra. The voice was trembling, excited, and happy. Myra Jane saw her sister in the crowd at a glance. She ran over impatiently and hugged Lysina tightly in her arms. Lysina, you are Lysina, I'm sorry. It's all my sister's fault. Woohoo! Marajana's eyes were full of tears. She cried because of the sadness of the past, and was moved by the joy of reunion. She cried and laughed. Lysina didn't cry. When she was hugged by her sister, her mind was still a little confused. Why did my sister come to this world? Is she here to find me? The people around looked at each other, confused by the scene in front of them. Another world? Another Myra Jane? Myra Jane of Edras was stunned at first, and then she smiled gently. She actually knew about Lysina a long time ago. Her real sister had died long ago. One day 2 years ago, Lysina in front of her came to the guild alone. Others thought it was the original Lysina who came back, and only she and her brother Elfman knew that it was another Lysina. Now, Lysina's real sister has come, and Myra from the other world is also happy about it. Let me explain it to everyone. Knight walked to a big mushroom table and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea without hesitation. Everyone looked at him. Knight began to explain slowly. It all started 2 years ago. Lysina's story was not complicated, and it took 10 minutes for everyone to understand the situation. So, you traveled through a world and came to find Lysina. The person who spoke was Lucy from the other world. Compared to the Lucy that Knight was familiar with, Lucy from the other world had the temperament of a big sister. Her name was Lucy Ashley. She wore black clothes, black over-the-knee boots, had a fierce look in her eyes, and spoke in a tough tone. At this time, she sat on the mushroom table with her left foot on the mushroom stool, her right leg folded on top of her left leg, and her arms folded across her chest. It sounds so romantic. I'll just believe you. Lucy is so arrogant, I'm not used to it. Knight complained in his heart. He turned his eyes and looked at the other people who were familiar and unfamiliar. First was Juvia, who looked exactly like his girlfriend, but had a completely different personality. She didn't have a love brain at all. The one who had a love brain was Grey Soul Joe, who was wearing a pile of thick clothes and a towel around his neck, as if he was afraid that he would die of heat. Noticing that Knight was always looking at her, Juvia in the other world couldn't help but touch her face and asked calmly. What's on my face? What do I look like in the other world? You are very cute in the other world. Night smiled slightly and thought, does Juvia in this world have a small black spot on her butt? Although they are strangers, they look exactly like his girlfriend, so he still feels friendly. At the same time, he couldn't help but be curious. If you want to know, why not ask the person in person? Night suggested. Ask the person in person. Am I here from Asland? Juvia from the other world was very interested. Not only her, but everyone else also showed a concerned look. Everyone would be a little curious about what kind of personality and life they live in another parallel world. She didn't come, but we can chat on video with this. Night silently changed his clothes, took out dozens of second-generation rings, and placed all the rings on the table. While explaining the functions of the rings to everyone, he distributed the rings to each member of Fairy Tale. After logging on to the internet, everyone can apply for another world self as a friend. Everyone got a small gift and immediately felt that Night was 10 times more friendly. Juvia in the other world put the ring on the middle finger of her right hand and was extremely surprised by Aslan's magic. Even if there is a world between us, we can still communicate face to face with magic? This is too amazing. This is something that Edras dared not imagine at all. While activating the ring and naming herself I am Juvia, she asked with concern. So, Night, you are a wizard of Fairy Tale over there, but here there is no one like you in the guild. It would be strange if there is. I am a time traveler. Could it be that at the moment I traveled through, this world can also give birth to a different world isotope? Night complained in his heart, but said on the surface, maybe we didn't join the guild. We met Urza before we found this place. Urza? Urza Nightwalker. Everyone was shocked. Then, Night took out a card, and Urza was sealed in the card. Urza Nightwalker banged on the card. Since you have found Fairy Tale, you should let me out. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Night sent a ring into the card space and chuckled, do you want to talk to Urza in another world? The ring is given to you as a thank you gift. Urza Nightwalker was silent. Although she was locked in the card, she was not completely ignorant of the situation in the outside world. On the contrary, she heard every word of the conversation of this group of people. Magic Internet. Athland actually has such incredible magic. As the captain of the kingdom's second magical combat team, she felt it necessary to learn about the enemy's intelligence. At this time, Juvia in the other world had already added Sunny Doll as a friend. When the video chat was successfully connected, everyone exclaimed. Can you really see the picture over there across a world? Incredible magic! What a powerful magic! Is it the power of God? In the picture, Juvia is in a suburban mansion at 1.5 Magnolia. This is her and Night's dating place. Although she doesn't live there often, Juvia will go to clean it when she is free. It was the same this morning. But suddenly someone named I am Juvia added her as a friend, which made her very angry. You who are you? When the picture was connected, Juvia, who originally wanted to ask for an explanation, stuttered after seeing the person opposite her. Hello, Juvia from Asland, I'm Juvia from Edras. Juvia from the other world greeted her in a friendly manner. Then, she saw Juvia on the other side crying loudly. Woo, Lord Night. Juvia saw Night on the screen and burst into tears. Lord Night doesn't want Juvia anymore? You, a hateful fake, are not the real Juvia. No, how can you be jealous of yourself? Night was helpless on the spot. No, strictly speaking, the two Juvias are different people, they just look the same. 174 As a guest in Asland, Fairy Tale from Edras wants to travel to another world. After a brief explanation, Juvia finally understood the situation. So that's it, it's Juvia from the other world. Juvia wiped her tears and blushed a little embarrassed. Juvia from the other world understood it. The other self in the other world likes the boy next to him, and he is a little in love. She couldn't help but take a closer look at Knight. He was indeed a handsome boy, and he looked very reliable. She suddenly became very interested in the relationship between the two. Why did the other self like him? What interesting stories happened between the two? Are they dating? Or unrequited love? It's a novel experience to be able to communicate with another self across a world like this. Juvia in the other world smiled and said, I want to whisper to myself, you are not allowed to watch. After that, she ran to the corner and chatted with Juvia alone. Seeing this, others also joined the action of chatting with the other self in the world. Lucy in the other world still sat on the table. She opened the friend search list and asked, Knight, what is my name in the other world? I have to work hard to make money. Ah? I'm short of no, she's short of money. In a sense, I still owe a lot of debts. Knight couldn't help but smile. A lot of debts, a lot of debts. Every time he bullied Lucy with the debt, he would find it particularly interesting. Lucy in the other world didn't understand the twists and turns, and thought that the other self was really poor. So he murmured with some sympathy. Should I lend her some money? No, two worlds the money is not universal. Nate complained in his heart. Everyone got the ring and started to play the internet. Nate looked around and found that there were very few fairy tale people in this world. There were about 20 to 30 people. At this time, the two Miris came over with their sister Lysina, and the elfman from the other world came with them. Guess which one is me? One of the Miris said with a smile, Nate, there will be a punishment if you guess wrong. Are you stupid? My 6 eyes can see the flow of magic power in other people's bodies. Nate thought, playing this kind of twin game with him, really underestimated him. No, this is no longer the level of twins. It is completely a one-to-one replica of the same person. The Miris in the two worlds have the same personality. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to tell them apart. In comparison, the elfman in the other world is not manly at all, but a punching bag. Should I guess wrong on purpose? You will get Myra's cold eyes. Nate said, you are Miss Myra from Edras, right? Myra in the other world blinked in surprise, I really guessed it right. She couldn't help but look at the other self. Myra Jane laughed, Nate has 6 eyes and can clearly see the flow of magic in everyone's body. It's impossible to guess wrong. Despite this, she still felt very happy. Lysina looked at Knight with curious eyes. Hello Knight, I'm Lysina. I heard from Sister Myra that you have been helping me all the time. This time I can come to Edras, thanks to you. You're welcome, it's my duty. Lysina's mouth corners slightly raised, thinking, maybe he is my sister's boyfriend, it feels that my sister and Knight have a special relationship. Do you want to go back with Myra? I can take you back now. Knight thought for a moment and said to Myra in the other world, Miss Myra of Edras, do you want to visit our guild? Hey? Us? Well, you, Elfman, and Lysina have lived with you for 2 years after all. You will feel reluctant to part suddenly, right? Knight suggested. Hearing this, Myra in the other world was a little moved and looked at her brother with an inquiring look. Sister, I want to go and see the fairy tale in another world. Elfman in the other world whispered. Is it okay? Myra in the other world was moved. Of course, everyone in the guild will be surprised to see you. The poster girl showed an interested look, and looked forward to the expressions of others. Please ask Knight to take us back. When you want to come back, you can also trouble Knight. As the relationship became closer, the poster girl began to get used to relying on Knight. Knight didn't hate it, and immediately stretched out his hands. If you want to go, hold my hand. Hearing this, the 4 of them put their hands on Knight's palms one after another. The next moment, a golden teleportation magic circle appeared under everyone's feet. Knight, aren't you going back? I still have a little thing to deal with, you go back first, Myra. As soon as the voice fell, the four disappeared in the guild tavern. With the experience of the last teleportation coordinate deviation, Knight believed that he would not make mistakes this time. Going to Asland as a guest? Such an interesting thing, why don't you invite me? At this time, Lucy from the other world raised her head. Knight was surprised, you want to go too? Of course I want to go, I'm having a good chat with myself, and I also want to meet poor Lucy. The eldest lady is not poor at all, she is waiting to inherit trillions of wealth at any time. Knight was a little curious about what the two talked about. What did you talk about? I won't tell you. Lucy in the other world quickly closed the private chat interface, and like a good buddy, she put her arm around Knight's shoulder. I want to go play too, is that okay? Brother, oh no, Jaime, can you let go first, you are still very strong. Knight had no choice but to say. Go, you can all go, anyone who wants to go is welcome. Great. Thank you, Knight. What are you waiting for, hurry up and get going. But before I send you off, I still have something to do. What? Do you need my help? Don't look at me like this, I am a woman who has the final say in the underworld. Lucy in the other world said carelessly. What underworld? The underworld? Knight didn't know whether to laugh or cry, she was indeed the bad sister Lucy. He glanced at the system prompt. Task, expand the internet to another parallel world. Reward, depends on the completion of the task. Task can be completed. Submit. Unlike the previous tasks, you can decide whether to submit this task. Considering that the reward is based on the completion of the task, Knight decided not to submit the task yet. Only 20 to 30 rings have been sent out now, which is too few new users. He prepared 30,000 rings this time, and he had to sell them all. In this way, the reward will be better. The problem is how to sell all the rings quickly and ensure that they are activated. Just thinking about it, someone suddenly rushed in. Bang! Sound. The door of the guild was pushed open. Troy and Jet in the other world shouted in unison. Oh no, it's the king's army. What? Lucy in the other world changed her expression and immediately shouted, Skinny mechanical maniac, prepare to teleport the magic circle. Skinny mechanical maniac? Who is it? Knight looked curiously. It's Levi. Levi fiddled with a machine and turned back dissatisfied. Who is the skinny mechanical maniac? Stinky Lucy? No, the super strong gorilla girl. Stop talking nonsense, prepare to teleport, it's the king's army. Lucy in the other world fully demonstrated the temperament of the big sister and began to arrange the work of everyone. Knight stood up and said, maybe I let it, don't worry, I'll solve it. As he said, he walked out of the guild door. Everyone looked at each other and immediately followed out worriedly. A group of soldiers riding dragons flew in the sky. They were not biological dragons, but mechanical magic devices. They are the captains of the 1st and 4th magic war units of the kingdom. Grezalju, who was wearing thick clothes, exclaimed. The two captains led the army. One of them was a huge black cat holding a big sword. The captain of the 1st magic war unit, Pansalili. The other had a double chin, a golden airplane head, and wore pink magic armor and black underwear. The captain of the 4th magic war unit, Shugboy. Nate recognized the black cat, but had no impression of the other one. He flew up lightly and intercepted the army. Seeing the target he wanted to find, Pansalili said in a deep voice. The Wizard of Asland, let Urzanet Voka go. A white light flashed in Knight's hand, and a mirror flower and water moon appeared in the palm of his hand. The blade first pointed at the enemies, and then hung upside down in his hand. This simple action immediately attracted everyone's attention. The next second, the chanting sounded. Break it, Kagami Suijutsu. The release of the Zanpakuto is a hypnotic ritual. At this moment, everyone, including the fairy tale people in the other world, had their 5 senses controlled by Kagami Suijutsu. Okay, next, let's put down our weapons and surrender. 175 You, only at this time am I willing to call you master. 4/4 monthly ticket request. Under the influence of complete hypnosis, the 1st and 4th magic combat units of the king's army fought each other. In their respective visions, they were fighting against the Dark Guild fairy tale. Pansalili and Shugboy fought, soldiers collided with soldiers, and a fierce spectacle broke out in the sky. The fairy tale people below were stunned. Lady Kana murmured in a daze, "What's going on? Is there an internal conflict? Is it Knight's magic?" Juvia in the other world exclaimed. In the tavern, there was a loud shout from Levi. The teleportation magic is ready and can be activated at any time. Everyone come back quickly. It seems that it is not necessary. Big sister Lucy put her hands on her hips and sighed in her heart, "What a powerful magic, is it that knife?" In the sky, Night quietly waited for the soldiers to consume their physical strength. In the face of complete hypnosis, they could not find any flaws at all. Generally speaking, there are only 3 ways to fight against this bug-level ability. First, hold the blade of the mirror flower and water moon before the ability is activated. Second, magic immunity. Third, blind. Obviously, these soldiers did not meet any of the requirements. After waiting for half an hour, these bloody soldiers consumed a lot of physical strength. Knight threw out a pile of cards. Each card condensed by magic power flew accurately to each soldier. At the moment of hitting the opponent, the card space was opened and the person was locked in it. The sky was filled with bursts of white light. In a blink of an eye, everyone was cleared, leaving only hundreds of cards falling from the sky. Among them were the 2 captains of the Magic War team. Until then, the complete hypnosis was lifted. Pansalili, who had reacted, shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Nate reached out and grabbed the 2 cards that sealed the captains, and smiled at the black cat in them. "Don't say I'm mean, your Edla's kingdom is plotting against Arslan's magic, and what you did is not glorious at all." Illusion. Lily was shocked. This large-scale illusion lasted for such a long time, which was simply unbelievable. It's not magic at the level of illusion, but it doesn't matter if you understand it as an illusion. As he said that, Knight snapped his fingers. With a snap, the vibration spread. All the cards flew towards him and stacked neatly in his palm. The panicked shouts of the soldiers continued to come from the cards. Nate thought they were a bit annoying, so he simply cast the reversal magic of silence. So, it was quiet. After doing all this, he landed in front of the fairy tale people. "You are so awesome, Knight." Big sister Lucy had a look of admiration on her face. "Our fairy tale is the only wizard guild left in the world. In the past few years, we have been hunted by the king's army. The king is really hateful. He forbids others from possessing magic. Possessing magic is considered a crime. Now, such 2 powerful magic war troops are easily played around with. Big sister would have admiration. It is natural for Knight to learn." Knight smiled and said, "Are you going to say, 'Coach, I want to learn too'? Can I?" The big sister's eyes lit up. "Can I use your knife?" "No. No." The big sister rolled her eyes at him. If the 2 of them were not so familiar with each other, she really wanted to give Knight a set of Lucy's 48 torture skills. Knight pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of a good idea. "You said you would help me, right?" "Of course, what do you need my help with?" Lucy said enthusiastically, "Don't get me wrong, even if you didn't repel the magic troops of the king's army, I would help. After all, everyone in the guild received the ring gift." She felt that she should help out of both reason and emotion. Knight immediately took out a cloth bag from the dressing space and handed it to Lucy. There are 10,000 magic web rings in here. I hope you can sell them as soon as possible on the black market. 10,000. Big sister Lucy was shocked. How much is this? Each ring is filled with magic crystals. You know, in the world of Edras, magic power is limited, and magic crystals are particularly valuable. Especially after the king banned others from possessing magic, the price of magic on the black market has risen sharply. In your world, magic crystals are very cheap. Big sister Lucy's eyes turned, and she thought of a good idea to make a fortune. Nate, since you can travel between the two worlds, why don't you bring more magic crystals? I'm willing to pay for them. This trick of thinking of a trick is exactly the same as Lucy's. Nate thought, a smuggler between the two worlds? He is not short of money, and of course he will not think that he has too much money. However, the most urgent task is not to make money, but to complete the task. Knight said, sell this batch of rings first, and treat it as a test from me. I understand. Just look forward to my performance. Big sister Lucy was full of confidence. She looks so reliable compared with the Lucy he knew. Knight complained in his heart, but still reminded, it should be noted that the buyer must activate the magic network in person. Ah! This will be a bit troublesome, but I understand. I will make sure that every ring sold is activated. Big sister pondered for a moment and felt that although it was a bit troublesome, it was not too troublesome. It was nothing more than spending more time and means. As for the money from selling rings, Knight would not treat his partners unfairly. 1/4 of the profit is given to you. Half of the profit belongs to Judd, and needs to be invested in the reproduction of rings. Of the remaining half will be divided to Lucy, which is 1/4 of the profit. For this distribution, Big Sister was a little embarrassed, thinking that she seemed to have taken too much. But Knight didn't care about this little money, he just wanted to solve the external export of the ring as soon as possible. Do you also use J-coins? Asked the big sister Lucy. Knight shook his head and said, although they are all called J-coins, the banks that issue them are different. I will change them to precious metal gold when the time comes. He had noticed the guild's notice board before, and the commission rewards on it were all written in J-coins. But it should be said that it is obviously a dark guild, and there are many commissions. From the lowest level 500J cat search to the high value 650,000J task, there are many types. Anyway, I'll leave the ring to you. Let's add a magic network friend. When the rings are sold out, I will come again. The two added each other as friends. Then Knight released Urza Voka. He also gave her 10,000 rings. I have sealed your companions in the cards. I will release them only if you sell these 10,000 rings. Faced with this request, Netvoka agreed decisively without resistance. She had tried the magic net and played a game of Magic Arena, and was shocked by Aslan's magic. In another world with a developed magic civilization, could the king's unlimited magic plan really succeed? Compared to using the anima method to forcibly plunder magic from another world, perhaps it would be a better way to spend money to buy magic crystals through the Magic Net Express of the magic internet. Knight Voka's mentality changed subtly. For Knight, who created such incredible magic, there was a hint of admiration in his heart. How great it would be if this guy was from Edras. I will follow your instructions, and I hope you will abide by the agreement when the time comes. I don't want to lock these people up either. Who asked them to come here on their own? Knight spread his hands like a little bear. Jpg. Afterwards, he and Urza Nightwalker also added each other as friends. It is worth mentioning that Nightwalker's nickname in the Magic Network is Fairy Hunter. After letting the other party go, the big sister Lucy couldn't help but say, "This woman has bullied us a lot in the past. I guess she won't do that in the future." Nate thought, as long as she is not stupid, Urza in this world will definitely make a big discovery in the Magic Network. Even Lucy can think of buying magic crystals from Aslan. She will definitely realize the importance of Magic Express. The problem lies with the king. The king may not give up Anima's plan. However, we'll talk about it later. Perhaps, the king will be deserted by his friends and relatives in a while. Thinking of this, Knight said goodbye to everyone immediately. Then, I'll go back to Aslan first. Everyone in the other world, see you next time. Hey, wait, what about the promise to send me to your place as a guest? Big sister Lucy hurriedly grabbed him. Knight said, wait until you sell the ring. How about it? It's a deal. It's a deal. As everyone in Fairy Tale saw him off, a teleportation array appeared under Knight's feet and disappeared in an instant. Knight did not return to Aslan, but appeared on the floating island when he descended to this world yesterday. He looked at the royal capital in the distance and called you out of the deep net. Knight, this is... As soon as he came to the real world, you immediately found something unusual. Knight hugged her and kissed her again. What are you doing? Wooloo smiled, missed me? Actually, I have something to bother you with. Knight handed Wooloo a stack of cards that sealed the magic war troops, and then took out the last 10,000 rings and gave them to her. He briefly explained the matter. I see, you want me to stay here temporarily to ensure that the rings can be sold smoothly. Wooloo smiled and said, I thought you missed me. I miss you, everywhere. Knight said righteously, and then pulled her into the dense forest. Wooloo blushed slightly, and immediately knew what he wanted to do. This is the wild. Don't worry, no one will see it. Knight hugged Wooloo, his hand had already reached into her little vest, and grabbed his favorite giant panda. Master, do you miss me? Pooh. Bad guy. Only at this time is he willing to call master. Wooloo wrapped his arms around Knight's neck, took the initiative to tiptoe, and gave him a sweet kiss. Kiss me. 176 The first generation came to my house. Knight, I'm really not a Lolita control. Pictured is Mavis. 30,000 second generation magic net rings. 10,000 were given to the big sister Lucy. 10,000 were given to Urza Knight Voka. The last 10,000 were entrusted to Uru. Nate was free, and after comforting Uru, he activated the Flying Thunder God magic and returned to Magnolia from Edla's. It was obviously a teleportation between the two realms, except that the coordinates were prone to deviation, but the actual consumption of magic power was not much. This made Knight a little concerned. Perhaps in the concept of time and space, the distance between the two parallel worlds is very close. Magnolia, an apartment with a monthly rent of 70,000 J. A golden magic circle appeared on the wooden floor in the room, and Knight returned home in an instant. As soon as he appeared, he immediately discovered the breath of other magic. See you again, fourth generation. Knight turned his head and looked at the tea table. The first generation little Lolita was sitting there, drinking her chamomile tea. First generation? Why are you in my house? Knight was surprised. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, the chamomile that the fat old speaker sent was all wasted by you. No, it seems that he is not the speaker now. Because of the demon heart attack on the council headquarters, Mr. Crawford Shim has been demoted to an ordinary councillor. Knight felt a little sympathetic to him, as he was an unprovoked disaster. But compared to the original work, because of the Tower of Paradise incident, he was forced to retire, which was better. Mavis sat at the tea table, with a pair of small feet stretched under the table, and the big toes moved, looking very relaxed. Because it's too boring to stay in Tenro Island. Then why did you come to my house? Nate walked over, sat opposite, and poured himself a cup of chamomile tea. This is probably the last cup, can't waste it, drink it yourself. How do you know I live here? After drinking a sip of tea, Knight asked again. My nose is very sensitive. I have remembered your magic breath last time. The first generation little Loli put on a proud little expression. She left Tenro Island and came to Magnolia. She hasn't been back for many years and almost doesn't recognize this town. She had to follow the familiar magic breath and found here all the way. 4th generation, I saw a post on the internet that the Dark Guild Demon Heart will attack Fairy Tale at the Harvest Festival. I'm not the 4th generation. Nate was too lazy to correct her address, so, 1st generation, you came here for this. This is also a reason. Mavis hesitated a little before nodding. In fact, it's still too boring. It was fine before she came into contact with the magic network. She was used to being alone, a ghost. But after she got the magic network, she was addicted to the internet every day. She couldn't help but run out of Tianlang Island. You hesitated, right? It turned out that you were bored. Nate thought with a smile in his heart. It happens that the Harvest Festival will be in a few days. You came at the right time, 1st generation. Harvest Festival? It's really nostalgic. It must be a lively celebration. Mavis' eyes sparkled, and she looked very interested. When she came, she found that the streets were decorated with lights and colors, with a festive atmosphere. 4th generation. Mavis finished drinking the chamomile tea in her hand and floated with interest. Stood up and looked at Knight with expectant eyes. I saw the dessert shop on the street is having a discount. It's an amazing discount during the festival period. Knight. If you miss these days, you have to wait another year. Knight. 4th generation, let's go together. You just want to eat cake, right? Knight really can't complain. What discount? It's obviously greedy. Last strawberry cake? 1st generation, do you want to eat it? I want to eat it. Mavis nodded immediately, then shook her head. The key is the discount, buy it and you will earn it. As a wizard of Fairy Tale, you must have the courage to seize every opportunity in life. The key is that you want to eat it. Knight had to get up, then let's go. Great, let's go, it will be sold out when we get there. Mavis followed with a smile. One person and one ghost left the apartment together. It was still past 9 in the morning, but because the festival was approaching, the street was already very lively. The Harvest Festival, as the name of the festival suggests, is an annual festival in Magnolia to celebrate the harvest. It is held on October 6 every year and is a grand celebration for the whole city. Celebrate this year's harvest and pray for good luck in the coming year. Of course, this is not important. What is important is eating, drinking, and having fun. Merchants will also take the opportunity to launch holiday products, holiday discounts, etc. During the festival, there is also a grand magic parade to watch. Even if you don't like to watch the fairy tale parade, you can also participate in the large-scale bonfire party under the sky tree in Nanko Park. Nate suddenly thought, should he also perform in the magic parade? But no one has notified him yet. If necessary, what will he perform? A punch caused an earthquake? The festival turned into a Memorial Day. Of course, what is more terrible than the festival is how will he accompany his girlfriend at that time. The scumbag is most afraid of festivals. President Hades, you must come, please. While thinking about some things about the festival, he took Mavis to the dessert shop. The strawberry cake I gave Mavis last time was actually bought by Urza. Urza especially likes this kind of cake, and will buy 100 at a time, and sometimes she will give him some. But Knight doesn't eat desserts much, so he saved it in the dressing space. When I went to visit Mavis on Tianlang Island, I suddenly thought that the first generation also liked desserts, so I borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha. Here we are, this is the one. The two came to the dessert shop, and there was actually a queue in this shop. Knight was a little surprised. Is the business so good when the festival is approaching? Then he found that the citizens were not queuing to buy desserts. Instead, a new store opened next door, and the queue came here. 4th generation, what is that store selling? Mavis was very curious about the bustle. Knight pondered and said, it sells rings. It's off the mark, Judd is so efficient. I just told him yesterday that I would open a magic net ring store in Magnolia, and it opened today. Ring? This one. Mavis stretched out her little hand and showed the silver-white ring on her finger. This is it. Nate nodded and said, anyway, let's go eat cake. The two walked into the store. The store manager was a fat ant. She couldn't see Mavis, but recognized Knight at a glance. Oh, Mr. Knight? Miss Urza is here too. Hey. Nate was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the dining table. At the dining table by the window in the corner, Urza was enjoying strawberry cake happily. After hearing the name Nate, she looked up and saw her boyfriend and Mavis following behind her boyfriend. At this moment, Urza's eyes showed a strange look. No, listen to my quibbling. No, listen to my explanation, this is the first-generation president, I'm really not a Lolita control. Nate read a strange meaning from his girlfriend's eyes. Good morning, Urza. 177 guildarts is already the 4 emperors of the New World. Good morning, Knight. When Urza responded to her boyfriend, there was still cream on the corner of her mouth. Nate immediately walked over, wiped the cream with his fingers, and then put it into the other's mouth. Urza's face was slightly red, and she was a little shy. This is one of the couple's behaviors recorded in Girls' Love Handbook. She subconsciously held Knight's finger and almost forgot about Mavis. Nate leaned close to her ear and whispered in talk. That's the first-generation president, Mavis Viviamilio, a glutton. Who is the glutton? I heard it all. Mavis intercepted the talk, and the hair on her head shook, floating over like a ghost. Urza followed her with a surprised look. Because she was holding her finger, she couldn't speak, afraid of biting her boyfriend. So she answered in her mind. The first president. She's a ghost, and people outside the guild can't see her. Because she was so greedy, she ran from Tenro Island to eat sweets. Of course, Urza knew the name of the first president. She was an S-class wizard in the guild. She passed the S-class exam at the age of 15, and she would serve as a member every year. The examiner went to Tenro Island. He was not unfamiliar with the tombstone of the first president on the island. But it was the first time to see the ghost of the first generation with his own eyes. Should I invite her to eat with me? Urza asked in a panic. Before Knight could answer, the voice of the third person sounded in their minds. I heard it. Arisa. Knight. The telepathy was eavesdropped. Knight watched Mavis sit across from the table, and saw that the two of them were looking at him, and he tilted his head with a smile. 4th generation, telepathy magic is very easy to be eavesdropped, and you haven't practiced it well enough. Knight laughed dryly when he was heard talking about gluttony in private. He learned telepathy just to add voice chat and other functions to the internet, and he never thought about practicing it in depth. With Mavis's magic attainments, it would be easy to eavesdrop on his telepathy, not to mention easy. Urza quickly pulled Knight's finger out of her mouth, and licked the cream off her finger without wasting it. 4th generation? When did Knight become the 4th generation? She was a little confused. Urza, I've seen you 5 times on Tenro Island, but this is the first time you've seen me. President Mavis, I didn't expect you to be alive. Oh no, please teach me, I'm Urza. Don't be nervous, I'm just a ghost. Mavis smiled lightly and turned to look at Knight. 4th generation, is Urza your girlfriend? Please keep it a secret. Oh. Mavis's big eyes showed a strong interest. Before seeing Knight and Urza's intimate behavior, I guessed that they should be a couple in love. Mavis didn't know much about love. She was only in her 20s when she died, and she had never been in love. But it didn't stop her from wanting to eat other people's melons. Urza couldn't help but smile happily when she heard her boyfriend's confession again. She pushed an untouched strawberry cake to Mavis, and said seriously, President Mavis, please have it if you don't mind. It's not good to eat here, right? Let's go back to fairy tale first. Mavis suggested, with a nostalgic tone. I haven't been back for many years, remember not to reveal my identity first. If she eats here, it will seem to outsiders that the cake is missing one bite after another. Urza asked the fat ant to help pack, and then bought another 100 cakes. After leaving the dessert shop, the two and the ghost headed towards the north of Magnolia. Arriving in front of the guild gate, Mavis exclaimed. Wow, fairy tale has become so impressive. The first generation was very happy. At this time, Knight found someone approaching from behind. Walian. Good morning, Knight, Urza, and this little girl. Walian was carrying a bag on his back, and when he saw Mavis, he was stunned. Who is this? Is this someone's child in the guild? Or a newcomer? Knight changed the subject. Long time no see, Walian, are you back from a mission? Yes, the harvest festival is coming soon, and everyone in the guild will come back early. The recent period is the annual vacation period. Being interrupted, Walian left Mavis aside. I'll go in first, and I have to give the commission receipt to Myra. He walked into the guild, and after a moment, there was a scream. Myra? Too? What's going on? Whose transformation magic? Radas, did you draw a Myra? Then there was a burst of laughter in the guild tavern. Ah ha ha ha, another one. Another one. Guess, Walian, which Myra is the real Myra? If you guess wrong, you have to drink. The one who said I have to drink was Kana. Nate then remembered that he had sent back Myra and Elfman from the other world. Something interesting seems to be happening. Mavis' eyes lit up and she floated into the guild. Nate wanted to complain, can you walk properly? If you are like this, everyone will know you are a ghost. Walked into the tavern with Urza, and then heard Walian shouting. To Elfman. Hey! Are you listening? What the hell is going on? Did I go to the wrong guild? No, I was dreaming and didn't wake up. Behind the bar, the two Myra kept smiling. Exactly the same. Even the clothes and appearance. After finding Knight coming in, they greeted him in unison. Knight, welcome back. Knight could tell the difference at a glance, but Urza was a little confused. To Miris, to Elfman? And Lysina. It's a long story. Levi giggled and began to answer the newcomers' questions. Mavis mixed in the crowd with curiosity. For a while, no one realized the existence of this cute little loli. Knight was not interested in listening and found a quieter place to sit down. As soon as he sat down, Kana sat opposite him with 2 glasses of wine. She handed a glass to Knight and said generously. It's for you. You can drink. How can we celebrate without drinking? Aren't there still 6 days left? Knight complained in his heart, so he had to take the beer and took a small sip. Suddenly thought of Walian. The harvest festival is coming soon, and those who went out on missions will come back one after another. Will Gildarts come back? Kana, Gildarts is your father, right? Puff. Kana took a sip of beer and suddenly sprayed it on Knight's face. Fortunately, Knight was quick and moved to the left in an instant. Ahem, sorry. Kana apologized first, then lowered her voice and said in disbelief, how did you know? Knight. Guess. Mind reading? So disgusting. It's a bit too much to say that it's disgusting. Kana sighed sadly, but didn't delve into it. I was really thinking about Gildarts just now. It's been 3 years. I wonder where he is now? Will he come back for this harvest festival? Your father went to the next continent to slay the dragon, but unfortunately he met the black dragon. He will be seriously injured when he comes back. Nate thought about it and didn't tell his daughter Kana about this, so as not to worry her. Gildarts may have become the 4 emperors of the New World 1.8. Don't worry. Hey! Eastern Forest. Under the tree. Gajeel handed a folded note to Makarov. President, I have successfully gained the initial trust of President Ivan. Here is some information about Raventail. Thank you for your hard work, Gil. Makarov took the note and nodded in thanks. After a moment of hesitation, Gajeel said, there is an unexpected discovery this time. Because of the crime notice of Demon Heart on the forum, Ivan seems to be preparing to lead the Dark Guild Raventail to do something on the day of the Harvest Festival. Hearing this, Makarov frowned. Raventail, a dark guild independent of the Balamu Alliance. In recent years, its power has also expanded rapidly, and it can even be ranked as the fourth largest dark guild alongside the 6 demon generals, Demon Heart and Gate of Hades. Of course, the most important thing is, President Ivan is his son, who was once a member of Fairy Tail. 178-7 Magic. Harvest Festival begins, Myra's gift. Ivan, the president of Raventail, is called Ivan Doria. Makarov's son and Lax's father. He also made a Thunder Dragon heart into a Dragon Slayer crystal and buried it in Lax's body, making him the second-generation Dragon Slayer. Because he had done something bad to Fairy Tail, he was expelled from the guild by Makarov. But at the same time, Ivan also took away information that was unfavorable to Fairy Tail. During the Harvest Festival, Ivan also wanted to do something. Makarov fell into deep thought. In fact, he could probably guess what his son wanted to do. As a father, he failed to educate his child into a decent man. In short, Ivan is a person who likes to use some tricks to achieve his goals. After being expelled from the guild, he did not turn back, but instead founded the Dark Guild Raventail. President, do you need me to continue investigating? Gajeel saw Makarov was silent and solemn, and couldn't help but speak again. Grateful to Makarov for accepting him and allowing him to join Fairy Tail, Gajeel was willing to act as a double agent. No, being too proactive will arouse suspicion. Makarov shook his head and said with a smile, you go back to the guild first and enjoy the festival. Seeing that the president said so, Gajeel did not insist. Yes. He turned and left. Not long ago, after joining Fairy Tail, he went out to perform his first commission. On the way to the mission, he encountered people from Raventail and contacted President Ivan. The other party took the initiative to approach him and wanted him to be a spy, but did not say what he wanted him to investigate. Ivan did not trust him enough. What does Fairy Tail have that he wants? Intelligence? Or magic? October 6th. The day of the Harvest Festival. After entering October, the weather gradually turned cooler, but it couldn't cover up the festive atmosphere. In the downtown area of Magnolia near the church, the most prosperous streets were crowded with people early in the morning. In addition to the citizens of the city, there are more tourists from outside. The Fairy Tail's magical parade is famous all over the country, and people from afar come in an endless stream. A little after 8 in the morning, apartment. Nate was awakened by a knock on the door. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt that the magic power in his body had increased a lot more than before. Magic. 7 stars. Nate opened the panel and glanced at it, and his mood was immediately good. According to the original estimate, it would take at least 1 month to increase the magic power from 6 stars to 7 stars. Now it is obviously less than a month. The reason for this is naturally because there are more leaks. Thanks to Mr. Judd who opened a magic ring specialty store in Magnolia. Internet registered user, 10.0014. Has it exceeded 100,000? In just 6 days. Nate was shocked. But on second thought, it was not strange. The popularity of the Magic Network is already high enough. As long as enough Magic Network rings are released, users will the growth is very fast. And it happened to be the Harvest Festival, and many foreign tourists visited Magnolia, so the rings were sold faster. In addition, 30,000 rings were invested in Edlas, and the current progress is also gratifying. After all are activated, the number of users will increase, probably to between 130,000 and 140,000. Yes, the 7-star magic has reached the average level of the Holy 10. Nate was quite satisfied with this. Gerald of the Holy 10, Makarov of the Holy 10, and Josefila of the Holy 10. Their magic is all at the level of 7 stars. Although some are strong and some are weak, the amount of magic is not particularly different. As for Jura, although they are both in the Holy 10, he is the last one. The last time they met, Jura had 6-star magic. Almost 3 months. It has been more than 3 months since I joined Fairy Tail with 1.5 stars of magic and now have 7 stars of magic. Knight's magic power is improving fast enough, and he is quite satisfied with it. However, the deeper the magic power is, the higher it climbs, the slower the improvement will be. 8 stars, I'm afraid it's the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. It may take 2 or 3 months. Or even longer. Knight guessed. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded again. Lucy's voice came from outside. Get up, lazy bug. Not awake yet? Knight silently changed his clothes and got up to open the door. Lucy dressed very beautifully today, full of energy and spirit. Knight, let's go shopping, the church is very lively. Here it comes, the most feared one is here. Was Lucy the first to attack? Knight pondered and said, I will be responsible for patrolling and be alert to the attack of the Devil's Heart. As he said that, he turned and went into the bathroom to wash up. Lucy blinked and complained, it's so hard. It's obviously a celebration. Go ahead and have fun. How about I accompany you on patrol? Lucy giggled, feeling that Knight was quite pitiful, so she would accompany him. If the young lady said this on weekdays, Knight would be happy, but forget it today. Remember to play with your share for me. Got it, keep up the good work on patrol. After sending Lucy away, Knight went into the bathroom to wash up. The ring suddenly flashed, and when he opened it, it was a private message from Kana. Please buy me a drink, Knight. Please buy me a drink, will someone with a demon heart attack today? Please buy me a drink, I have divined for everyone in the guild. What do you think your divined result is? .jpg. Knight replied to her while brushing his teeth. Sigma man, good luck, chicken dinner today? Please buy me a drink, what chicken? Roll your eyes. .jpg. Please buy me a drink, it's a sign of female trouble. Please buy me a drink, it's more serious than last time, I hope you can survive, snicker. .jpg. Nate. What feudal superstition? He will patrol honestly today, and his girlfriends will understand. Thinking of his girlfriend, Knight suddenly thought of someone. This kind of sin cannot be borne by himself. Immediately, he summoned Loki from the game space. 753 Nate, is there anything? After this period of star spirit nourishment, Loki has fully recovered and greeted with a bright smile. Put your work aside. Do you know what day it is today? What day? Harvest Festival. Loki's smile disappeared immediately. He was stunned for a few seconds, and then his face changed drastically. Oh no! He shouted and ran out of the house immediately. I have something to do, Knight. Knight grabbed him and asked with a smile, what's the matter? I have to break up with those girlfriends. Loki said painfully, this kind of festival is hell. Too bad, I hope you can survive. Knight condemned the other party righteously. Do you have the nerve to say that to me? Loki rolled his eyes, and then patted Knight's arm solemnly, you have to work hard too. After that, he quickly slipped away. It seems that he is really in a hurry to break up. Knight complained in his heart that as long as he patrolled honestly and refused all invitations, there would be no problem. Suddenly, he received another private message. The departing traveler, Night, today is a festival celebration. Sigma man, I want to patrol. Even if it's you, the poster girl, I won't fall for it. Traveler on the way out, I want to patrol too, I'm responsible for the situation in the south, snicker.jpg. Traveler on the way out, thank you so much for listening as last time. I have a gift for you. Can you come to the suburbs in the south? Sigma man, I'll be there soon, smile.jpg. 179 Kiss with Myra, encounter the first of the 7 infernal families, 4/4 flowers requested. Nate is looking forward to what kind of gift Myra will give him. After replying to the poster girl with a sentence "I'll be there soon," he went out to keep the appointment. On the way there, he received private messages one after another. Lebby, Master, you've worked hard on patrol. Greetings from the little apprentice. Fortunately he didn't ask him to go shopping together. Then there is girlfriend number 2. Juvia, Lord Knight. Juvia saw a very cute Sunny doll in the church. Juvia, Sunny doll for sale. Jpg. Sigma man, cute, buy it. Juvia, yeah. Juvia bought it and gave it to Lord Knight. Juvia, only 10,000 J, a Sunny doll with Juvia's name on it. Jpg. Has it already been bought? Nate looked dazed. It costs 10,000 just to write a name. Why not just rob it? Women's money is so easy to make. Sigma man, why is it so expensive? Juvia, does Lord Knight like it? When you think of Juvia in the future, just look at it shy.jpg. Forget it, as long as you like it. Nate felt helpless. He suddenly remembered that he had recently given Urza Senbonzakura, Usodi Shirayuki, and Myra Black-Winged Demon. But it seems that I didn't prepare a gift for Juvia. The handmade Sunny doll I gave last time was made at the last minute. Sigma man, I like it very much. I will prepare a surprise for you next time. Juvia, really? Juvia is looking forward to it excited.jpg. After comforting girlfriend number 2, girlfriend number 1 sent another private message. Pain Witch, breakfast.jpg. Nate clicked on the picture, and Ursha was having breakfast with Melty. Sigma man, I'm not used to you posting this kind of picture. Pain Witch, sexy pajamas photo.jpg, is my sister beautiful? Smirking.jpg. The witch lady in the picture is sexy and seductive, with charming eyes. It is obviously not a fresh photo, but a stock. Damn, there is a private collection. While collecting the pictures, Knight complained in his heart. It should be said that Ursha likes taking selfies. Pain Witch, dear, do you want to have breakfast together? My sister made it herself. Nate's heart moved. He had never eaten the food cooked by Altair. I wanted to try it, but now was obviously not the right time. Sigma man, I'm going on patrol. Witch of Pain, you must have gone to accompany someone else. I'm just a little witch who is not loved by anyone. Jpg. Nate looked helpless and had to reply that he would accompany you online, which comforted her. After that, Urza also sent a private message after walking a few steps. Fortunately, Urza didn't want to invite him, but pulled him into a temporary group. Harvest Festival Patrol Alert Group. The members are him, Urza, Myra Jane, Mist Gang, Laxus, and President Makarov. Except for him, they are all S-class wizards of the guild. Makarov, report any abnormality as soon as possible to ensure the smooth progress of the celebration. Nate replied understood and ignored it for the time being. He knew almost everything about the actions of the Devil's Heart, and patrolling was just an excuse to deal with his girlfriends. However, the others were very serious in carrying out the mission. Laxus was responsible for the security of the busiest downtown church area. Myra Jane was in the south of the city, Urza was in the west, and Mist Gang focused on the north to prevent the enemy from attacking from the lake. As for Knight, he was responsible for the remaining eastern part of the city, including a large area of the eastern forest. Because he had 6 eyes, he was responsible for the widest area of security, and the others combined were not as wide as his. We arrived at the agreed location in the south of the city. Under the maple tree, red leaves covered the ground, and the white-haired girl had a gentle smile on her face. It seemed that she had finally waited for the person she was waiting for. Marajana's eyes sparkled, and she took the initiative to greet him on the red leaves on the ground. Nate noticed that she was holding a gift bag in her hand. "Nate, you're here." The poster lady smiled and lifted the gift bag, took out a knitted scarf from it, and said shyly, "After October, the weather in Magnolia will turn cold in a blink of an eye, and it will snow soon. Is the gift a scarf?" Nate thought happily, "This one is hand-woven. Is it made by Myra herself? This is the scarf I knitted these days, for you, please keep warm." The poster lady picked up the scarf and wanted to put it on Nate, but it was a little difficult to operate because of the height difference. So she said angrily, "Lower your head." Nate couldn't help laughing, and lowered his head and stretched out his neck obediently. Myra Zhen patiently put the scarf on him, and looked at her masterpiece with a happy smile. "This looks good. You are not allowed to say you don't like it. I like this gift, thank you." Just as Knight was about to raise his head, Myra grabbed the scarf, and she took the initiative to tiptoe and kiss Knight. With Knight's reaction speed, of course he could react, but anyone who would hide at this time is a fool. The poster girl actually kissed him? Knight was a little surprised. When they were camping together before, they kissed on the cheek. After the dragonfly kiss, Myra immediately blushed and stepped back, with her hands shyly behind her back. "I still have to go on patrol." Before she finished speaking, Knight hugged her. "That's not right, you kissed me, it's not fair, I have to kiss you back." "Let me go, idiot, we'll be seen." Myra Jane slapped Knight's chest with shyness and laughter. Knight thought, why didn't you tell me that you were going to be seen kissing me just now? I didn't kiss her last time when I was attacked, so I must kiss her back this time." As he said that, he held Myra's face with one hand and leaned over to kiss the poster girl. Myra Jane blushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She wanted to push away, but she was held too tightly, as if her waist was fixed by a clamp and she couldn't move at all. "Can you kiss me?" This sentence was her last stubbornness, and the rest of the words were swallowed. Nate carefully tasted the long-awaited lips. Compared with Myra Jane, Knight's kissing skills were far superior. In Knight's opinion, Myra's light kiss was not a kiss at all, but just a little saliva on his mouth. It didn't feel like a kiss at all. At this moment, Myra, who was kissed by Knight, had a blank mind for a moment, and was completely immersed in it. One time? As long as they didn't separate, it would count as one time. And in this beautiful scene, an annoying voice suddenly sounded. "Humph, I hate it most when young men and women are affectionate in front of me. Damn, this is too enviable." Myra Jane was addicted to kissing, and was shocked when she heard this. Nate felt a pain on his tongue, bitten. After the two separated, they looked at the distance together. The person who spoke was sitting on a tree dozens of meters away. He was tall and strong, with fair skin and a jealous expression on his face. "Who is it? Such strong magic." Myra Jane didn't care about being shy, and stared at the other person in surprise. Nate covered his mouth. "Lian Wu and Zi, 7 dependents of purgatory." "Ah!" Myra Jane blinked, reacted belatedly, and blushed. "Sorry, does it hurt?" "There is no time to say such words." The fat man in the tree in the distance was already angry. "I've decided to kill you right here." Anger from a single man. "I'm one of the 7 dependents of purgatory, Hua Yuan Zeker. 180 lost magic, worship at Zhou Hour." Hua Yuan Zeker is dressed like a pervert, with only a pair of black pants and a cloak on his body. The exposed skin is morbidly white. But his body is very burly and tall, at least 2 meters tall. When he threatened to kill the bitch, he jumped down from the tree. With a thud, there was a dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. 7 Dependents of Purgatory. Myra looked alert. Judging from the magic power of the target, he is indeed a very powerful wizard. The whole body receives the black-winged demon. The dark green magic flowed from the feet and enveloped the whole body. In an instant, Myra transformed into a black-winged demon with white hair and black wings. A slender tail swayed gently behind her, and a long and sharp demon horn appeared on her head. What is this? Receiving magic. Hua Yuanziker's dull expression is different from the information, right? Is this how Demon Myra Zhen receives magic? This posture and magic are just like the demons of the Gate of Hades. Suddenly, the wings behind Myra shook, leaving only a stream of air in place. Hua Yuanziker didn't react before a hand covered with black feathers grabbed his round face. The huge force squeezed his facial features into a ball. It hurts, it hurts. Hua Yuanziker opened his mouth and shouted, and the whole person was thrown into the distance like a projectile. With a bang, a thick maple tree was broken. The demon Myra's eyes flashed with confusion. She had 523 strong magic power, but it didn't look as strong as expected. Not far away. When Knight saw this scene, he suddenly realized a problem. If Myra and Urza knew that he was dating both of them at the same time, would he face a mixed doubles match? A female knight and a female demon. Imagining that scene, Knight couldn't help but sweat, and his tongue didn't hurt that much. Be careful, his magic is called Ugly Hour Worship, which is a curse magic. While thinking, Knight used telepathy to remind Myra, be careful not to let him get your hair. It seemed too late. The thrown Hua Yuanziker stood up with his mouth covered, his nose bleeding. And in his other hand, he had already got a black feather at some point. What a violent girl! A woman like you, even if you confess to me now, I won't agree. What is this guy talking about? Myra was confused by his nonsense. Nate's reminder came to her mind, and her expression became solemn again. Curse-killing magic? Hua Yuanziker took out a small doll from her hair and inserted a black feather on the doll's head. My magic is called Ugly Hour Worship, which is a kind of lost magic. Just insert your hair on this doll number 1. It doesn't matter if it's not hair, feathers are the same. Hua Yuanziker raised the arm of the doll and suddenly waved the hand holding doll number 1. At the same time Myra's face changed, and her body flew uncontrollably towards Knight, while her sharp claws grabbed Knight's chest. Be careful! She shouted hurriedly. So, I told you to be careful. Knight just turned sideways slightly to avoid Myra's attack. But at the moment of avoiding, Hua Yuanziker controlled puppet number 1 again. Myra's body suddenly stopped, and her left hand grabbed Knight's face at a weird angle. Sorry, Knight, get out of the way. This magic is quite fun. Knight grinned, tilted his head back, and easily avoided the attack again. The next moment, the man had disappeared from the spot. Hey? Where's the person? Hua Yuanziker was stunned, and the action of controlling the puppet paused. Teleportation magic? So that's it, this man is Knight, the master of the magic network and one of the 10 great magic guides of the Holy Land. Because he was wearing a scarf, half of his face was blocked, and he didn't recognize him at the first time. Just when he was distracted and exposed his flaws, Nate had teleported to his side and snatched doll number 1. He even had time to send a voice message to him. Such a fun magic, lend it to me to play with. Give it back. Hua Yuanziker was angry and shouted and slapped out. It was like a sumo wrestler's push. Powerful push. The attack contained magic power, and the magic power turned into an impact, swallowing Knight in an instant. The milky white magic shield blocked the opponent's attack. Then, Knight turned around and kicked the big guy away. Now it's my turn to play. When Myra heard this in her heart, she immediately opened her beautiful eyes and had a bad premonition. First, come and kiss me. This one-handed dog will be pissed off. No. Myra yelled in shame, but her body was out of control. She flew to Knight's side and kissed him on the cheek with a red face. Stop fooling around, Knight, I'm angry. Myra said. A little angry, but not that angry. The main thing is that there are still enemies to deal with. Is this the time to fool around? Nate couldn't help laughing, and his tongue didn't hurt. I'm studying the enemy's magic, which is a pure academic behavior. Look, there are more fun things. As he said, he thought about it and a flame ignited in his palm. Orange flame and ice blue flame. The two flames were wrapped around the two hands of doll number 1. Myra was surprised to find that the same two kinds of magic appeared on her hands. Ordinary fire magic, and reverse magic ice and fire. The magic cast on the cursed doll will also be fed back to the cursed object. Knight was full of admiration. Lost magic is really interesting. It's a pity that he couldn't learn it at once, but with the help of the cursed doll, he gradually understood the principle of this magic. At this time, Hua Yuanzeker, who was knocked away, stood up with an angry face. Knight, you are Knight. I liked you very much, but now I'm angry. You like me? Knight was shocked and subconsciously took a half step back. Hua Yuanzeker took out another cursed doll, and then pulled out a hair of his own. I am a famous love master on the Magic Network. As long as you use Magic Network Express to mail a hair of your favorite object, your relationship will be blessed. Is it a curse? Myra couldn't help but complain. At this moment, she seemed to be possessed by Lucy, and she couldn't help but complain. Knight was speechless for a while. What do you handsome guys and pretty girls know? Hua Yuanzeker shed tears, looked up and said sadly. People like you who are good-looking and popular will never understand. There are more unpopular people in the world. I'm just using my magic to help him/her get the love they want. But the more times I help others, the more I understand. What do you understand? Hua Yuanzeker? Nate's eyes twitched. He didn't expect that this guy could use the magic net to do such a thing. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Hua Yuanzeker's eyes were firm. Your magic net made me understand the philosophy of life. I am very grateful to you, but that was in the past. Now I am angry. Now give me back doll number 1, I am also angry. Okay, I know, retreat. Nate was speechless. 181 prisoner plus 1x, excellent employee plus 1. Hua Yuanzeker used the magic network to make a big online matchmaker. Knight really didn't know about it. He usually didn't pay much attention to the forum, and you watched most of the time. However, from the other party's words, Knight understood one thing. This guy's magic of the Hour of the Ox can actually have an effect on the person at the other end of the network cable from a long distance. It must be said that the lost magic is really strong. At this time, Hua Yuanzeker inserted his hair into the head of the second cursed doll and shouted. Self-enhancing light source. In an instant, doll number 2 burst out a burst of strong golden light. His magic attribute has changed. Myra immediately discovered the abnormality. Hua Yuanzeker raised his hand and released a light attribute magic attack from his palm. Laser. The target was directly aimed at Knight. Myra moved her body and stood in front of Knight, raising her hand to block the laser attack. Boom! The flames shot up into the sky, and the smoke and dust rolled. The next second, the black-winged demon flapped its wings and flew high, flew out of the fireworks, and then dived towards the target. Her right hand was still wrapped with the reverse magic ice and fire. He punched Hua Yuanzeker's big head hard. Self-enhancing iron. Self-enhancing heat. Hua Yuanzeker changed the material of the doll again. His skin changed from pale white to silver black, and his right fist met the attack. The magic power in his body poured into the punch, releasing high temperature and heat. the moment when it collided with Myra's ice and fire. It was like a small, glowing sun colliding with a burning ice. Boom! The aftermath shattered the surrounding ground, and the scorching breath spread to Night. How many attributes can this guy use? Myra was a little surprised, flapped her wings to distance herself, and stared at the other party from a high altitude. Just now, she was controlled by the other party just by accidentally dropping a feather, which made her alert. To be honest, this magic is a bit difficult to deal with in a one-on-one situation. Close combat is not a good idea, and she can't control her wings to prevent feathers from falling. Thinking of this, Myra raised her hand and grasped the air. The dark green magic power condensed into a magic spear in her palm. Thunder Spear. Myra Zhen in the demon state is completely different from her usual gentleness. She used a big move as soon as she attacked. The 7 followers of Purgatory are really powerful, but I'm sorry, I have to defeat you here. As soon as the voice fell, the spear-shaped magic spear was thrown out. Seeing this scene, Night ran away immediately, and with a thought, he teleported away. Hua Yuanzeker was not stupid either. The magnitude of his magic power alone showed how terrifying this move was. Self-strengthening fog. His body turned into fog, becoming hazy and erratic, and he turned and fled quickly. With a whoosh, the thunder spear fell from a height and slanted into the ground. Then, a huge explosion came from underground. The surface of the ground was instantly smashed into dust, and the sky-high explosion swept hundreds of meters in radius. When Hua Yuanzeker looked back, his expression was already stunned. The strong light swallowed him. Including the entire maple forest outside the southern suburbs of the city, all turned into nothingness in this attack. In the sky, Myra stared fiercely. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds. When the huge movement stopped, the ring in her hand began to flash continuously. You don't need to look to know that someone else must be asking about the situation here. Myra didn't have time to reply for the time being. She tried hard to search for Hua Yuanzeker's breath. The ground seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, but the target's figure was nowhere to be seen in the huge pit. Dodged? How did he do that? Myra was puzzled. Suddenly, she caught a trace of magic fluctuations and looked at a mound of earth. A figure was buried in the dust. However, that was not Hua Yuanzeker. A golden light flashed, and Night appeared beside Myra, then slowly landed in front of the mound, looking at the man whose body was mostly buried. The clothes the man was wearing were obviously those of a magician of the Devil's Heart. Myra also slowly descended, came to Night's side, and looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Did he run away? Before being involved in your attack, he used magic such as a substitute. Night explained casually and smiled, I left a flying thunder god magic circle on him. You stay here, I'll chase him. If it were an ordinary person, he would really be too lazy to chase. But Hua Yuanzeker was different. This guy's magic was too useful to him. After saying that, Night disappeared instantly. Myra looked around and covered her face in embarrassment while cancelling the transformation. I went a little too far. The president has to write a self-criticism again. Oh, Miss Yerusha. I have to ask her to restore this place to its original state. Thinking of this, she immediately opened the magic net. On the other side, about 10 kilometers away from the maple forest in the south of the city, beside the river, a team of magicians with the Devil's Heart gathered here and looked at each other in surprise. Just now, one of their companions disappeared. And a perverted fat man wearing only underwear suddenly appeared. Looking closely. Oh, this pervert turned out to be Master Hua Yuan. Master Hua Yuan. Someone next to him shouted cautiously. I'm so scared. Is the demon Myra Jane so powerful? Hua Yuanzeker scratched his stiff hair. I can't figure it out. My scalp is itchy and I feel like I need to grow a brain. What Myra Jane? Lord Hua Yuan, where did you go just now? It's not time to attack at all. We should stay where we are. Several magicians with demon hearts spoke in a low voice, one by one. Hua Yuanzeker glanced at them, then looked down at his puppet number 2. There were 2 hairs on the head of puppet number 2. One was his, and the other belonged to some unlucky guy. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance and used the substitute magic to exchange positions, otherwise I would have been seriously injured just now. Hua Yuanzeker muttered in a low voice. As he spoke I got even angrier. Damn demon, not only is he beautiful, but he's also so strong. The gods in the sky are so unfair. If he knew which god controls the beauty of people, he would definitely pull out a hair and curse him. Lord Hua Yuan? Have you forgotten our purpose? We are not here to participate in the harvest festival, but to bring back Lord Ultia and Lord Melty. The subordinates' faces turned black. It's really torture to have an unreliable superior. The mission cannot be wrong, otherwise President Hades will definitely be angry. Of course, you can bully Fairy Tale by the way. Ultia, Melty they have already withdrawn from the 7 purgatory families, so there's no need to increase the Lord. Hanan Sikar just finished speaking. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Nate appeared behind him, and with a puff, the sharp blade of the mirror flower and water moon pierced his chest mercilessly. Hello, fellow magicians of the demon heart. Knight greeted them with a smile, then drew out his bloody Zanpakut. The team members were horrified and incredulous. With a thump, Hua Yuanzeker knelt on his knees. Because he was too fat, his knees made a heavy sound when they hit the ground. He covered the wound on his chest and spat out blood. Knight! How did you catch up? Just like that, I caught up with you in a flash. Knight shook off the blood on the knife and comforted, don't worry, I'm not sending you to the underworld, but to my soul cage. Prisoner +1? No, excellent employee +1 towel. 182 Magic Network Mall, is live streaming for you to do? Hua Yuanzeker knelt on his knees, covering his bleeding wound with one hand and holding doll number 2 tightly with the other hand. Material changes. He shouted in his heart, and the material of doll number 2 quickly changed from ordinary straw to steel. At the same time, his body became extremely hard. Self-strengthening hemostasis. Another magic, the bleeding of the wound also stopped immediately, and the muscles of the wound were forcibly closed together. Seeing this scene, Knight was a little surprised. Can you treat yourself like this? This is not treatment, it just temporarily suppresses the injury. Hua Yuanzeker touched the cold sweat on his forehead. This teleportation magic is too foul, right? It's simply impossible to defend against. You are really honest, answering honestly, honest people will only suffer, you know? Knight complained in his heart, I deliberately avoided your vitals with that knife just now, and at the same time, I left a magic in your body. What? Hua Yuanzeker was stunned for a moment, and then found the abnormality in his body. Soul magic, soul absorption. A magic from the body suddenly broke out. Even if the skin becomes steel, it cannot resist the attack from the inside. The kneeling Hua Yuanzeker trembled all over and felt the separation of soul and body. There seemed to be a black hole in his body, forcibly peeling his soul from his body. Hua Yuanzeker straightened his body, screamed in pain, and his eyes rolled back. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground. Lord Hua Yuan! The magicians of the demon heart were shocked. Lord Hua Yuanzeker, one of the 7 followers of purgatory, is dead? Not dead. Nate put away the mirror flower and water moon and sent it back to the dressing space. I have no grudges against him, there is no need to kill him, just imprison his soul. He stabbed a knife just to inject the magic of soul absorption into the opponent's body, and deliberately avoided fatal injuries. You are Knight, the Lord of the Demon Network, the Holy 10. It's good to know. Why don't you run away after knowing it? Are you waiting for me to send you to the underworld? Knight was speechless about the reaction of this group of wizards. If it were him, he would have run away the moment he saw a holy 10 appear. Please, you are the magicians of the Demon Heart, the Dark Guild. Hearing this, the group of people were as if they had been pardoned and dispersed. Wait, carry your Lord Hua Yuan away, and by the way, help me bring a message to your president. At Knight's order, the group of people dared not run again. They turned their heads and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Knight, do you have anything to say to our President Hades? Just say thank you for the talent sent by the second generation. After a while, Hua Yuanzeker's body was taken away by this team of magicians of the Demon Heart. To be precise, it was carried away. Because of its large size, it took 6 people to carry it together. When it was carried away, the movements were quite funny. Knight watched them leave, then turned back to Magnolia. While walking, he separated a wisp of consciousness and entered the deep web space. Soul cage. A void with nothing except the prison. Hua Yuanzeker stood in the cell, scratching his head. Where is this? Is there anyone? Shut up, it's so noisy. A scolding came from the cell next door. Hua Yuanzeker thought the voice sounded familiar. He squeezed to the wall, trying to squeeze his big head out of the gap in the iron bars to see who the other person was. But it was obvious that his head was too big, not to mention his head, even his arms, the arm can't be stretched out. Don't waste your energy, this prison can't be broken. The voice from the next door sounded again, can you be quiet? It affects my research on magic. I remember, you are Brian, the leader of the 6 demon generals. Hua Yuanzeker hit his palm with his fist, you are not dead. Brian obviously had no interest in paying attention to him. Although a cellmate came, and he was one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, this person was too talkative. However, Brian stopped writing and drawing on the wet floor, and said, when will Hades come in? If the cellmate was Hades, he would be very happy. This damn place is really boring. At this time, a golden light flashed, and Knight appeared outside the cell. Get along well with each other, the 3 of you will be colleagues from now on. Knight chuckled. Hua Yuan, do you want to go out? Will you let me go? Hua Yuanzeker sat on the ground with his arms folded across his chest. Don't look at me like this, I'm not a fool. I don't believe you will let me go. You are not a fool, but you are a pervert. Knight complained in his heart, thought about it, and said. Your body has been sent back to the devil's heart, and your soul stays here to help me do things. Then tell me, what is it? You said you are not a fool, but you believe it so easily. Knight was powerless to complain. To be honest, this guy's ugly hour worship is a very powerful curse magic. It is not suitable for frontal combat. This guy came to provoke him and Myra Jane, he really can't think straight. So, he is a fool. My magic internet has attracted at least 50,000 ordinary people in the past few days. Before this, the number of wizards was much greater than that of ordinary people. Now, the situation is the opposite. And in the near future, this situation will be further expanded, and the proportion of wizards in the magic network will eventually drop to about 10%. In other words, ordinary people are the main users of the magic network, accounting for 90%. This is a foreseeable future. And the current internet is too professional, and more entertainment needs to be added to retain ordinary people. For example, can ordinary people play Magic Arena? No. You don't have the ability to know. So, I need to let ordinary people play Magic Arena freely. For this, I need your magic. Come to worship at Joe Hour. After hearing this, Hua Yuanzeker's pig brain was overloaded and he didn't understand at all. Knight knew he didn't understand as soon as he saw his expression. Anyway, I'm going to hold a limited time game event. The name of the event is Magic Arena 6 Demon Generals Attack. Let ordinary people also become powerful wizards and experience the joy of fighting 6 demons. Brian's face turned black when he heard this. Although he didn't know what Knight wanted to do specifically, he knew it was not a good thing. It's a pity that he is now a prisoner and has no right to refute. Knight shook his head and said, "Anyway, you should stay here for now and serve your sentence well." Consciousness returned to reality. Knight opened the temporary chat group Harvest Festival Patrol and Alert Group. Looking through the group chat records, Myra had already reported the matter. Knight briefly explained that Hua Yuanzeker had been defeated. Then, he opened the Magic Network forum. I had never paid much attention to the forum, but now I saw that it had become very lively. A large number of posts were being refreshed every moment. Knight saw one of the points trading posts. The poster was an unknown nickname, and the number of replies exceeded 100,000. Market transactions are so frequent. Knight was a little surprised. There were many trading posts like this. There were also some posts specifically for selling points, which was even more. The market is a bit chaotic. Many people were cheated of money, and some were cheated of points. Knight pondered for a moment, thinking whether he should develop an official trading function. Let's call it Magic Network Mall. Allow users to sell points in the mall. Of course, as a developer, he also has to charge a little handling fee. This handling fee is of course a two-way harvest. The seller's points must be collected, and the buyer's J-coins must also be collected. On the one hand, some points are recovered, and on the other hand, some handling fees are earned by the way. But this requires the cooperation of the bank. We can't always do cash transactions, right? Please ask Jude to talk to the bank and let the bank connect to the internet. No, since we are going to build a Magic Network Mall, let's just make it bigger and allow users to open online stores. And the rings produced by Jude can also be sold in the mall. This will be the work content for a period of time in the future. Knight first asked the tool person of the thought body to start writing code. After that, he closed the forum and turned to Magic Network Live. After a period of fermentation, Magic Network Live has become very popular. The most popular live broadcast room is indeed the poster girl next door. Knight he didn't click into Jenny's live broadcast room, but scrolled down. The more he scrolled down, the more subtle his expression became. The titles of many live broadcast rooms have already exceeded the scope of brushing the edge. Clicked in and took a look. Nate was stunned. No, girls, is the Magic Network live broadcast for you to do shishi? 183 Which ladies feeding service, challenge from Azuma, 4/4 asking for monthly tickets. This leg is so big no. This panda is so white. Nate opened one live broadcast room after another. It should be said that the girls in the other world are passionate, with long legs and thin waists, dressed in swimsuits. Is this free to watch? Nate fell into deep thought while enjoying the swimsuit live broadcast of the girl in the picture. The development path of live broadcast in the previous life was full of shishi content, and it would be the same in another world. Sure enough, shishi is the primary productive force. But the question that follows is, should we take action to suppress the output of such content? Knight thought, in fact, it's not bad, at least he didn't perform live production for him. No, don't be careless. It's broad daylight now, will the live broadcast at night be more exciting? This point needs to be confirmed in person at midnight. Next, Knight went to other live broadcast rooms. Finally, he returned to the most popular live broadcast room. Take everyone to visit Magnolia's Harvest Festival. Enjoy the magical parade of fairy tale on the street. The title of the live broadcast room is Normal. After Knight clicked in, he saw Jenny Leah Wright. In the picture, Jenny was following the camera, strolling on the busy street, stopping in front of a stall from time to time. Knight noticed the gift list. Sigma Man still topped the list with a high gift of 10,000 points. 27 Knight laughed and said, I can still be the top brother on the list for a long time. While watching the live broadcast, he went to patrol the eastern part of the city. Devil's Heart, magic airship, restaurant. Hades took a highball glass and drank a sip of red wine leisurely. Beside the dining table, Huaycar's body was lying quietly on the floor. It's not accurate to say it's a body. In fact, the body is alive and the heartbeat is normal. It's just that it's now an empty shell. The soul is gone. After the vice president, Bruno Testga, finished the inspection, he stood up and said, "It's probably soul magic, soul absorption." Hades smiled and said, "You're quite capable, Makarov's children. Hua Yuan's strength is definitely not weak. He can capture his soul without killing the other party. Nate of the Holy Ten is indeed worthy of his reputation. Those commentators are all trash, but their vision is still good. Sure enough, let me go." Bruno grinned and said, "I'm afraid the other 7 followers of Purgatory are not the opponent of that man. No, the scene will become very chaotic once you take action." Hades rejected Bruno's request to fight. His goal was only Ursha and Melty, not to destroy Fairy Tale. Bringing these 2 people back was not to make them rejoin the 7 Purgatory families, but to punish them. Just saying I want to quit Demon Heart casually, do you think his guild is a toilet? Come and go as you like? Why not sit down and wait for good news? Why worry, Bruno, the Harvest Festival has just begun." Bruno sat silently across the table and picked up a steak with a fork. While chewing, he said vaguely, "Go up. If there is no news after dark, I will go down." Eastern Forest. While everyone was enjoying the celebration, Knight was lying on a tree, watching the live broadcast leisurely. Just think of it as attending the celebration with Jenny. More than 2 hours passed like this, and it was noon. Nothing happened. Sure enough, it's here. Ultia's voice came from under the tree. Nate looked down and saw Miss Witch holding a lunchbox in her hand. "Are you hungry? Sister is here to bring you food. Why don't you thank me?" Ursha smiled sweetly. "Did you make this?" Nate jumped down lightly. He took the lunchbox from his girlfriend and opened it. The food inside was a combination of meat and vegetables, with balanced nutrition. All of them were his favorites. "Are you happy that my sister made this? Try it. If you dare to say it's not delicious, I'll bite you to death." Ultia's big eyes were smiling and charming, and the corners of her small mouth were slightly raised. Nate sat down against the tree, picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up immediately. "Is it delicious?" Ursha was a little expectant. "Delicious." Nate nodded. In fact, from the perspective of personal taste, Myra's cooking skills were better than Lucy and Ursha. Miss Witch was obviously not a woman who cooked often. But he was thoughtful and he was not stupid, so how could he say it was not delicious? Ultia sat down next to Knight and couldn't help laughing. Of course she knew her cooking skills were just average, but she just wanted to hear her boyfriend praise her. "Love it, praise more." Suddenly, a hand touched her thigh. Ultia said with a smile, "Why don't you eat honestly? In my hometown, there is a word, it's called seductive food, which means that touching a beautiful girl's thigh can fill a man's stomach." Nate seriously distorted the idiom. Ultia laughed so hard. Although she had never heard of this word, she was sure that it didn't mean what Knight said. She didn't stop her boyfriend from touching her legs. She reached out and took the lunchbox from Knight's legs, and then snatched the chopsticks. "Ah, open your mouth, sister will feed you, isn't it better to touch it with 2 hands? Sister, you are so nice." Nate couldn't help but chuckle. He was not polite at all while enjoying Ursha's feeding service and stroking her white thighs. Ursha's legs were very slender, with well-proportioned muscles and delicate skin like a baby's. Her legs were not the kind of thin legs. On the contrary, they were very fleshy, but they would not make people feel plump. It was in a perfect state. It took half an hour to finish a meal. After eating, Knight lay down on the spot and used Ursha's thigh as a pillow. You smell so good. Nate found a comfortable position, facing the direction of his belly. Ursha gently rubbed his temples for him. He felt that his two hands began to be dishonest. When they went into the skirt, he couldn't help pinching him. What are you doing? Fuck. Ursha blushed, and reacted belatedly, and said angrily, no. In the wild forest, she blushed just thinking about it. No. No. Absolutely not. Don't be afraid, there won't be any hay. Knight suddenly straightened up, his eyes slightly fixed, looking at a big tree not far ahead. Seeing his reaction, Ursha immediately put away her playful thoughts. Following her boyfriend's gaze, I saw a human face gradually emerging in the tree. Azuma, Ursha said softly. She was angry. When she was alone with her boyfriend, a fool came to make trouble. Long time no see, Ursha. The face in the tree said lightly, you suddenly quit the devil's heart. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that you ran away with your boyfriend. After a pause, he said, it's incredible to see such a smile from the heart on your face. What are you doing here? Ultia's face was cold, completely different from the shyness just now. President Hades's goal is to take you back to be punished, but I'm not interested. I just want to find him. Tree Face ignored Urusha and turned his eyes to Knight. Knight raised his eyebrows, looking for me. Azuma's eyes were full of fighting. I only like strong people, and you are very strong. It's almost the end of the month. It will be a waste if you don't vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Don't forget to vote for the flowers. The free flowers every day will be wasted if you don't vote. Feed them all to me. Orts kowtow. 184 3 seconds. Azuma, sorry, I didn't let you have fun. So you are a battle maniac. Knight slowly stood up and looked at the face in the tree. Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, is good at the magic of the Ark of the Lost Magic Tree. Through the 6 eyes, it can be clearly seen that the other party's body hidden in the tree has a magic level of about 5.5 stars. However, the power of the Ark of the Tree lies in that this magic can control the magic accumulated in the earth. At this time, Azuma walked out of the tree, a tall man. His hairstyle is very strange, like pieces of brown leaves, one piece at a time. Seeing Knight's somewhat disgusted expression, he couldn't help but say, you don't look like fighting. The opposite. It should be said, why do you like to challenge the strong? Knight shook his head. No opposite. People with powerful magic naturally like to fight. People who don't like fighting can't cultivate as powerful magic as you. It's still the opposite. Nate chuckled. I think most people learn magic at first just out of curiosity about the unknown, just like babies crawling on all fours and gradually learning to walk upright, in order to explore and go to the unknown. It's still the same. Babies learn to walk on 2 feet because of instinct, and the pursuit of fierce battles with the strong is also instinct. Azuma seemed very persistent and serious. This is the killing instinct engraved deep in human genes. Don't you have such a thing? Nate was speechless on the spot. It seems that it is impossible to use talk therapy to make the other party give up. It's really troublesome. I'm not a troublesome person. Knight noticed the magic net ring on the other party's finger. Isn't there magic arena? The game is not enough for you to play. Speaking of magic arena, Azuma couldn't help grinning. That game can indeed fight with all kinds of wizards. I have won 80 consecutive games and reached the master level. I am currently the one with the highest ranking. 80 consecutive wins. You do nothing all day long, just play games, right? Nate thought, if he wins a dozen or 20 more games, the first king will be born. Think about it. This is a wonderful leak, so fond of the magic arena. I wonder how much magic power it provides to him. There will be more in the future, a constant supply. In that case, you can go back to play your game. It's because I play games that I'm curious about you. Azuma raised his hand and clenched his fist, with magic power surging around him. So I came to challenge you, the developer. Why are you so depressed? Nate couldn't complain, considering that she was a good leak. He should be gentle. I'll be your opponent. Ultia walked in front of her boyfriend, raised her hand and condensed a magic crystal ball. Azuma, your mission is to take me back, then. Nate pulled her behind him. Men are fighting, why are you joining in the fun? Reading this from Knight's eyes, Urusha blinked and smiled softly. Don't you dislike trouble? I don't like it, but beating him is not very troublesome. The main reason is that I don't want my girlfriend to fight with a man. Altair understood his thoughts very well and stepped back with a smile. Azuma didn't interrupt the couple's conversation. He waited quietly until Knight comforted his girlfriend before preparing to take action. And to be honest, he was very shocked that Altair would like a man. This is a witch, who was the head of the 7 followers of Purgatory and a woman trusted by Hades. It's hard to imagine that this woman would fall in love with someone. But the fact is right in front of him, and he has to believe it. Azuma is not interested in women. Men are still women. There is no difference in his eyes. He only likes strong people. And Tower of Fire. Boom! A tower-like flame burst out from under Knight's feet, a huge explosion occurred, and the giant tower of flames shot straight into the sky. However, Azuma did not change his expression at all, nor did he feel the joy of hitting the enemy. On the contrary, in the raging flames, Knight's figure was intact. A milky white magic shield enveloped his body, resisting all flame impacts. When the tower of fire dissipated, the ground under Knight's feet was charred. Knight himself put his palms together, and a white ball was born between his palms. 3 seconds, if you can stop it, you win. This magic President Hades' law of the devil. Seeing such a familiar magic activation gesture, Azuma's face changed. No, it should be called the law of the fairy. I won't give you a chance to activate it. With a roar, Ama immediately launched a fierce attack. The first second. Nate just read the bar silently. In the first second, Azuma waved his hands, and roots grew out of the surrounding ground. The roots were like the tentacles of a monster, constantly attacking Knight. However, all the roots were blocked in the air and could not break through his magic shield. Second. Knight continued to count. Chain explosion. Azuma shouted. He liked strong people and explosions. Explosion is an art. The explosion went along the roots and reached Knight's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames engulfed Knight again. However, it was still difficult to shake. The magic shield seemed to be an absolute defense and could not be penetrated by a simple explosion. It's not over yet. Azuma raised his hands, palms to the sky, and shouted loudly. The roar of the earth. The magic power sleeping in the earth was completely released by him, condensed into green fruits, floating around Knight. The next moment, a red sun was born in the eastern forest. Boom! The deafening super explosion almost affected the area within a radius of 1 kilometer. The hurricane caused by the explosion easily uprooted trees and vegetation farther away. And in the center of the explosion, Knight's voice sounded again. The 3rd second is over, Azuma. With a snap, Knight put his hands together, and the white magic ball was compressed and detonated. Fairy law, start! Suddenly, a huge golden magic circle was born in the sky. The holy light of judgment descended from the magic circle, as if it was a blow from heaven. Instantly, Azuma's vision was filled with holy white light. He stood there blankly, accepting the holy baptism. Hide? There is no way to hide from this large-scale super magic. At the moment when the fairy law was launched, the citizens and tourists who were enjoying the harvest festival also raised their heads. The warm white light was like a mother's hand, gently brushing everyone's heart. So comfortable. Fairy tale, the top of the guild. Makarov drank a little wine, sat cross-legged in front of a big bell, and looked towards the direction of the eastern forest with a slightly drunk look. Nate? Getting more and more skilled. The old man smiled happily. What kind of enemy still needs to use super magic? An entertainment program for the celebration? Makarov was not worried about Knight at all. As long as he didn't meet Hades, no one could defeat him. After a long time, when the white light dissipated, the forest fire also disappeared. Affected by the super explosion, no tree could be seen within 1,000 meters around Knight. Knight stepped on the charred ground and walked to Azuma. Azuma lay on the ground with his face up, his face as peaceful as a sleeping baby. Sorry, I can't let you enjoy it. This super magic was merciful, otherwise, he couldn't speak now. 185 The activated magic app released super magic continuously. I don't care if I don't enjoy it or not. Yes, it's enough for you to enjoy it. Nate smiled faintly and sat cross-legged beside him. To be honest, I have many ways to beat you, but since you came all the way to challenge me, I will still respond to you with super magic. Are you satisfied? Azuma was speechless. I only lasted for 3 seconds and failed to interrupt Knight's spell. I felt more powerless than having fun. For a long while. Why don't you kill me? Why should I kill you? Nate asked back. Azuma was silent for a long while and said, I owe you a life. Oh, so principled? Nate was happy in his heart. It really fits the character of a battle maniac. Generally, people with this character will stubbornly complete a thing after deciding on it. Except for letting me kill President Hades, I can do anything for you. Anything. Azuma emphasized the word anything to express his determination. But it's not enough to just let him turn against Hades and kill him. Hades has done him a favor. His magic was taught by Hades. He is not only the president, but also a master. Betraying the master is worse than death. Loyalty is a rare quality. Even villains like you have a little bit of brilliance. Nate 330 shook his head. I don't need you to do anything, just don't bother me in the future. That won't work. Azuma gritted his teeth and got up with difficulty. After thinking, he said. Our goal this time is to take away Ultia and Melty. I will help you repel the other 7 followers of Purgatory. No, man, who can you beat in this state? Knight almost doubted whether his 6 eyes were wrong. The magic power in this guy's body was almost exhausted, and he was acting entirely on the basis of his strong willpower. After thinking about it, he did not say anything to stop him. Go wherever you want, just don't bother him anymore. Watching Azuma stagger away, Ultia walked to Knight. The friendship between you men is sometimes really strange. What friendship? Knight didn't quite understand her train of thought. Isn't it? Ultia laughed softly. You beat him like this, and he still wants to help you, but Azuma is indeed such a person. She cutely counted on her fingers. Melty and I withdrew, Hua-Yuan was repelled by you, and now Azuma is removed. There are still 3 people left. Hearing this, Knight recalled in his mind. Of the remaining 3, he only remembered one named Zankro, and forgot the names of the other 2. But he remembered their personal images and the magic they mastered. The handsome boy with glasses, the Ark of Lost Magic. Sheephead, the human subordinate of Lost Magic. Don't come looking for me. Knight complained in his heart, am I a succubus? Turning to Urusha, he said, their target is you and Melty, you should go protect Melty first. Got it, be careful, dear. Ultia's face tightened, then she smiled and leaned over to kiss her boyfriend on the face, then turned and left. Knight looked around the charred earth, his heart skipped a beat. Ms. Polyasica must be angry. Just about to call Urusha back and ask her to help repair the forest. The ring has begun to flash continuously. Mist Gang, the eastern forest is your patrol area, do you need support? Sigma Man, no, it's over. Laxus, why did you meet me? I'm bored waiting in the church. Sigma man, how about we switch? Laxus didn't reply. Knight suspected that he had already rushed here. Knight, are you okay? Sigma man, it's okay, you are in the west of the city. How is the situation? Knight, it's good that you are fine. There is nothing unusual here. I haven't found anyone from the Dark Guild yet. Devil Heart has many dark guilds under its command. Everyone is worried that they will not only face Demon Heart itself, but also wizards from other dark guilds. But Knight wanted to say that there was no such thing. Only the Demon Heart family came. Afterwards, he talked to Urza about the Harvest Festival. Both of them had tasks to do and could not enjoy the celebration. But chatting is also good. Suddenly, Knight found someone approaching, and immediately had an idea, separated a thought body in the original place, and he ran away quickly. Open! If you don't run, you will be scolded. Sure enough, not long after he left, Polishika came to the battle site. She found Knight sitting cross-legged at a glance, and walked up to him with an angry face. Knight, it's you. Hello, Ms. Polishika, I often hear Makarov mention you. The thought body Knight greeted with a smile. The president praised you as a super beauty when you were young. He would never say such a thing. Polishika rolled his eyes at him. You little brat, how many years do you think I have known Makarov? Saying something nice now won't do any good. Really, destroying the forest like this, so, I hate humans the most. Why do they like to fight so much? Faced with the old man's accusation preparation, the thought body Knight also felt that he was innocent. It should be blamed on Azuma, the battle maniac. It was all his fault. I'm sorry, I will ask Ultia to restore the forest later. Oh, the new girl. Polishika snorted, and then said, time reversal can indeed turn the forest back to its original state, but I still want to talk about you. Go ahead, I just stayed to listen to you. The thought body Knight was helpless. The original body was really not a human being, and he had to bear the scolding. So, Polishika talked for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly changed the subject. Forget it, it's not your fault, come with me to the tree house. I have prepared some healing potions, you can take them all. The people with the devil's heart come to attack, and they will be used when someone is injured. Hearing this, the thought body Knight couldn't help but laugh secretly. Sharp tongue but soft heart. Ms. Polishika must have been an interesting person when she was young. After leaving the eastern forest, Knight soon met Laxus in the eastern part of the city. Are you really going to exchange with me? When the two met, Knight couldn't help but complain. Where is the enemy? Laxus was a little impatient to fight. He couldn't beat Knight, so could he beat the 7 dependents of Purgatory? I repelled them, but if you go to the eastern forest now, you might encounter reinforcements. Okay, I'll go now, you go to guard the church. Just as the two were about to act separately, suddenly, a huge golden magic circle appeared in the sky. Laxus looked up in astonishment. The law of the fairies. Who is it this time? The only people in the guild who mastered this super magic were the old man, him, and Knight. Wait, is that the magic app you developed? It should be. Knight was also a little surprised, and was about to call up the background to see who activated it. Dong! A golden magic circle appeared again in the sky. Another round of fairy law. Laxus murmured in astonishment, fireworks. As soon as the words fell, the holy light swept across the city. Countless citizens and tourists once again experienced the baptism of holy light. It's so lively, fireworks are being set off before we even get to the stage. 186. Another golden key. The young lady cried. Pictured is Natsu's house. 2 super magic fairy laws were activated one after another, with an interval of no more than 3 seconds. When the holy light shone on Magnolia again, the warm holy light soothed people's hearts and added color to the celebration. Ordinary citizens thought it was fireworks, some kind of program of fairy tale. But for those in the know, it was a signal of an enemy attack. As one of the foreign tourists, Janelia Wright was also puzzled. Her live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments. It's the fairy law, one of the 3 super magics of fairy tale. It's here again. And it's 2 at a time. What happened? Is the devil's heart really here? Jenny, forget about the harvest festival, go and see the excitement. This is super magic, who released it? Mr. Makarov? Even if it's President Makarov, can he release 2 super magics at the same time? And Knight. Mr. Knight can also use this legendary magic, right? The barrage was full of discussions. General wizards will never have the opportunity to see super magic once in their lifetime. But now they saw 2 at the same time, and counting the previous one, they saw it 3 times in one day. Does super magic cost money? I'll go and see. Laxus, you patrol the East District. When the sacred light dissipated, Knight immediately opened the magic network backstage and confirmed who activated the app. It was Elfman and Lysina. The thought immediately moved, and turned into a beam of golden light, heading towards the direction of the magic explosion. Located in the suburbs of the West District, it has left the urban area. When Knight came to the place where the super magic broke out, he found a road sign erected on the side of the road. The sign read Natsu Happy, and there was an arrow indicating the direction. Indicates that the house not far away is the home of Natsu and Happy. When Knight came here, the battle was over. Looking down at the scene from a high place, Knight saw 4 people. Elfman, Lysina, and Myra from the other world. And the enemy, Sheephead, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Myra from the other world has no fighting power and is protected by Elfman and Lysina. Knight can probably guess what happened. Knight. Noticing the man in the sky, Elfman shouted with heavy breathing. Lysina also cast her eyes at the first time. Knight slowly descended to the 3 people. It seems that you are all right. Knight, thanks to your magic app, otherwise the situation would be dangerous. Lysina said gratefully, and then pointed at the enemy angrily. This perverted goat actually wanted to take me and Sister Myra away. Her tone was as if she had found her parents and started to complain. Nate cast a look at the goat. At this time, after enduring 2 super magics, the goat stood straight in place, half of the body leaned back slightly. Moving still. In the slightly opened mouth, wisps of black smoke flowed out of the goat's mouth, and finally turned into magic particles and dissipated into nature. 6 eyes can see through, that is a person's soul dissipating. Are you a star spirit? Nate walked towards the other party. Kobulako's drooping fingers moved, and slowly straightened his body. He also said in a grateful tone. Thank you, 17 years, it's really a long time, finally freed from the hands of that betrayer. Me is a star spirit of Capricorn, Kobulako. The person you killed is named Zudur. He merged with me because of the side effect of the human subordination of the lost magic. Now, his soul dissipated, and me can finally return to the star spirit world. Kobulako was very polite, like a professional butler, bowing and saluting. Congratulations! Knight congratulated. Nice to meet you, Mr. Knight. I want to ask you for a favor. As he spoke, Kobulako stretched out his hand, and a golden key was born. Please give this key to Miss Lucy, she is my real master. It's awesome to have a good mother, the Zodiac came to you on its own initiative. Knight complained in his heart, took the key, nodded and said. I will send it, but you trust me so much? This is our first meeting. Kobulako was very weak, and it seemed that he didn't have time to explain, and his body was forced to be transferred back to the star spirit world. I have always been concerned about you. He disappeared before he finished speaking. Knight played with the golden key in his hand, thinking, how should I bully Lucy this time? Seeing this scene, Lysina and others were confused. What's going on? Elfman said in astonishment. Nate, do you know this 7 purgatory followers? No. And? Nate thought for a while and reluctantly explained, the real 7 purgatory followers are not the sheep, but the people in the sheep's body. He also explained the lost magic human subordinates. It can weaken human strength and magic strength, and can also summon humans to become their puppets in the way of summoning star spirits. It is called ruler magic. But this magic has a taboo, it cannot be used on life other than humans. Once used, it will merge with the target. Listener suddenly raised an index finger. So that's it, so the real 7 purgatory followers is a man named Zoodle, and that sheep is a star spirit. No wonder I always felt weird during the previous battle. Zoodle was dead and even his soul dissipated. It was also a rare experience to die under 2 super magics. At this time, Urza, who was responsible for patrolling the western area, finally arrived here. Nate, Elfman, Lysina, and Myra, are you all okay? We're fine, Urza, the battle is over. Lysina said with a smile. Nate pondered, you two have used up your magic app charges. It's not safe outside now. Urza, please send them back to the city. Urza nodded. Nate, be careful. Nate, we'll go back first, bye. Nate waved to the few people and watched them leave. After they left, Knight turned around and looked at Natsu's house. Six Eyes didn't see Natsu and Happy's presence at home. Everyone is enjoying the celebration. I want to go shopping too. Nate thought helplessly, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He still had to patrol the church. To be honest, the reason why the Devil Heart came to make trouble was because of Voltaire. It was his responsibility to protect his girlfriend. Therefore, there was no dissatisfaction. There are still 2 followers of the 7 purgatory. But they will be scared by the super magic, so I'm afraid they won't show up for a while. Knight put away the golden key, turned into golden light again, and headed towards the church. While flying, he sent a picture to Lucy. Work hard to make money, Capricorn's key, stunt.jpg. Your friend Work Hard to Make Money initiated a voice chat with you. Look at how excited the child is, he even took the initiative to have a voice chat. Knight found it funny in his heart and agreed silently. Lucy, Knight sir. Knight, miss, there is no free lunch in the world. Lucy, I knew it. Damn, I owe you another 8 million. Lucy, why is the debt increasing? Crying voice. Knight, yes, why? It's all because you didn't work hard enough. Nate, come on, I want to touch your panda, smirk. Lucy, pervert. Pervert. Hateful. Shy, angry. 187 Oh my god, what are you doing in the holy church? 4/4 flowers requested. Picture shows Juvia. Near the south exit park. The celebration was extremely lively, with all kinds of stalls filling the long street, and there were also juggling performances to watch. Wendy noticed that Lucy's face was flushed, and couldn't help asking. Miss Lucy, what's wrong? Your face is so red. No thing, maybe it's too hot. Lucy suppressed the shame in her heart. Damn Knight, why did he have the golden key again? And he wanted to touch her panda again cat. When Lucy thought of what happened on the boat last time, her cheeks became hot. It's fine to just think about it, but she even said it deliberately to make her shy. Knight, I'll wait for you in the church. Knight's voice came again in her heart. Lucy, I'm not going humph. Rolling eyes. Lucy, and why is it the church? Is that a place where you can do that? Knight, I have a mission to accomplish. The church is the most lively place for the festival. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome, helpless. Lucy, you know there are so many people, annoyed. Lucy, if someone sees me, I want to die. Knight, see what? Laughing. Knight, I'm just kidding you. This key was given to me by the Capricorn star spirit and asked me to pass it on to you. Knight, it's free, come quickly. Is that so? Lucy expressed doubt in her heart. She would not be fooled. Even so, if she went to the 28th church, Knight would definitely take her to an empty corner and bully her. Lucy didn't hate it, but she really didn't want to be seen. If they were alone behind closed doors, she would go to the appointment. Lucy, I'm going to accompany Wendy and Rebby to the festival, so I won't go. Knight, then I'll throw it away? Lucy, you throw it away. The corners of Lucy's mouth raised a little arc. She didn't believe Knight would throw away the key. Anyway, she wouldn't be fooled this time. Carthia Cathedral. Knight landed in front of the clock on the top of the church, and seeing that Lucy was not fooled, he couldn't help laughing. The eldest lady has also learned to be smart. The key was asked by Cabrico to pass it on, and it is indeed not suitable to increase Lucy's debt. But if Lucy really comes to the church, Knight really wants to bully her. After all, a place like a church is a speed building. It's a pity that I didn't fall for it. I didn't fall for it, so forget it. I'll give her the key when I get home. It's really lively near the church. Knight stood on a high place and looked down at the surrounding area. The place was already crowded with tourists and citizens everywhere. Hey? Juvia. Suddenly, Knight saw his second girlfriend outside the church. Juvia walked into the church. Even on the day of the celebration, there were still nuns on duty in the church. Ah, dear lady, are you here to pray? The nun greeted her with a smile. Miss Sister, Juvia wants to pray for the person she likes, hoping that God will bless him. I see, the nun showed a distressed expression. Today is the harvest festival, and the priest is also enjoying the celebration. If I pray, it's really. Is it not possible? Juvia rarely comes to the church and doesn't know much about the rules of the church. Moreover, the churches in each place are different. How about this, Miss Juvia? The nun smiled and said, we have also prepared a celebration for the harvest festival, allowing citizens to experience the work of a novice nun. Novice nun? Juvia looked confused. Yes, you can experience the work of a novice nun in the confessional, listen to the confession of others, and forgive the sins of the world on behalf of God. The nun smiled and introduced the church's celebration activities. Although there are such activities, no one actually comes to experience them. Everyone is enjoying the celebration, and Juvia is the first person to come to the church today. This job will also accumulate blessings for your lover, and God will bless him. Hearing this, Juvia was instantly fooled. I'll do it, where is it? She nodded hurriedly. The nun thought happily, great, she can also take time to enjoy the celebration. Please follow me. The nun took Juvia to the confessional in the church and introduced how to be a qualified nun. In short, listen to the confession of the lost person, use words to guide the other party to self-reflect, and then say things like God will forgive you and God will guide you. It's very simple. Juvia understands. Then, Miss Juvia, I'll leave the church to you. The nun left happily. There was a wooden wall in the middle of the confessional, with only a small gap in the wall. Juvia sat inside, nervously waiting for the arrival of the lost person. Will anyone really come? Everyone is busy attending the celebration. But Juvia will cheer up and accumulate blessings for Lord Knight. Juvia secretly encouraged herself. Suddenly, the door of the confessional was knocked. Knock knock. Juvia immediately became energetic, took a deep breath, and imitated the nun's voice and said, "Come in." After the door opened, a man walked in. Juvia couldn't see the other person's appearance, which was to protect the privacy of the confessor. Similarly, the accuser could not see who the nun was, but could only see someone sitting behind through the gap in the wooden wall. "Miss Nun, I am guilty." Knight sat down carelessly, speaking in a deep tone. He deliberately changed his voice to make himself sound older. Juvia thought the voice sounded familiar, but still said according to the work process. Confused people, this is a place of rest for the soul, you can speak freely, Juvia cough, I will listen to your repentance quietly. Almost exposed. Juvia patted his chest and thought it was a close call. Knight almost laughed out loud, but he tried to hold back his laughter. A long sigh. In fact, I am a philandering man. I date several girlfriends at the same time. I love each of them very much, but I also hide it from them. I am afraid that they will leave me after knowing it. Therefore, every time I go to sleep, I will suffer from mental torture. Is it a relationship problem? But Juvia doesn't understand it either. Juvia thought blankly, and suddenly thought of Lord Knight. Lord Knight also loves Juvia and Ultia at the same time. And Miss Urza. Lord Knight must think that Juvia doesn't know, but Juvia actually knows. Hey, confused person, it's not your fault. Juvia coughed lightly. Like several people, sometimes you can't control it. It's like Juvia likes Lord Knight very, very much. Juvia still likes Lord Knight even though she knows that Lord Knight has 3 girlfriends. Juvia covered her face. She was really unqualified to be a nun. Knight said, really? Do you think they will 373 forgive me? I will definitely. If I give them gifts, can I make them happier? I think girls will be very happy when they receive gifts. Actually, I have a girlfriend named Juvia. I've been worried about what kind of gift to give her recently. Sister, can you help me think about it? Juvia was stunned for a moment, thinking in her mind that she probably didn't know the other person. Why did she say Juvia was his girlfriend? Then she thought, maybe someone with the same name? Finally, a flash of lightning passed through Juvia's brain. Juvia stood up, quickly opened the small door in the partition wall, and walked out from behind the wall. Lord Knight. Juvia opened her beautiful eyes wide, her face full of surprise. Juvia. Knight looked shocked. He immediately took 2 steps forward and opened his arms. Juvia immediately threw herself into his arms. Sir Knight, I didn't expect it to be you. Juvia is so happy. I came to confess my mistakes, but I didn't expect to meet you. Juvia didn't believe it. Juvia was not stupid, she hugged Knight with a smile on her face, twisting and turning in his arms, very happy. Juvia will forgive Sir Knight, Juvia likes Sir Knight the most. Knight hugged Juvia made of water, smiled and touched her hair. Then he lowered his head and kissed her. Juvia responded with a blush, a passionate response. Perhaps it was the confessional, a special little room, which was private enough, that gave Juvia great courage. Knight hugged Juvia and kissed her, while locking the door of the confessional with his backhand. 188 Hades and Knight were scared away, a scary man. The afternoon was free, spent with Juvia in the church. The demon heart people did not attack again. Maybe they were stopped by Azuma, or maybe they were scared by the 3 super magics. In short, the celebration went smoothly. It was soon time. The famous magic parade of Fairy Tale also arrived as scheduled. The parade float will start from the main gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, go around the city, and finally return to the guild. The audience is looking forward to this grand performance. In front of the guild gate, the old man changed into a t-shirt with the Fairy Tale emblem, stood on the top of the float, and danced a funny dance. The president looks very happy. Myra Jane said with a smile. Arisa, wearing her daily armor, watched the float gradually go away. It seems that the demon heart people will not come. Eastern Forest. Laxus waited all afternoon, until the sun came, but no enemy attacked. Waited in vain. Laxus was unhappy and was about to leave. Suddenly, the darkness around him swallowed him. He seemed to be torn out of the world and isolated from reality. Since you are here, what are you hiding? Laxus snorted. You are so rude. You don't even know how to use honorifics when you see your father. A paper man appeared in the darkness, flying lightly in the air. Then, the paper man made a teasing voice. Long time no see, my son. As a father, I am very relieved to see you so healthy. Ivan. Laxus narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Still so rude, forget it. The paper man continued, with a helpless tone. I didn't expect that fairy tale also has such a thing as a magic app. When the people in the guild are in danger, the super magic fairy law will be triggered. Nate, what a scary young man. Because of the existence of this thing, he was so scared that he didn't dare to act rashly. Devil Heart is also a waste, and he was also scared. Ivan originally planned to sneak into Fairy Tale during the chaos, but now it's impossible. Without the demon heart to help him cause a commotion and attract attention, how dare he die? But giving up like this is not an option, so he had to come to see his son. What are you doing here? Laxus was a little cold to his father. People who have been expelled from the guild, don't approach this city casually. Watch your attitude, Laxus. Who do you think implanted the Dragon Slayer crystal in you when you were a child? The paper man was unhappy's voice. As a father, being treated so coldly by his son made him a little embarrassed. Laxus pouted and said, after you were expelled by the old man, I yelled at him for you, but now I understand. If it's okay, I'm leaving. He turned around and was about to leave. The paper man said, wait, I just came to ask one thing. Laxus stopped. After all, he was his father, so he just listened. Where is the ultimate weapon of fairy tale meteor brilliance? Ah! Laxus frowned, what is that? Don't play dumb, Makarov must have told you, right? This is an absolute secret known only to successive presidents. The paper man said confidently, as his grandson, you will become the fourth generation sooner or later, and he will definitely tell you. Hearing this, Laxus smiled. The fourth generation? You might as well ask Knight. Devil's Heart, Magic Airship. Azuma and the remaining 2 followers of the 7 Purgatory have returned to the spaceship. At this time, in the lounge, Hades sat on the sofa, watching the live broadcast leisurely. Jenny's live broadcast followed the magic parade throughout the whole process. Looking at Makarov standing on the float and dancing funny, Hades' expression was very unhappy. Brunata, it's already on the stage, it's your turn. Hades glanced at the vice president. Brunata. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, no longer arrogant during the day. Although he was very warlike, he was not stupid. At noon, the laws of the goblins appeared 3 times in a row, and they came from different people. Who dares to go? He is mentally broken, want to try the power of super magic? Very strange. The Lord of the Magic Web, Knight, is fine, he already knows this magic. But the people who killed Zoodle are a pair of siblings, just ordinary guild members. Why do these 2 people also know the fairy law? It is impossible that everyone in Fairy Tale knows it, right? Brunata doesn't believe this outrageous thing. But he dare not act rashly. Hades is also very concerned about this. Although the fairy law cannot threaten him, if 10 people use it at the same time, Hades doesn't think he can bear it. After a moment of silence, he ordered his subordinates, go and bring Jalal. Yes, President. After a while, White Jalal came to the lounge. Are you looking for me for something? Not you. Hades took off the eye patch on his right eye, revealing a demon eye, Voldemort. As if the keywords were triggered, White Jalal felt a sharp pain in his head. Fortunately, it was not the first time, and he was mentally prepared. I told you, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. White Jalal changed his tone to one of dissatisfaction, and his eyes became much colder. Hades frowned. This time, he deliberately used his demon eye to observe, but still could not find out how Voldemort instantly brought his consciousness to Jalal. About the fact that many people in fairy tale mastered the fairy law, you should know something, right? Voldemort grinned. Do you think I'm a question and answer machine? Precht, I'm very disappointed in you. Disappointed? Frightened? Voldemort mocked. Hades laughed. I just want to punish Ursha, but I don't have to do it. The implication was that he admitted that he was indeed scared. Voldemort said lightly, that is a function of the magic network, called Magic App. By the way, he explained what the concept of app was. After listening, Hades was shocked. What kind of April Fool's joke is this? To be able to do such a thing, Knight, is he a god? Who knows, maybe he is really the human body of a god. Voldemort smiled. The great magic world you pursue is a joke compared to the magic network. Hades looked heavy. When the members of Fairy Tale are in danger of their lives, everyone can activate the law of super magic fairies. This is too outrageous. Brunata on the side was stunned. Is it true? You are not talking nonsense, are you? Voldemort glanced at him. Why don't you go down and try it yourself? Why ask me? Brunata was speechless. Is this going to confirm the answer with your life? Only an idiot would go. All the gifts of fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Presheto, the answer to this question will be paid from you in the future. Ha, I will watch you. As soon as the voice fell, the white Gerald's head drooped. Hades fell into deep thought. Incredible magic app. Of course, Voldemort is equally incredible. If Knight is really the human body of a certain god, Voldemort may be a similar existence. 189 Playing in the bathroom with Lucy. The magic parade went around the city and ended smoothly. Unlike previous years, this year there is also Magic Network live broadcast. The number of viewers in Genelia Wright's live broadcast room once exceeded 100,000. It can be said that the whole network is watching. This allows many people who do not have the opportunity to travel to Magnolia to participate in this online a lively celebration. Ah, it's over. Fairy Tale is really a lively guild. I might as well quit the Four Hounds and join Fairy Tale? The president of the Four Hounds must be watching the live broadcast, so be careful. President Goldman. It's a really interesting celebration, but it's a pity that I couldn't be there. It's a pity that I didn't see Knight's show. Didn't Demon Heart say that he would teach Fairy Tale a lesson at the Harvest Festival? The forum posts are still there. Dark guilds are all clowns. Jenny looked at the dense barrage in the live broadcast room, with a happy smile on her face. Well, today's live broadcast ends here. Bye everyone, see you next time. Fairy Tale, Guild Building, Roof. Nate sat by the eaves and turned off Jenny's live broadcast, feeling a little funny in his heart. Demon Heart was scared away. Is it that scary? From Hades' perspective, it's a scary function. Everyone in Fairy Tale has a super magic, and anyone would be scared. Knight opened the friend search function and added Precht as a friend. Message, 2nd generation, come and play again next time. Mavis's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Thank you for your hard work today, 4th generation. Knight was startled, and turned around to see Mavis floating beside him. You are a ghost, 1st generation, you will scare people to death, you know. I am a ghost. Mavis smiled sweetly. Cute, I forgive you. Did the 1st generation have fun today? The little lowly has been here for almost a week, and most people in the guild don't know her existence. Makarov and Urza know. She is like a ghost, silently observing everything. No, she is a ghost. If you don't want to be seen, you can't be seen even if you have the guild emblem. Very happy. The 3rd generation has built Fairy Tale into a guild where everyone can live happily. Mavis smiled happily and tilted her head to Knight. The 4th generation should also work hard. Okay, I will work hard. Knight was completely helpless and was too lazy to refute the title of the fourth generation. A piece of hair on Mavis's head swayed like a dog's tail. "Stop shaking it, are you a puppy?" Knight complained in his heart. "But the second generation makes me a little angry." Mavis's hair suddenly stopped shaking. I don't know why he fell into darkness. Because he was addicted to Zeref's black magic. Knight simply suggested, "Why don't you ask him directly? His magic net nickname is Prezhito." Mavis' eyes lit up. "Yes, your suggestion is very good, fourth generation." She saw that the float was about to return to the guild, so she disappeared again, leaving only one sentence. "Good morning, fourth generation." "Good morning." Knight said hello to each other, and at the same time he was a little curious. Where did Mavis sleep these days? Was she sleeping in the park? That would be too pitiful. No, at least she could sleep in the guild. How to solve the problem of eating and going to the toilet? Looking at the float of the magic parade slowly driving towards the guild, Knight jumped lightly and returned to the apartment. The devil's heart was scared away, and his alert mission was over. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. After playing all day, Lucy dragged her tired body back to the apartment. Use the key to open the door and turn on the magic crystal lamp. The next moment, she saw someone sitting at her desk, reading her novel. Ghost. No, Nate. My novel. In just a few moments, Lucy's mood went through a roller coaster. She opened her eyes wide and walked over quickly to snatch her novel back. "You actually peeked at my novel." Lucy blushed. "Where did you see it?" "I just saw the heroine Iris and the hero fall in love. When they kissed, the hero touched Iris's breast." Nate praised, "Well written, miss. This kissing and breast-touching scene can never be written without personal experience." "Stop talking nonsense." Lucy was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and said angrily, "You just broke into my house and didn't turn on the light to read my novel, damn it. You broke into my house last time, too, so we're even." "It's not even, you also peeked at my novel." "What should I do?" "I'll write one too, and let you see it." Knight pondered. How about writing that the heroine owed the hero a lot of money and had to sell her body to pay off the debt? "Shut up, idiot." Lucy blushed and picked up the novel and hit Knight on the head. Knight smiled and grabbed her wrist, then conjured up a golden key like a magic trick. "Don't be angry, this key is for you." The eldest lady's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she took the golden key shyly, with a slight smile on her face. "Forget it, I forgive you, but you are definitely not allowed to peek next time. Here's the key, and now it's time to pay back the debt." Knight smiled and patted his legs. "Sit here, let me hug you, let me kiss you kiss." "No." Lucy's face flushed. She showed up in her own house in public. It turned out that she had bad intentions. "Do you still want to pay back your debt?" "I want to take a shower. I'm sweating." "Let's take a shower together." Knight stood up and took her hand and walked into the bathroom. Wait, who wants to take a shower with you?" "No. Don't be shy. It's not like you haven't seen it before. It's just right for you to see it back this time. We're even again. Who wants to see your I don't want to take a shower with you?" Soon after. Bathroom. The bathtub in the apartment was so small that Lucy had to curl up her legs. The young lady covered her eyes, with only half of her head exposed. It was the first time she had taken a shower with a boy since she was a child. The young lady blushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She didn't even dare to open her eyes. Knight leaned comfortably against the bathtub. "Are you still shy? Everyone would be shy, right? Why aren't you shy at all?" Lucy thought angrily, looking at Knight through her fingers. "What a great body, and strong abdominal muscles, I want to touch them." Lucy blushed even more as she thought about it, and whispered. 1 million. Take a shower together, 1 million. Nate said unhappily, do you know? Bank robbery is illegal. Then 500,000. Nate couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Lucy felt that it was embarrassing to be shy alone, so she just put her hand down. It would be a waste if she didn't look. Humph, she was going to look back. Seeing her staring at him, Knight said with a little teasing, do you want to touch it? Ah! Lucy was startled, can I touch it? You still want to touch it for real? Nate was shocked, hey, female pervert. Lucy slapped water at Knight in shame and anger, you are the biggest pervert. What's wrong with men being perverted? Nate admitted frankly, grabbed Lucy's hand and pulled her over from the other side. Ah! The young lady screamed and subconsciously reached out to grab something to stabilize her center of gravity. Then she touched Knight's abdominal muscles. Touch it if you want, I won't charge you for it, unlike you. Knight said with a sly smile, you touched it, now it's my turn to touch it. Ah, stupid Knight. Pervert, annoying. The two of them started playing in the bathtub. 190. Is he a boyfriend? A gift from the second generation. Nate usually takes more than 10 minutes to take a bath. Lucy takes a bath, including the bath time, for at most an hour. But the two of them took a bath together for more than 2 hours. Nate felt that Lucy was saying one thing and thinking another, saying no and I don't want to take a bath with you. But when they took a bath together, she had more fun than him. Just strike while the iron is hot. After taking a bath, Knight was ready to sleep in Lucy's bed, hugging the fragrant young lady. No. Go away, I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you, go back to your own home. The young lady wrapped herself in a bath towel and drove Knight out of the room. Accompanied by the slamming of the door, Knight suddenly felt helpless. Isn't something wrong? Shouldn't this be a natural outcome? The emotions are not in place? They took a bath together. That means you don't like him enough? That's not right. If you don't like him enough, you won't be willing to take a bath with him. Kate thought as he returned to his apartment. Then, he received a private message. Work hard to make money, bill details. Kiss, 200,000 J. Touching a panda, 200,000 J. Taking a bath together. Cooking, 5 times, 15,000 J. Laundry, 7 pieces, 7,000 J. Remaining debt, 37,797,000 J. 36,875,000 J. No, miss, you are really good at calculating. When Knight saw the details, he was quite amused. Sigma man, as expected of a rich girl from a chable, I pay you for touching you, but you touch me for free, laughing and crying. JPG. Work hard to make money, hate it, you said it was free, hum. JPG. Sigma man, why don't you just sleep together? Why are you kicking me out? Sigma man, you big pervert, you must want to do something bad. Shyly covering your face. JPG. Sigma man, you have a deep misunderstanding of me, I just want to hug you. Spreading hands. JPG. Sigma man, I don't believe you. You must want to anyway, it's not possible. Sigma man people, what are you thinking? Work hard to make money, pa. JPG. Work hard to make money, I want to sleep, I don't understand you, rolling my eyes. JPG. I don't believe you can sleep. Nate was happy in his heart, and thought about it. Since Lucy didn't agree to sleep with him, he would find a formal girlfriend. Immediately sent a message to Yerusha. Pain Witch, Melty fell asleep, dear, come quickly. Shy. JPG. Miss Witch is still better. Nate immediately prepared to launch Flying Thunder God and go to the appointment. At this moment, Knight realized the problem. Girlfriend. Miss Lucy should be waiting for his confession. No wonder she didn't agree to sleep with him. Thinking about it, Knight sent her another message. Sigma man, you have seen me naked, I am no longer clean. You have to take responsibility. Work hard to make money, stunt.jpg. Work hard to make money, beat you to death, you idiot, knock.jpg. Sigma man, Lucy, what do you think our relationship is? Work hard to make money, creditor and debtor. Sigma man, I think you are already my girlfriend, am I your boyfriend? Lucy lay on the bed, looking at the private messages on the magic network, the corners of her mouth could not help but slightly raised, her heart was surrounded by an emotion called joy. She rolled around on the bed with a pillow, almost rolling off the bed. Thinking, how should I answer? It took a long time to calm down a little. Blushing and typing. I don't know, I'm going to sleep. Delete. This is not okay, Knight might misunderstand it. You have done this to me, if you dare not want me, I will tell my dad. This is not okay, too, so shameful. I do. No, Knight said, is he your boyfriend? It's weird to answer I do. Stupid Knight, can't you confess like in a romance novel? Lucy hesitated for a long time, and didn't know how to answer. Knight waited for a long time before finally seeing the private message from the young lady. I must work hard to make money, yes. Just one word. Knight pinched his chin and thought, I was impulsive, and I will be finished sooner or later with another girlfriend. Sigma man, even if she is a girlfriend, the money must be paid back. Smile.jpg. I must work hard to make money, stare.jpg. After chatting with the young lady for a while and coaxing her to sleep, Knight changed his clothes and went to the witch lady's house to keep the appointment. The next day, on the way to the guild, Knight received a notification that his friend had approved his request. User Preshito has approved your friend request. Preshito, Knight, your magic app is really amazing. I admire you deeply. Sigma man, I also admire your magic attainments, Nidame. Preshito, ha ha ha, why don't you just stop staying in Fairy Tale and come to my guild? Sigma man, Ultia from your guild was kidnapped by me. What's the point of me going there now? Preshito. Preshito, young people are so charming and remind me of my youth. Sigma man, I heard from the Sandame that you used to be a single dog. Preshito, for your sake, I will not pursue the matter of Ursha. Your change of subject is a bit abrupt. Knight complained in his heart, and then he saw the other party sent another private message. Preshito, did you capture the soul of Huayuan Zeker? Can you let him go? Sigma man, speaking of which, I have to thank the second generation for sending me talents. His magic ugly hour worship is very useful to me. Preshito, you want to learn? Ho ho ho, I will give you a magic book. Your friend Preshito sent you a magic network express. Do you want to receive it? After clicking to confirm, a golden light flashed. Preshito really sent a magic book. Lost magic ugly hour worship. Knight was a little surprised. The second generation is really a good person. Flipping through the magic book, I can't see any problems for the time being. But Knight didn't dare to take it lightly. Judging from his magical attainments, Preshito is a great wizard with profound knowledge. Much stronger than the average Saint 10, Makarov can only be defeated when facing him. Nate is not sure whether there are any hidden traps in this magic book, and plans to let Mavis take a look later. Sigma man, thank you for the magic book sent by the second generation. Sigma man, but I won't let him go for the time being. I need his magic to complete the development of a new function. Nate feels that he is quite honest and did not hide his purpose. Preshito, it is not easy for me to train several followers of the Seven Purgatory. I hope you will let him go later. Sigma man, sure, next time. After a while, Knight came to the guild tavern. After the harvest festival, the guild members returned to their daily lives. As soon as I walked into the tavern, the noisy atmosphere hit me. 191 new game Pokemon X, Pokemon, 4/4 asking for monthly tickets. Nate walked into the guild and sat down at the bar. Good morning, Myra. Good morning, Knight. The hostess smiled as always. I'll get you breakfast. She turned and walked towards the kitchen. Nate looked at another hostess, Myra number 2. Good morning, Miss Myra. Good morning, Mr. Knight. The two had not known each other for long, so they were more polite in addressing each other. Are you used to staying here? I'm glad to be a guest at Fairy Tale in Asland. I had a lot of fun at the Harvest Festival yesterday. Myra in the other world smiled and said, but this is not my home after all. Maybe I should go back. You can stay. Knight thought, but this matter should not be handled too hastily. Anyway, he can travel between the two worlds at any time. Please play for a few more days, wait for the big sister Lucy over there to finish the work, I will send you back. Knight briefly explained the matter of 10,000 magic net rings. Big sister Lucy. Myra in the other world covered her mouth and chuckled, this name is very vivid. Then I will bother you for a while, trouble you, Mr. Knight. Too polite, just call me Knight directly. Then please call me Myra. Knight pondered, calling Myra will have some small problems, sometimes it will cause misunderstandings. How about this, I call you Mirage. Myra in my own world is Myra Jane. Myra in the other world is Myra Jane. Although they are the same person in different worlds, after distinguishing them in this way, they seem to have become twins. Myra Jane also found it interesting and readily agreed to this suggestion. While chatting, Myra Jane came back with breakfast. Knight was not polite. While eating breakfast, he thought about the next work. The development of Magic Internet cannot stop. Now it is only Alpha 0.7 version, which is still a long way from the official version. Next, there are roughly 3 main tasks. First, develop Magic Network Mall. This work is given to the tool person of the thought body to write. Second, online banking. This needs to be connected with the real bank. I have to ask Mr. Judd to talk to the bank. Third, develop a game that ordinary people can play happily. Let's not talk about the first 2, the key is the third one. Nowadays, ordinary people are the majority of Magic Network users, and the most important thing is the third one. In fact, Knight has a way to let ordinary people play Magic Arena. Just make good use of Magic app. Yesterday, the Super Magic Fairy Law was successfully detonated twice, which shows that Magic app is completely feasible. Even Super Magic can succeed, there is no reason why ordinary magic can't be successful, right? Just write more magic, and ordinary people can use it. But there is a serious problem with doing this. Ordinary people are just ordinary people, even if they can use one or several kinds of magic with the help of Magic app. They are just ordinary people who can use magic. They are not good at fighting. Can you really have fun in Magic Arena? The most important thing about a game is to have fun. I had planned to create a limited time event Magic Arena 6 Demon Generals Attack. Now that I think about it, it seems a bit unreliable. So, we need a magic game that ordinary people can have fun with. For this kind of game, Knight already has a general idea. Ordinary people are not good at fighting, so don't fight, just be responsible for commanding. For such a game, Knight immediately thought of Pokemon. Or, Digimon. Referring to this kind of game, Knight plans to develop similar ones. There are monsters in this world, and many monsters can even speak human language. But making monsters into elves controlled by players seems too ordinary. You seem to be in trouble. Myra Jane saw that Knight was not paying attention during the meal, so she asked. Knight looked up at her, thought for a while, and briefly told her about his headache. It sounds interesting. Both Myra Jane showed interest. The two looked at each other, and Myra Jane raised a finger and suggested. By the way, Doesn't Lucy have a star spirit named Prue? Prue. Prue's appearance popped up in Knight's mind. He had seen it a few times. It was a small one, all white, with a pointed nose. It seemed to be useless except for being cute. Lucy also kept it as a pet. Isn't Prue very cute? If Prue is equipped with a magic app, and then let the players command Prue to fight, wouldn't it be interesting? Myra Jane became more and more excited as she talked, and she seemed to want one. Knight considered this suggestion seriously. It seems that it is really possible. Prue is a star spirit, so there is no need to worry about death. Prue is not a zodiac sign. Summoning it only requires a silver key, and the price seems to be only 20,000 to 30,000 J. The problem is quantity. The scale of players is calculated in tens of thousands. Are there so many Prue in the star spirit world? By the way, how did the star spirit come into being? Myra, your suggestion is very good, thank you. I'll go ask Lucy now. Thinking of this, Knight didn't even bother to eat breakfast. As soon as he thought about it, he teleported and disappeared immediately. The next moment, he appeared in Lucy's room. He turned his eyes and saw Miss Lucy, who was sleeping in bed. Take a closer look, Mrs. Sleeping Face is really beautiful. Knight walked to the bed and patted Lucy's face. Wake up, get up. Let me sleep a little longer, Mrs. Spett. The eldest lady turned over in a daze. Mrs. Spett? Knight recalled that it was the middle-aged maid in Lucy's house. If you don't get up, I'll read your diary this time. As soon as the voice fell, Lucy, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes. No! She screamed. Nate! She sat up suddenly and stared blankly at the person beside the bed. In your diary, what secrets are written in it? Knight was suspicious. I'm scared to death. You are absolutely not allowed to read it. Lucy blushed, and then realized, no, why are you in my house? You forgot, we slept together yesterday. Knight said seriously. Hey! Lucy tilted her head, and then looked down at her pajamas. The pajamas are intact. Damn, he still wants to lie to her. If Knight sleeps with her, Lucy doesn't believe that her clothes can still be worn properly. What are you doing on March 2nd? Come to my house so early in the morning. Lucy rolled her eyes at him. She was too excited yesterday and didn't fall asleep until very late. She also has a boyfriend. This makes her so happy that she can't sleep. The next time Kana asks her, Lucy, how many boyfriends have you had? When you are in a relationship, you don't have to lie to the other person and say I have dated 3 people for the sake of face, and then be ruthlessly exposed. You can say openly that my boyfriend is Knight. Lucy is looking forward to Kana's expression. What are you grinning about? Nate is a god, and he can't guess what's in Lucy's mind. Lucy came back to her senses from the little drama in her mind, and asked with a ruddy face, so, why are you looking for me? I'm going to make a new game suitable for ordinary people to play, and I need your help. Nate said straight to the point, the name of the game is Pokemon No, Pokemon of the Stars. 192 Knight's Pokemon book, the first Pokemon, Pikachu. Lucy was forced to get up and went into the bathroom to wash up. While brushing her teeth and washing her face, she listened to Knight's explanation of star Pokemon. Where's my angel? Spit it out before you talk. After rinsing her mouth and washing her face, Lucy didn't put on any makeup and looked at herself in the mirror without makeup. As expected of this lady, I'm naturally beautiful. With a happy smile, she turned around and asked, so, how can I help you? Don't you have a star called Prue? Summon it. Like the last time you summoned Bailuge? Lucy is always surprised by Knight's wonderful ideas. After walking out of the bathroom, Lucy found her own star keychain in the drawer of the bedside table. Unconsciously, she has collected a lot of golden keys. There are only 12 zodiac keys in the world, and she now has 9 of them. They are Aquarius, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Virgo, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn. Only Leo, Libra, and Pisces are missing. Most of them were given to her by Night. Lucy looked at Night with a smile and found the key to Canis Minor from the keychain. I am the one who connects the road to the star world. You, respond to my call and go through the door. Open it, the door of the Canis Minor Palace, Nicholas. 29 Star Spirit Summoning Magic Circle was activated, and a white little man appeared in the room. Just standing there, his eyes began to tremble. Prue. Prue made a sound of Prue. It is possible to say it or not. Nate thought that if it is kept as a pet, it will definitely be popular. In fact, this star spirit is indeed a pet. Prue is a companion star spirit. Its own combat power is basically 0, but it is proficient in various ways to please people. Lucy introduced with a smile, Prue, Night wants you to do a favor, okay? Prue. Prue nodded vigorously, and then walked towards Night with trembling feet. Nate sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, touching its little head while observing carefully with 6 eyes. To be honest, he was also quite curious about the life of the star spirit. Last time he observed Beluge, but Prue seemed different. The difference between the companion type and the combat type? I'm going to make breakfast, do you want to eat? Night. Lucy asked. I've eaten. Then you talk to Prue, I'll go to the kitchen. After Lucy left, Nate asked, Prue, how many of you have in Canis Minor? Prue. Prue. Prue stretched out his 2 paws and drew a circle in front of him. A lot? How much is a lot? Prue. A lot is a lot. Night laughed and said, more than 1,000? Prue thought about it seriously, nodded uncertainly, and then shook his head. Night was a little disappointed. The number is too small. Maybe only a few hundred. Compared to the number of celestial wizards, it may be a lot, but for the celestial Pokémon he wants to develop, it is a drop in the bucket. Not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth. Prue, I will use magic to enter your body, don't resist. Night picked up Prue and injected magic into his body. With the help of the 6 eyes, he began to deconstruct the essence of this life. It doesn't matter if the number is small, he can find a way to create similar life. Zerf can create the Book of Zeref. He can also try to create the Pokemon book. In the Larrabee incident, Night saw Larrabee's demon form and analyzed some of the demonology knowledge. It's just that he didn't understand soul magic at the time, which led to his failure to create a demon. Defeat. But now, Night feels that he can try to use the power of the stars to create a new life similar to the stars. Name it the Star Spirit Pokemon. This kind of life does not need to have strong power, it only exists as a carrier of the magic app. Half an hour passed like this. Lucy made a hearty breakfast, and when she walked out of the kitchen, she saw Night sitting cross-legged with his palms facing each other. The golden star power condensed into a small ball of light between his hands. The ball of light gradually changed its shape and slowly turned into a golden Prue. Then it continued to change its shape and finally became a big yellow rat. There were 2 brown stripes on the rat's back, its tail was like lightning, with a heart shape at the end, red round spots on its cheeks, and the tips of its long ears were black. Lucy was stunned. What kind of magic is this? Her voice interrupted Night's creation of life. Instantly, a trace of cold sweat appeared on Night's forehead. Thank you, Lucy, I almost got in trouble. Lucy blinked and wondered, I didn't do anything. You interrupted me at the most critical moment. Sorry. No, it's a good thing you interrupted me. Night breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was addicted to the pleasure of creating life. According to his own memory, he created a star spirit Pokemon in the shape of Pikachu. He is about to give this Pikachu a soul. If he does this, Knight suspects that the curse of the god Angsaram will fall on him. As the god in charge of life and death, Knight has a little bit of awe for the existence of K. Although he may not be cursed, it is not certain. Before you have enough power, don't provoke Anshan. What is this? So cute. Lucy didn't understand, and didn't dwell on it. She walked to Knight and picked up Pikachu. I referred to the demon Lullaby created by Zeref and your star spirit Prue, and created a new life called Pokemon. Knight explained, but it is now an empty shell. The consumption of star spirit power is not large. This Pokemon has no power and can be simply regarded as a puppet. So, Prue can help you. Lucy raised the Pikachu puppet and was surprised. I am a star spirit wizard, so I can feel that it has the same aura as the star spirit. Of course it is similar. This 040 is a star spirit puppet created by Prue using star spirit power. It would be strange if the aura is not the same. Knight thought in his heart and said, it's called Pikachu. Pikachu. Lucy chewed on the name and felt it was easy to remember. But it can't move. How can the player command it to fight? This requires another magic. I will take you to a place, and you must not tell others. Lucy was like a frightened little white rabbit. She crossed her arms and looked at Knight suspiciously. No, your reaction hurt me. Kate spread his hands. I really didn't lie to you this time. Really didn't lie to me. If I lie to you, I'll be a puppy. Okay, I'll believe you again. The young lady is really easy to fool. Kate smiled and stretched out his hand. Hold my hand. The place we are going to is deep in the magic internet, the real core space of the magic network. Lucy was a little excited and put her hand on Knight's palm. I'm ready. Kate thought. The next moment, Lucy's consciousness separated from her body and entered the world of the deep web with a wisp of Knight's consciousness. When Lucy regained her vision, she saw a cage. Except for the prison, everything was nothingness. What is this place? Lucy said blankly, and when she looked down, she found that she was still holding Pikachu in her hand. It came in too? Knight walked towards one of the cells, where Huayuan Zeker was imprisoned. This is the soul cage. 193 Get out of the way. The magic skill must be shouted with the mouth. The arrival of Knight and Lucy immediately attracted the attention of the three prisoners. Huayuan Zeker muttered in his mouth, and no one knew what he was saying. I was locked up here for only a short day, and I was almost bored to death. My cellmate Brian was obsessed with magic research, and only the magic wand Claudel would occasionally say a few words to him. Great Lord of the Magic Net, your most loyal servant, Claudel offers you loyal greetings. In cell number 2, a skull wand started licking on the spot. Lucy followed Knight to the front of the cell and saw that the wand was bent, showing a crouching on the ground posture in a very human way. Lick dog. Lucy complained. She occasionally heard this word from Knight. Aren't you the wand of leader Brian? The seventh of the 6 magic generals. Claude jumped, although it had no feet. What 6 magic generals? Don't slander me. I, Blackgate Claude, am a loyal servant of Lord Knight. Lucy rolled her eyes speechlessly, lick dog wand licking dog stick for short. As she said, she looked at cell number 1. Leader Brian sat on the wet ground without saying a word, using fingers writing and drawing. No one knows what magic he is studying. As for her cell number 3, Lucy has never seen Huayuan Zeker, so she doesn't know him. I'm not looking for you, be quiet. Knight glanced at the dog licker, and turned to Huayuan Zeker and said, it's time to work, Huayuan. Great Lord Knight, I can work too. The dog licker actively showed himself. I was too lazy to pay attention to it, so I snapped my fingers. Cell number 3. Pa. The iron door of the number 3 staff dormitory disappeared immediately. Huayuan Zeker scratched his head. What do you want me to do? This place is too torturous. I feel like I'm willing to do anything now. Knight took Pikachu from Lucy and handed it to Huayuanzikar. Use your magic to give it thunder attribute. What is this, a doll? Huayuanzikar grabbed Pikachu and pulled a hair from the star spirit doll. Then he condensed a cursed doll with his other hand and inserted the hair into the head of the cursed doll. Material enhanced thunder. Tsitsizi. The doll flashed with lightning all over its body, changing from a straw material to a thunder attribute. At the same time, lightning also appeared on Pikachu's body at the same time. It really works. Knight thought, and snapped his fingers again. With a snap, a rock appeared in the number 3 employee dormitory. Control it to break the rock with lightning. Can you do it? Huayuanzikar muttered, it's a piece of cake. Pikachu flashed with lightning all over his body, and a beam of lightning hit the rock. The lightning failed to penetrate the rock, but only made a crackling sound, leaving a little charred mark on the rock. Huayuanzikar touched his head awkwardly. I don't have that much magic power. Staying in this place, the magic power can't be restored. Knight took Pikachu back, and under the observation of the 6 eyes, this Pikachu was strengthened. Its body not only possesses the attribute of lightning, but also has a certain degree of lightning resistance. Not only that, it also has physical fitness beyond its own limit. Nate took the cursed doll from Huayuanzikar and used it to control Pikachu. No matter how the joints are moved, Pikachu can make corresponding movements. Even if the joints are completely reversed, it will not hurt Pikachu itself. This is the power of the lost magic Ugly Hour worship. Not only can it give the object various attributes, but also strengthen its physical fitness. Do you want players to use this to command control Pikachu to fight? Lucy's face was full of curiosity. Nate shook his head. Although it is very convenient to control Pokémon through the cursed doll, it is somewhat unpalatable. An extra procedure needs to be added in the middle. The player gives instructions through language, the cursed doll executes the command, and then passes the command to the controlled Pokémon. Although it seems a bit troublesome, the actual playing experience will be better. For example, if you don't need to shout out a magical skill like "Get out of the way," how can you give players good feedback? However, how can you make the cursed doll understand the player's instructions? Knight thought about it and walked to the front of the number 1 employee dormitory. Brian. Brian raised his head, his eyes were dull. What's the matter? Knight simply described the problem and asked, what kind of magic can do this? Who do you think I am? Brian snorted, I used to be the director of the Magic Development Bureau. This simple magic can be developed for you on the spot. You are worthy of being an excellent employee. Knight smiled and said, then you develop it well. If you do a good job, you can get a reduction in sentence. 10 years. Brian's eyes flashed. Such a simple job can reduce the sentence by 10 years? If there are more people like this, won't he be released after serving his sentence? Let me ask you, how long do you want to lock me up? 10,000 years. Brian's face turned black, and the Council of Judges would at most sentence him to life imprisonment. 10,000 years minus 10 years, isn't that 9,990 years left? Hey, think about it from another angle. If you do a good job this time, you might be able to get a bigger reduction in sentence next time. Knight made a big promise for him on the spot. Brian didn't believe this nonsense, but he had some hope. It was just a simple little magic. Give me 10 minutes. Brian spoke proudly. As a person who loves knowledge, Brian's knowledge of magic is extremely outstanding. It didn't take 10 minutes, but 5 minutes. He named the newly developed magic sound magic words. This kind of sound magic is probably at the level of being able to command small animals. He taught this magic to Knight without reservation. Knight learned it in 1 minute. It's really simple. Not bad, not bad. You are really capable. Knight nodded with satisfaction. Next, he tried to use the words to command the cursed doll, and then the cursed doll controlled Pikachu. Everything went smoothly. Lucy was stunned, admiring Knight's ingenious ideas and sighing at the magic. After passing the basic test, Knight took Lucy back to reality. Apartment room. Lucy opened her eyes and said eagerly, "Can I play? It seems interesting." Command Pokemon battle, very similar to her commanding the star spirits. What's missing? Knight pondered. Lucy thought for a moment, more Pokemon. 4 Pokemon, let's create 10 in the first batch. Knight didn't want to create too many at once, and as a test version, it didn't need so many. 10 Pokemon and their evolutions. However, how to solve the problem of evolution? Accumulate experience points and evolve after reaching a certain level? How to achieve this process? Knight pondered and soon came up with a good idea. Battle. After the Pokemon battle, the winner can get the Star Spirit Power reward, accumulate enough Star Spirit Power in the body, and start the evolution form after reaching the threshold. Then use the magic of the Ugly Hour to give the opponent stronger abilities. But what's missing? Knight pinched Lucy's face and continued to think. Lucy slapped his hand in anger. "Why are you pinching me? Does it hurt?" "It hurts, Xian." "That's right, pinch me, it hurts too. I'll beat you to death, you idiot." Lucy laughed in anger and rushed to Knight. After the two of them played for a while, Knight pressed Lucy under him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lucy blushed. "What are you doing?" "I thought of it, I'm missing a Pokeball." Knight reached out and grabbed Lucy's panda, kneading it while saying, "You can use card magic, players can usually put Pokemon in the card. Can you take your hand away first, you're annoying." Lucy said angrily. 194 Begusro, I'm a man who wants to be a Pokemon master. Why does the Pokeball have to be a red and white ball? It can also be made into a space magic card and used to sell cards, allowing players to experience the joy of the card drawing game. Of course, the main reason is that the cost of making a Pokemon is a bit high. In the current semi-finished state, 4 kinds of magic are used. And to truly become a star Pokemon that can fight, at least several kinds of magic are needed. If you don't make something back, you will feel a bit of a loss. So, do you really have to sell the card? While Knight was thinking about how to recover the cost, his hands were not idle, and he subconsciously rubbed Lucy's panda. Until Lucy pinched his arm hard, he reluctantly let go. You may not believe it, but when I think about problems, if I can rub something soft with my hands, my brain will be more active. Knight looked at the blushing lady. "Why don't you wear underwear?" Lucy is still wearing cute pink pajamas. Hearing him say this, she immediately pushed him away in embarrassment. Who wears underwear when sleeping, stupid Knight? Bah! Big pervert! Lucy quickly ran away, sat at the dining table and started to eat breakfast. Knight picked up Pikachu next to him and sat opposite him. There was no need to tease Lucy anymore, there was still work to do. Now the creation, command, and battle functions of Pokemon 323 have been basically completed. The next step is to write the program. For example, the accumulation of experience points, the calculation of the level of individual Pokemon, etc. In short, a simple client needs to be written. In Knight's vision, the battle of celestial Pokemon can not only take place in reality, but also on the internet. He is now full of inspiration and writes code very quickly. Lucy ate breakfast silently, but her beautiful big eyes could not help but stare at Knight. When working seriously, Knight's concentration is quite amazing. As a girlfriend, Lucy felt that she should help in some way. "Nate! What's wrong?" Kate took the time to look at her. Lucy pointed to the Pikachu doll on the table. "It's just that this doll always feels a bit regrettable. It would be better if it could be like Prue. I think that Pokemon itself should have the function of companionship, not just for battle." Would it be more popular this way? Nate nodded. This is a semi-finished product, and it will be given a soul later. As a programmer, Knight also wants to pursue perfection as much as possible. Although it is impossible to give Pikachu a soul by creating a demon, this may bring the curse of the god Angsaram. But it is not impossible to solve it. There are always more solutions than difficulties. In the world of magic, there is usually more than one way to solve a problem. Thinking of this, Knight opened his friend list and found Bigusro. Sigma Man, I need your help. Where are you? Bigusro, Nate? Bigusro, I'm on my way to the Hilo store. I just left in a carriage. Sigma Man, wait for me. After replying, Knight turned off the magic network and picked up the Pikachu doll. I'll try to let you play the game as soon as possible. I'm going to be busy. After saying that, he kissed Lucy on the face, then left the apartment and turned into a golden light and flew away in an instant. Lucy touched the kissed face, and a burst of joy surged in her heart. How annoying! Magnolia, suburbs. A carriage stopped on the road. Phelide, who was in charge of driving, couldn't help asking, "Why did you suddenly ask me to stop? What's the matter?" Knight has something to do with him. Alba Green sat in the carriage in the car. She applied lipstick with a small mirror. Bigusro complained, "You have something to ask me, but why did you suddenly start to put on makeup? Is it okay if I like it?" Alba Green rolled her eyes at him. As he was talking, a golden light fell, and Knight appeared beside the carriage. "You are really diligent. The Harvest Festival has just ended, and you are already working." Phelide explained, "It's not a mission. We are going to clean up the nearby dark guilds. The Demon Heart came to make trouble yesterday. If we don't respond, we will feel underestimated." Alba Green got off the carriage and said with a smile, "Yesterday someone said on the forum that the Dark Guild corpse soul was seen near the Shiloh CI store. Isn't that the Dark Guild under the command of the 6 demon generals?" Knight thought, this is an unprovoked disaster. What the Demon Heart did is borne by the 6 demon generals' younger brother Ya. However, the 6 demon generals are finished, and maybe these younger brother guilds have been incorporated by the Demon Heart. Doesn't the Magic Council not allow guilds to fight casually? I heard from Myra that even the Dark Guild cannot act on its own. Hearing him say this, Bigusro was shocked. "Nate, you actually know the laws of the council?" Knight, "No, do I know it's weird? I'm not Natsu." Alba Green waved her hand and smiled, "It doesn't matter, destroy the Dark Guild first, and then the president will write a self-criticism." Knight was speechless. No wonder the old man was so skilled in writing self-criticisms. He was trained by you. Bigusro shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about our business first. Knight, what do you want to talk to me about? I have something to trouble you. You are good at star map magic puppet possession, am I right?" "Oh, my magic!" Bigusro opened his arms and stuck out his tongue with the guild emblem on his tongue. "Knight wants to see you. Come out, my dear baby." The next moment, 5 small puppets flew up from behind him. Each one was only the size of a palm. By the way, their names are Pippi, Bobo, Papa, Bibe, Bubu. The puppets were chirping something. Knight observed them with his 6 eyes, and it was exactly as he imagined. These souls attached to the puppets came from Bigusro himself, and they were 5 souls split from him. "Can you teach me this magic? I want to attach my soul to it." Knight showed the Pikachu in his hand. It doesn't need to have combat capabilities, as long as it can perform simple autonomous activities and make some Pikachu power calls. Hearing this, Bigusro was a little confused. "Is there any point in doing this?" "Yes, but what are you going to do? If it's just the most basic puppet possession, it's actually very simple. The library has the corresponding magic book. Don't we have a ready-made teacher like you? It's definitely faster to learn by yourself." Knight thought about it, and did not hide it. He briefly talked about the new game Star Spirit Pokemon. After listening, Alba Green opened her eyes wide and was full of interest. It sounds so interesting, it feels like raising a Star Spirit pet that belongs to you. Bigusro was stunned. If this game is really completed, why would he still fiddle with puppets? Wouldn't it be better to directly train Pokemon? Immediately, he hooked Knight's shoulder, took him aside, and said with a grin. Well, Knight, I will teach you how to possess a puppet. When your game is done, can you give me a few Pokemon? Of course, no problem. If the game is successful, you will definitely make an indelible contribution. Knight nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Bigusro was overjoyed and turned to his two companions from the Thunder Gods and said, Philid, Alba, I'll leave the corpse soul to you. I want to make games with Knight. After a pause, he said excitedly. I am a man who wants to be a Pokemon master. I can't waste my time on the Dark Guild. Let's go, Knight. Alba Green. Philid. Knight. 195 Charmander knows dragon killing magic. It's reasonable, right? 4/4 monthly ticket request. Bigusro's star map magic puppet possession is not easy to learn. This magic allows the caster's soul to split a strand and attach it to the puppet to control it. Of course, Knight doesn't need the control that comes later. He only needs the user to split a strand of his soul and give it to the Pokemon when activating his Pokemon, so that the Pokemon can have the feeling of life. It is enough to be able to run, jump, call, and cultivate feelings with the owner. Therefore, when he was by his side, under Bigusro's unreserved teaching, Knight learned the basic version of puppet possession. If you want to master this magic, it will take too long. There is no need for this for the time being. But even so, Bigusro was shocked by Knight's learning ability. This is too strong. I heard from Walian before that you learned telepathy from him and mastered it in just 2 days. I didn't believe it then, but I do now. Bigusro asked excitedly, then what? Knight, when can I play with my Pokemon? Which one do you like? Knight thought for a moment and gave several options. You can only choose 4 now. Then, he spread his palms, and the magic power gushing out of his palms formed a picture of 4 Pokemon in the air. The one on the far left is called Pikachu, and its attribute is thunder. The second one is Bulbasaur, and its attribute is grass. The third one is called Squirtle, and its attribute is water. The fourth one is Charmander, and its attribute is fire. Bigusro seemed to be choosing a concubine, and his eyes were licking the screen like a pervert. Can't you choose all of them? There are not so many Pokemon for you now. Knight spread his hands. He didn't care about 3 or 4 Pokemon. It's just that the purpose at this stage is to run through the process, and every Pokemon must be used for testing. When the official version is launched, Pokemon can be created on an assembly line, and it's no problem to give him 100. I choose Bulbasaur. Bigusro quickly made up his mind. I like the shape of this Pokemon. It turned out to be Bulbasaur? Knight was a little surprised. Among the 3 starter Pokemon, 80% of the players who come into contact with them for the first time will choose Charmander. I'll tell you when Bulbasaur is created. Then wait for your good news. After saying goodbye to Bigusro, Knight returned to the apartment and began to write the client program of Celestial Pokemon. Before that, he had to write 5 kinds of magic in the Magic app. The first one is Celestial Creation. Use the power of celestial spirits to imitate Prue and create a celestial spirit doll. This magic can ensure that the player's Pokemon will not die. It will be like a celestial spirit. As long as it can get the power of celestial spirits, it will not die under normal circumstances. The second one is the Lost Magic Ugly Hour Worship. The magic used to give Pokemon combat power also has the function of controlling Pokemon. The third one is the Sound Magic Word Spirit. Created by Brian, it is used to transform the player's instructions into the actions of the cursed doll. The cursed doll then controls the Pokemon to fight. The fourth type is the Star Map Magic Doll Possession. Gives Pokemon a soul, allowing it to run, jump, call, and accompany its owner. And the fifth type is the Card Magic Space Card. That is, the Pokeball, which is the space where the owner usually stores Pokemon, and it looks like a card. It took Knight 8 hours to write these 5 magics into the magic app. When he looked up, it was already late at night outside the window. Looking at the clock on the wall, it showed a little after 1 in the morning. Let's just stay up all night and write a simple client. Knight didn't even eat lunch and worked hard. In a blink of an eye, it was dawn. Finally done, let's run it first. Knight opened the Star Spirit Pokemon client and clicked to start. The next moment, a card appeared out of thin air. Knight didn't have time to design the card face, so it was just the simplest white card. You can see a Pikachu sleeping inside the card. Come out, Pikachu. Nate threw the card out, a flash of white light passed, Pikachu rubbed his eyes full of clear stupidity. Pikachu. Can you understand me? Pika. Very good. Nate nodded and ordered, sit down. Pikachu sat down obediently, looking at Knight with innocent big eyes. Next, some tests were carried out, including letting Pikachu discharge electricity. Everything went incredibly smoothly. However, this is only the first one, or the first type. Next, we have to create the 3 Pokemon and their evolutions. Let's put the evolutions aside for now, and make the 3 Pokemon first. This game is so difficult to make, much more difficult than Magic Arena. Every Pokemon must be designed and created by hand. Nate touched Pikachu's head and sighed. The reason for this is that he wants the celestial Pokemon to exist in reality. If it was just a network battle, completely relying on the simulation of the deep web, things would be much simpler. Anyway, the first step has been taken. Next let's deal with Charmander first. Thinking of this, Knight took Pikachu back to the card and then went out to Natsu's house. Since the name is Charmander, it makes sense for Charmander to use the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, right? Natsu's house is located in the suburbs of the West District, in a remote area. Walking along the path, you can soon see a signpost on the side of the road. The sign says Natsu Happy. Speaking of which, Fairy Tale used to have a boys' dormitory. I heard from Myra Jane that the boys fought and demolished the dormitory. Since then, they can only find a way to solve the accommodation problem by themselves. Natsu's house is not big, surrounded by many flowers and plants, and there are some vines growing on the wall. In the open space in front of the door, there is a wooden block for chopping firewood, and an axe is stuck on the wooden block. There are many chopped wood piled nearby. Is this firewood for winter? Nate couldn't help but complain, does the Fire Dragon Slayer need to burn wood for warmth? 0.0. Looking up at the roof, there is indeed a protruding chimney of the fireplace. Then I thought, if Natsu is not afraid of the cold, then Happy will be afraid of the cold, right? And it's not necessarily burning wood for warmth, maybe making a fire to cook. Natsu. Knight stood outside the door and shouted inside. After a while, the door opened and Happy came out rubbing his eyes. Natsu. Good morning, Happy. Happy looked like a sleepy fish, turned his head and looked at the sun, which showed a little morning glow. Natsu is up so early. Natsu isn't awake yet. Natsu won't wake up until 9 o'clock. Happy yawned and took out a fish from the small cloth bag behind him. Does Natsu want to eat fish? Is this from yesterday? No, maybe it was from the day before yesterday. Will you have diarrhea after eating it? Knight shook his head. Eat it yourself. Be careful of diarrhea. I have something to do with Natsu. After saying that, he went into the house. There weren't many furniture in the house, and Natsu's life looked very simple. Knight suspected that all his money was used to pay the fine. Knight saw Natsu sleeping soundly in bed, with a very bad sleeping posture. "Wake up, Igneel." The keyword was triggered. Natsu suddenly opened his eyes and blurted out, "Igneel? Where is Igneel? Wait a minute, isn't Igneel in my body?" Natsu then realized Knight. His expression was dull, and his brain was down. "Your system is a bit slow to start. Is there too much garbage on the disk?" Knight thought with a smile, and said straight to the point. "I want to create a Charmander, and I need your help, Natsu." 196 Pokemon. The Celestial Spirit is actually a card-drawing game. Charmander. Natsu looked confused, and didn't look like he had woken up at all. Knight simply explained the new game Pokemon the Celestial Spirit in detail. After listening, Natsu instantly became energetic. Knight saw the light in his eyes. It was like a little boy with a pure heart who found out that Ultraman actually existed. "Anyway, if you do me this favor, I'll give you the first Charmander." "Really? It's burning." Natsu was no longer sleepy, he was really burning in the physical sense. Happy asked curiously, "Will Charmander hatch from an egg? Like me?" After a pause, he complained again, "But, it feels like my role is repeated." Status -1. "Happy, this is a game that even ordinary people can play," Knight comforted. "You can also raise one." Hearing this, Happy's tail suddenly stood up, and even the fish in his hand was not fragrant. He hugged Knight's trouser leg with a serious face. "I want a female cat, white. Please, Knight, please create a Pokemon like this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. You might as well just name Xiaolulu." Knight was speechless. "Calm down, Harpy, a man should face reality bravely." Natsu nodded and said, "That's right, Harpy. Compared to cats, tigers, and lions, they look more majestic, right?" "No, I don't think it's a question of majesty." Knight was helpless. As expected of the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic, his perspective on the problem always caught people off guard. "Anyway, let's create Charmander. With the accumulation of making Pikachu, it is much easier to make Charmander now." First, Knight created Charmander's Star Spirit doll. Then, with the help of Natsu, he wrote the Fire Dragon Slayer magic into the magic app. This process was the longest and was not completed until noon. As the carrier of the magic app, Charmander immediately possessed the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Of course, considering that it also has 2-stage and 3-stage evolutions. As the initial form of Charmander, Knight weakened the power of the magic. With the increase of level and the evolution to a new form, the sealed power will be gradually released. The last step is to activate it. Nate sent the client program of Celestial Pokemon to Natsu. "This is your Pokemon, activated by you personally. It will naturally feel close to the first owner who activated it." Natsu was as excited as a monkey, opening the client to activate his Pokemon. The moment the button was pressed, the silver ring on his finger extracted a faint soul from his body. This soul was injected into the body of the Charmander in front of him through the transmission of the magic network. Ka-na! The Charmander's eyes glowed, and an incomprehensible cry came out of its mouth. Then, a flame ignited on the Charmander's tail. It came to life. It moved. It moved. Knight, it really moved. Ah ha 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 ha. Natsu picked up the Charmander and held it high, as excited as if he were a father. "Happy, what did Charmander say?" Happy was still obsessed with the white cat Pokemon. It said, "Master. My name is Natsu. Natsu Dragneel." Natsu grinned and said to Charmander, "I'll give you a name, Ignea." Ignea? Nate was stunned. Ignea, this is Ignea's biological son, one of the 5 dragon gods of the northern continent. I think this name is not very auspicious, how about changing it? Knight suggested. Really? That's called Ignila. Ka-na ka-na. The Charmander made a happy cry. Harpy continued to act as an interpreter. It said, "Thank you, Master. Please give me more advice in the future, Ignila." Natsu smiled happily and rushed out of the house with his Charmander. Let's start the special training quickly. Starting with Charmander's Iron Fist, I will teach you all the dragon-killing magic that Ignil taught me. No, you are breaking the rules, you know? Nate thought helplessly, the trainer personally taught Pokemon skills? Wait a minute, Natsu. What's wrong? Natsu hurriedly braked and turned back, saying, "Is there anything else I can help you with? I haven't taught you how to check the status of Charmander yet." Nate shook his head and explained the basic settings of the game. Level. He walked over to Natsu and taught him how to use the client. You can check which Pokemon you currently have by clicking on the Pokemon option in the client. You only have Charmander now. Click on Charmander's avatar to see the specific information. After Natsu clicked on it as instructed, he saw the panel of Charmander. Charmander. Level, 1v5. Experience, 0%. Attribute, Fire. Intimacy. Nate did not add settings such as race value and individual value. The main reason was that he forgot what the race value of Charmander was. Even if he remembered Charmander, there would be more species in the future, and he could not remember them all. He simply deleted this numerical setting and only kept the level and experience. At the same time, he added intimacy. The higher the intimacy between the player and the Pokemon, the stronger the power that the Pokemon can exert. Of course, this is a metaphysical statement. In fact, the higher the intimacy, the stronger the magic of the ugly hour worship loaded in the magic app. If you want to increase the level, you need to fight with other Pokemon Zero. After reaching a certain level, Charmander will evolve. Nate smiled and said, "So, you have to work hard, Natsu, and try to train Charmander into a powerful Pokemon as soon as possible." Oh! Natsu was already ignited, then if I accompany it to practice, will it still be effective? Yes, it will be. Nate was also helpless about this. This is completely a cheating behavior, right? It is very unfair to other players. But there is no way, you can't not allow Natsu to train his own Charmander, right? Other people can also train their own Pokemon, but the effect can't be as good as Natsu's. I'll leave Charmander to you. I have other work to do next. After solving the problem of Charmander, Knight said goodbye and left. After that, he found Juvia again. With the help of Juvia's water magic, Squirtle was created. But in the production of Bulbasaur, there was a little trouble. Bulbasaur is a grass attribute. How to reproduce the more famous move Flying Leaf Blade. There is a girl in the guild who masters the wood shape magic. But this magic is to change the wood into the shape you want in an instant. It can't be said that it is completely incompatible with the grass attribute, but it is not satisfactory. The most finally. Nate had to ask Azuma, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, for help. As the person with the highest ranking points in the magic arena, his ID is easy to find. The nickname on the Magic Network is the World of the Strong. Azuma quickly agreed to Knight's friend request and agreed immediately after learning the purpose of his visit. The two met in the magic arena. With his help, Knight successfully wrote the Arc of the Lost Magic Tree into the magic app. After that, Bulbasaur was also successfully created. XXX. The 1.9 skills such as Leaf Blade, Vine Whip, and Seed Bomb were also successfully reproduced. Nate gave the first Bulbasaur as a return gift to the other party. So far, Pikachu and the 3 starters have all been successful. 2 days later, Nate sent a message in the group and also sent the modified client to the group. Sigma Man, all members, please help test the new game. Myra Jane, it's done? Surprised.jpg. Sigma Man, this is just the first round of testing, there is still a lot of follow-up work. Sigma Man, Pokemon. Beta. Alba Green, the game I talked about last time has a beta so soon? Gray, what game? Pokemon? Lucy, a game that trains pets and lets them fight each other, super fun. Sigma Man, no actually, it's a card drawing game. Sigma Man, you will know after you download it, smile.jpg. 197 What? Draw Squirtle fragments? After Knight sent out the demo of the beta version, he quietly waited for everyone to experience the great invention from the mobile internet era. Draw cards. One of the purposes of this test is to test the card drawing system. Since it is a game, of course you have to make money. This money can be magic power or cash. In addition, we also need to test the battle system, upgrade system, etc. Shiloh CI Store. This small city is not far from Magnolia. Lucy's first commission was completed in this city. At this time, the Dark Guild Corps Soul located in the northwest of the city. The entire guild was wiped out by the Thunder God team. In the lobby of the tavern, you can see a series of lifelike stone statues, and the stone statues maintain a terrified expression. Next to the stone statue, Alba Green put on her glasses. While looking at the group chat record, she said to her two companions, "Look at the guild group, the game Knight mentioned a few days ago has a beta version." Bigusro grabbed a black magician by the collar and asked where the president of Corpse Soul was, with 5 small dolls floating behind him. After hearing this, he threw the man aside and couldn't wait to open the guild group. Oh! I want to be the world's #1 Pokemon master. Baby my Bulbasaur, here I come. Open Knight's private chat and send a message. 30. Bigusro, Nate, where is my baby's Bulbasaur? Sigma Man, because it's a card drawing game, I don't want to deprive you of your happiness. Smile PG. Sigma Man, I've sent card drawing resources to your account, you can draw it in the card pool. Sigma Man, come on, it's time to test your bond with Bulbasaur. Bigusro, what if you can't draw it? Sigma Man, not really if you can't draw it, I'll give you one. Fairy Tale, an open-air cafe in front of the guild. Kana and Lysina sat together and enjoyed a leisurely afternoon tea. It was called afternoon tea, but Kana was drinking beer. Is it Knight's new game? Lysina downloaded the game client from the group with curiosity. Kana was also waiting for the download to complete. Lysina, why do you call Knight Knight? Because Knight is a very kind person, Lysina replied with a smile. Don't you think so, Kana? Thanks to Knight, I can return to the guild. I am very grateful to him. Of course, this is only one reason. The bigger reason is that she thinks Myra has a special relationship with Knight. Kana raised her lips slightly and said teasingly. It's very kind and popular with girls. After all, it's a difficult face for women. A difficult face for women? Lysina was very interested in this and wanted to ask about Knight. At this time, the game client had been downloaded. Ah, it's downloaded. Let's take a look at the new game first. Entering the game section, I saw the icon of the 5th game. The icon is a yellow squirrel. Lysina thinks it's pretty cute. After clicking on the game and entering the game interface, the first thing you see is the game introduction. Astral Pokemon are mysterious and incredible creatures. They can become friends or partners with humans and live in the mysterious astral world. And you, dear player, will play the role of a Pokemon trainer. Use astral cards to capture Pokemon from the mysterious astral world, cultivate Pokemon, grow with them, and become stronger together. Go on a journey. Challenge other Pokemon trainers and Pokemon gym leaders located throughout the Kingdom of Fiori. Collect gym badges and participate in the Fiori Pokemon Regional League competition. Go for the ultimate championship goal. Lysina read the game introduction word by word and couldn't help but feel confused. Pokemon trainer? What is a Pokemon gym? Is there such a place in Fiori Kingdom? It must be another of Knight's whims, right? Kana held her chin with one hand and said with a smile. Last time when Magic Arena was tested, a guild ranking competition was held. It's a pity that you were not there at that time. It sounds fun. Brother Knight is really a very interesting person. Listener closed the game introduction and finally saw the game interface. The game has a guide. A red box selected the words Astral Realm in the lower left corner of the interface. Listener tried to click other places, but there was no response. In the end, she could only click on the Astral Realm. As a newcomer, you don't have your own Pokemon yet. Now I will give you 3 Astral cards. Use them to catch Pokemon. A gold card, a silver card, and a bronze card. Listener studied them carefully for a moment and finally understood the difference between them. In short, if you want to get Pokemon, you need to consume this kind of card to draw. 3 kinds of cards also correspond to 3 card pools. All 3 card pools can draw the only 4 kinds of elves currently. There are only 3 cards, can I really draw it? Listener blinked. It's a bit like the Gasapon machine in the amusement park, will it be a 100% winning rate? Squirtle is so cute. Kana was attracted by the photo of Squirtle in the card pool, her eyes sparkling, I feel like it will fit me well. I want Pikachu, a squirrel that can discharge electricity. That's not a squirrel, it's an electric mouse according to the introduction. What is an electric mouse? It's the game setting. Anyway, Brother Knight bless you, you must draw it, Pikachu. Listener put her hands together, bowed to the sky, and started to draw cards with great expectations. Knight even thoughtfully I made a card drawing animation. A golden card flew to the bizarre star spirit world and turned into a beam of golden light. As the camera moved forward, a group of Pikachus appeared, playing happily in the forest. Suddenly, a golden light descended and hit one of the Pikachus. The golden light was so bright that the Pikachu was sealed into a card. I got it! I got it! Listener jumped up excitedly, but in the next second, cracks appeared on the golden card. Finally, with a bang, it broke into magic residue. The sealed Pikachu escaped and fled into the forest in panic. Ah! It can still be like this. My Pikachu! Listener did not give up and used the silver card again, and the same scene happened again. Then she consumed the last bronze card, but this time she didn't even see the Pokemon. The bronze light circled in the star spirit world and disappeared. Listener sat at the coffee table in a daze. Kana on the side couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, Listener, your luck is too bad. Watch me. Kana took out her cards and divined for herself before drawing a card. One lucky divination result, my luck is super good, I will definitely win. She clicked to draw a card with full confidence. The golden card turned into a ray of golden light and flew to the mysterious 377 star spirit world, and found a group of Squirtles beside a lake. The golden light hit the Squirtle and captured it successfully. Great! My divination is really... Kana's face was stunned before the word accurate came out. Congratulations on catching the Squirtle fragments. Collect 10 Squirtle fragments to synthesize a Squirtle. What the hell are Squirtle fragments? Kana slammed the table in anger. Is my Squirtle divided into 10 pieces? Did you just draw the head or the feet? Ha ha ha, Listener laughed out loud. Brother Knight's routine is too deep. Kana didn't give up and consumed the remaining 2 cards. As a result, Charmander fragment +1, Bulbasaur fragment +1. At least I drew a fragment. Kana took a big sip of wine. At this time, Makao's loud scream came from the guild tavern. What? Myra, you won? Not the fragments. A conspiracy. A naked conspiracy. Nate must have opened a back door for you. Biased. Nate is biased. Why didn't I get anything, not even the fragments? Hearing the loud wailing from the tavern, Kana and Lisana looked at each other and got spiritual comfort. Now there are no cards, how to get them, sign in. The two studied it carefully, and the game gave a friendly answer. Golden cards, called magic cards, are condensed by magic power. As long as you inject enough magic power into the ring, you can get it. Silver cards, called points cards, 100 points are exchanged for 1. Bronze cards, called money cards, can be bought with money. Currently, the game has not opened online banking, and J-Coin recharge is not supported. 198 Pokemon has been decided, and the next is the Battle of Trainers. The first wave of free card resources sent out was almost completely destroyed. Only Myra Jane drew a Bulbasaur. When the Bulbasaur was activated, everyone in the tavern came to watch. DNA. The newly born Bulbasaur made an intimate cry. The crowd was melted by cuteness. So cute. I want one too. Sister Myra, can I touch it? Damn Knight, take my magic and give me a ticket. Myra Jane looked at everyone with a smile, and felt very strange in her heart, why she drew it. Did Knight increase her probability? At this time, Natsu ran over excitedly and proudly showed his celestial spirit card. Ah ha ha ha, Myra, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Use your Pokemon to fight me. Come out, Charmander. After enduring for a few days, Natsu finally found an opponent and could not wait to release Charmander from the card. A flash of white light appeared on the bar. Charmander's body was orange, its belly and the bottom of its tail were butter-colored, and there was a burning flame on its tail. It is said that there is a Pokemon like its owner. Charmander has been specially trained for a few days, and its personality has gradually become closer to Natsu. Kana. It stared at Bulbasaur with burning eyes. Charmander! Levi exclaimed, Natsu, did you draw it too? No, it was specially given to me. Natsu laughed and proudly put his hands on his waist. Come and fight, Myra. Trainer Natsu has initiated a battle application to you, do you agree? Behind the bar, Myra Jane saw the prompt popped up in the game. No, Natsu, Pokemon are so cute, it would be bad if they get hurt. Happy held the gong and flew between Charmander and Bulbasaur. Astral Pokemon Battle, Trainer Natsu vs Trainer Myra Jane. This Pokemon battle adopts 1v1 mode, and I, Happy, will be the referee. The game begins. With a thump, the gong was ring. Myra Jane held her forehead helplessly and had to agree to the battle. The crowd immediately started to make noises. Oh, come on, Bulbasaur. What kind of magic will the celestial Pokemon use? Bulbasaur, a man must never fall. Come on, you two, elfman from another world. Sorry, elfman from this world, I will come on too. Not you, come on for my sister's Bulbasaur. Not far away, Wendy, who had drained all her magic, lay weakly on the table. No, really not a drop of magic left. I can't draw Mr. Knight at all. Xiaolulu crossed her arms and complained, do you want to continue drawing, Wendy? Just ask Knight for one. No, that's not good. Wendy cheered up and her eyes became firm. For Pikachu I will use all my magic power tomorrow. As she said that, she drank the magic recovery potion on her waist. Xiaolulu. Do you want Pikachu so much? Feeling -1 status. At this time, the battle has broken out. Trainer Natsu shouted. Let's go, Ignala, use Charmander's Iron Fist. Charmander's claws were wrapped in flames, and he punched and knocked Bulbasaur away. Ah ha ha ha, we won. Natsu put his hands on his hips and laughed, happier than if he had defeated a strong enemy. Charmander also raised his claws and made a ka-na sound to celebrate the victory. There was no shame in bullying children. The blown Bulbasaur automatically returned to the card. Myra Jane checked it and was relieved after confirming that it was not injured. She looked at Natsu with a smile, receive the soul of Satan all over your body. Boom! A strong magical aura enveloped the tavern. What are you going to do, Myra? Natsu, the Pokemon battle is over, and the trainer battle has just begun. Myra Jane smiled, raised her hand, and condensed a dark magic ball in her palm. Soon after. Boom! A strong explosion blew away the door of the tavern. Natsu and Charmander also flew out. Open air cafe. Melty was nervously drawing cards, glanced at the destroyed door, and whispered. Altair, it's your turn to play again. The witch lady felt helpless about this. Since joining Fairy Tail, she has been repairing the guild every day. Sure enough, today is no exception. Apartment. Nate didn't go to the guild. I've been busy for a few days recently, so I'm going to take a good sleep. Of course, this is just one of the insignificant reasons. The main reason is that he's afraid of being beaten. According to the current draw probability he has set, he wants to draw one Pokemon on average. Take the magic card pool as an example. 1 heart of magic can be exchanged for 10 draw tickets. And if you want to draw a Pokemon, the mathematical expectation is 50 draws. That is, you need 5 stars of magic. The only wizards in the guild who can reach this level are Laxus, Myra Jane, Ursha, and Melty. At most, Urza can be counted. Since Night gave her the 1,000 cherry blossoms, Urza has been working hard to practice, and her magic has also increased, barely reaching the 5-star level. It can be said that except for the 5 of them, others will probably not be able to draw even if they use up their magic. The expectation of 50 draws does not mean that the probability of each draw is 2%. In fact, the probability of the first draw is only a few tenths of a percent. The probability will increase with each subsequent draw, and it will reach more than 95% when it is about 60 draws. Therefore, the comprehensive probability is calculated, and the average is 50 draws per Pokemon. In fact, Night didn't want to sell it so expensive, but there was no way, the cost was too high. Anyway, magic is an infinite resource. After the magic of the wizard is consumed, it will recover naturally over time. At most tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, everyone can draw their first Pokemon. After silently comforting everyone in his heart, Night prepared to go to bed. At this time, Myra Jane sent a private message. The departing traveler, Night, did you deliberately give me one? The departing traveler, it seems that no one has drawn it, but I drew it all at once. Smile.jpg. The departing traveler, it was the same in the last arena. I was always given a bye. I was very embarrassed. I covered my mouth and laughed. Jpg. He said he was embarrassed, but he was actually very happy. Night thought, when did he give Myra a gift? He opened the backstage to check the card drawing record, and was surprised at a glance. The poster girl only had 1 card drawing record. She drew Bulbasaur with a gold card. Are you kidding me? This is a probability of a few tenths of a percent. Miss Myra, you are really blessed by the god of luck. Night thought about it and quickly replied. Sigma man, do you like it? I gave you Bulbasaur. Cool. Jpg. Traveler who set out, thank you, I like it very much. Sigma man, verbal thanks are not sincere, let me kiss you. Jpg. Traveler who set out, I'm in the guild, come on, snicker. Jpg Minister. 199 Eat the miss, 4/4, please order all. The poster girl has also become naughty. Night thought, do I dare to kiss you in the guild? Sigma man, I'm afraid I'll be beaten if I go there now. Traveler who set out, who told you to set such a low card draw probability, haha. Jpg. No way, I have to make back the cost. This return on investment does not refer to one Pokemon. It's the cost of 3 card pools. Point pool, consume points. Money pool, consume money. But their costs are all mana. The mana income of the mana pool needs to be used to balance the consumption of the other two card pools. This also involves the issue of the delivery ratio. This needs to be slowly adjusted to a balanced value in large-scale testing. To put it simply, the delivery rate of the point pool and the money pool will be lower. This is the first time Knight has done this, and it's all math problems. Sigma Man, by the way, I have something to trouble you. Traveler on the way out, what's the matter? Just tell me, I'll help you no matter what. Sigma Man, the original purpose of making this game is to allow ordinary people to experience the joy of the game. Sigma Man, so, this test will also involve ordinary people. Traveler on the way out, do you want to invite citizens of Magnolia to participate? Sigma Man, yes, but not too many people, 1 or 200 people will be enough. Nowadays, there is a magic net ring specialty store in Magnolia, which is very popular among citizens. The whole city has a population of 60,000 to 70,000. Not everyone has one, but most people have one. If the number of people participating in the test is not limited, Knight's current reserve of star power is not enough. To put it bluntly, it is that much star power to create a sufficient number of Pokémon. Traveler on the way out, I understand. This is very simple, leave it to me. After chatting with Myra Jane for a while, Knight prepared to catch up on his sleep. Then, Urza just sent a private message. Knight, I didn't get it. Knight, I saw someone in the guild group say that Myra got it in one go, confused.jpg. Your confused expression is really intriguing. Knight had to explain. Sigma Man, it's a matter of luck. Knight, I want it. Sigma Man, which one do you want? Knight, I want them all. Looking forward to it.jpg. Urza will express her feelings very frankly. Knight likes this about her. If she wants it, she wants it. She won't deliberately say she doesn't want it to make people guess. So, he opened the game background program and added 200 gold tickets to Urza's account with his fingers. He certainly won't be stingy with his girlfriend. Sigma Man, don't tell anyone. Knight, smiley face.jpg. Sigma Man, aren't you in the guild? Knight, I went to Mango City to carry out a commission and escort a batch of gold. Knight, do you want to do that with me? Shy.jpg. You are not right. How could I want to do that? Is it you who wants to do that? Nate complained in his heart. He was busy making games recently and had no time to accompany his girlfriend. At this time, Urza sent a photo. Knight, black silk female secretary.jpg. In the photo, Urza seemed to be in a hotel, wearing a professional short skirt, black silk long legs, deliberately posing in front of the mirror. Knight, the gold escorted in this mission was commissioned by the bank. I saw the bank counter lady wearing this, so I bought a set. Knight, does it look good? Urza has a clothing collection habit, which Knight knows. There are all kinds of clothing in her dressing space, but it is the first time I have seen a female secretary series. Nate silently collected the photo and replied with one word. Sigma Man, I want. Knight, I miss you too, wait for me to come back, shy.jpg. After chatting with her for a while, Knight lost all sleepiness. Thinking that he had given Urza 200 gold notes, he should give others some too. So, he gave 200 gold notes to Juvia and Altair respectively. Sigma Man, SHH. Don't let others know. Same sentence, sent twice. Then both of them replied at the same time. Sunny doll, Juvia will definitely not tell. Kiss.jpg. Pain Witch, sister guesses, you must have given Juvia and Urza too. Knight. As expected of Miss Witch, she guessed it easily. Pain Witch, but sister is very happy, what reward do you want? Poke.jpg. Sigma Man, you are mine, no reward can compare to you. Painful witch, just trying to make people happy, rolling eyes.jpg. Painful witch, but my sister likes to hear it, please make me happy more. Miss Witch is also very frank. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Knight was really sleepy and fell asleep. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have missed someone. You Are You. You Are You is still in Edla's, and she doesn't know about Pokemon yet. Knight pondered for a moment, thinking that he would just tell her when he went to Edla's later. Then, he thought of Lucy. Knight caught scratching my hair, having too many girlfriends is also a kind of trouble. I calculated carefully. Altair, Juvia, Urza, You Are You, Lucy. Only 5 ships jumped. Strive to achieve the achievement of 9 ships jumped as soon as possible. Nate sent a private message to Lucy. Sigma Man, want gold tickets? Smirk.jpg. Work hard to make money, I want it. Sigma Man, should I give you a few? Work hard to make money, give me a few, poor.jpg. Sigma Man, but I'm so sleepy, it would be nice if a beautiful blonde lady came to let me hug her. Sigh.jpg. Work hard to make money, you must want to do something bad. Staring.jpg. Sigma Man, what bad thing? Funny.jpg. Work hard to make money, only allowed to touch, shy.jpg. Work hard to make money, are you in the apartment? Nate replied that he was at home, and Lucy did not reply. Nate guessed that she should be on the way. Sure enough, Lucy came to the apartment soon. Nate stood up and pulled her into his arms, smiling. You really came. I just felt sorry for you, you have been very hard these days. Lucy blushed and said angrily. Yes, I haven't slept well for 2 or 3 days. Nate pulled Lucy to the bed, hugged her to sleep as soon as the quilt was covered. The eldest lady was fragrant and soft, and it was so comfortable to hug her. Burying his face in the giant panda, Knight felt healed. Lucy saw that he really hugged her to sleep properly, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Knight's sleeping face, I couldn't help but raise my mouth and thought. It's really hard, take a good rest. After a while, Knight suddenly opened his eyes. Is it appropriate for you to sleep with clothes on? Ah! Who wears clothes to sleep? Wait a minute. Hey, I'll help you take it off. There was a rustling sound under the quilt, and after a while, clothes were thrown out one by one. Lucy's face turned red, and she was stripped into a big white sheep in a daze. Suddenly, her mouth was kissed again, and her mind became more and more confused. Sure enough, he shouldn't have come, the big pervert Knight. But when I thought that I was his girlfriend, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with doing this. Knight snapped his fingers and activated the reversal magic. All the sounds were blocked in the small apartment. In the warm quilt, the sexual desire between men and women was rising rapidly. Soon after, there was one less girl in the world. 200 Gildarts is back. It was late at night when Knight woke up. Feeling his arm numb, he turned his head slightly. Lucy rested her head on his arm, her sleeping face clear and pure, like a newly opened lotus. On her delicate face, there was a slight blush that had not yet faded. Is it morning? Feeling the movement of her arm under the pillow, Lucy made a sound in a daze. So cute. Knight couldn't help but kiss her. The eldest lady was obviously not as tough as Urza, and her performance was about the same as Juvia's first time. At this time, she opened her eyes and looked at Knight, who was close at hand. Her face became redder and redder. The brain gradually became clear, and the memory was recovering. Knight said, "It's not morning, it's more than 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Are you hungry?" "A little. I'll go prepare some food." "Can you cook?" Lucy opened her eyes in disbelief. Knight rolled his eyes at him. "I can't cook, how did you survive before?" Lucy giggled, "I want to eat. It's rare for me to cook, you can look forward to it. Knight got up, put on a coat, and went into the kitchen to get busy. There were many ingredients in the refrigerator, all bought by Lucy, and they were stored here because they couldn't fit in her own refrigerator. Lucy felt uncomfortable with her sticky body, so she went to the bathroom to take a hot bath. When she came out of the bath, Knight had already prepared a midnight snack. The two sat together and had a big meal. In the past, Lucy cooked and Knight was responsible for eating, but this time it was the other way around, which made Lucy feel a different kind of warmth. "How is it?" "Delicious." Lucy tasted it carefully and couldn't help laughing. "You can cook, why do you want me to cook for you?" In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but she still wanted to hear it in person. Looking back now, the process of their acquaintance was quite interesting. Knight got a key to the 20th zodiac when he performed an S-level mission, and she wanted it very much. As a result, she owed a huge sum of 8 million J. And the two of them also made an agreement to repay 3,000 J for each meal they cooked. Looking back now, it seems like it happened a long time ago. In fact, it has only been more than 3 months. Being able to cook and wanting to cook are two different things. Knight smiled back. "Humph, I don't believe it. You must have had some ideas at that time." Lucy said angrily, "I was fooled by you." Knight smiled and said, "What else can I do? I can't just give you the golden key for free." "So, you fell in love with me at first sight at that time?" Lucy asked with a sly smile. "This lady is still very charming." Lucy was a little proud. "That's right," Knight said, nodding, satisfying her little pride. At this moment, Lucy became shy. "Then the money owed now, will be written off." "No." Knight refused decisively. The debt is a link between him and Lucy. Without it, it feels like something is missing. Even if you are a girlfriend, you still have to pay back the money. Lucy was so angry that her teeth itched. "Then I have to settle with you." "How do you settle? How many times did you kiss? How many times did you touch?" Lucy blushed more and more as she spoke. She didn't remember. Who would remember such a thing? And other places? "No, I can't say it anymore. It's so embarrassing." "Damn Knight." Under the dining table, Lucy kicked off her slippers and stretched out her white and tender feet. Knight grabbed her feet with a smile and tickled the solace of her feet. "Ah ha ha, don't. Ah. Don't." Lucy's toes were so itchy that they clasped them together. The two of them played and fought, and the meal took an hour. They didn't eat much, they played all the time. Lucy felt sleepy again after playing, and finally they cleaned up the dishes together and went to bed together. This time it was a proper sleep. 2 days later. These 2 days, Knight didn't go anywhere and stayed in the apartment. While learning some magic necessary for making games through the library of the Magic Network, he made new Pokémon. The current 4 is of course far from enough. Of course, there is no rush. As long as we prepare dozens of species before the official version is released, it will be enough. We can add more slowly later. After all, it is a card drawing game, and releasing some new Pokémon every once in a while can make players enthusiastic about drawing. Therefore, in these 2 days, he only made a house bird. Popo. Knight was not in a hurry to send it to the card pool. In the past 2 days, everyone in the guild finally got the guaranteed card pool. Everyone has at least 1 star Pokémon. Until this time, Knight showed up in the guild. No one noticed his arrival, but was obsessed with Pokémon battles. Knight found a place to sit in an open-air cafe and observed quietly. Natsu's Charmander was obviously much stronger than other Pokémon, and he had been winning all the time without losing a single game. Knight suspected that the level of this Charmander had been trained to above level 10. "Natsu, this guy, doesn't he need to rest?" "Even if he doesn't need to rest, Charmander should also rest, right?" Knight complained in his heart. At this time, there was a sudden vibration outside the guild. The people who were fighting and watching the Pokemon battle all looked up to the south. Is this vibration Knight? No. Is this feeling Gildarts coming back? Not good, Gildarts is back. Someone shouted. Gildarts? Knight was surprised, his eyes slightly fixed. The next moment, the whole Magnolia was in his 6 eyes. Above the city, magic trumpets were shouting hurriedly. 0. Magnolia is about to start Gildarts mode. All citizens, please move to the designated area immediately. Repeat. Along with the broadcast of magic trumpets, the bell of the Cardia Cathedral in the center of the town also rang. The clanging bells spread throughout the city. Citizens on the street began to evacuate, and the houses in the city were raised in groups like building blocks. Finally, a road from the south of the city to Fairy Tale appeared. On both sides of the road were steel walls, and above the walls were the original streets and houses. Many citizens were standing on the city wall, watching the man slowly walking towards the end of the road. It's really exaggerated. Nate caught Gildarts' breath at the first moment. And at this moment, Gildarts scratched his head in confusion, raised his eyes slightly, and looked in the direction of Fairy Tale. Although it was still a long distance away, and even though he could only see a little shadow of the guild, but Gildarts still noticed the unusual sight. Is it an illusion? I always feel a sight, but it's not hostile. Nate was a little surprised. He didn't expect Gildarts' perception to be so sharp. After thinking about it, he simply activated the telepathic magic and greeted the other party. Gildarts, hello, I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Knight. The sight you sensed is me. Hearing the voice in his mind, Gildarts opened his eyes suddenly. Really? You are Knight? I often heard this name on the way back. It's the last day of October. Don't keep your monthly tickets. Give them to me. Next.